across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Thanks, Ruth. It's 4 o'clock. I'm John Pienaar, and this is Times Radio Drive. The latest headlines. The United Nations calls on the international community to support the people of Afghanistan.
And I am particularly concerned by accounts of mounting human rights violations against the women and girls of Afghanistan who fear a return to the darkest days.
And Plymouth falls silent to honour the 5 lives lost in Thursday's shooting. And coming up on the show, we go live to Afghanistan with a reporter in Kabul. The Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nadi, joins me, and we'll get the latest from Plymouth as the city continues to recover from last week's mass shooting. And the first weekend of the new Premier League season is just behind us, and we'll have a look back.
This is Times Radio.
First, though, here's the latest news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. The United Nations is calling on the international community to come together to support the people of Afghanistan. The Taliban has captured most of the country, including the capital, Kabul, something which concerns Secretary-General Antonio Guterres.
We are receiving chilling reports of severe restrictions on human rights throughout the country. And I am particularly concerned by accounts of mounting human rights violations against the women and girls of Afghanistan who fear a return to the darkest days.
Downing Street's confirmed it's putting on daily flights to bring around 4,000 British nationals home. Insurgents made huge territorial gains following the withdrawal of Western troops. Well, at least 5 people have died in the chaos at Kabul airport as thousands try to escape. Footage earlier showed men trying to hang on to the edge of military planes. Some Afghans fled to India before the Taliban arrived on Sunday. Zara moved to New Delhi from Afghanistan as a child with her mother and is heartbroken at what she's been seeing.
All our 20 years achievement maybe just go away in blinks of few days. I was a child when they were here, when they were there. Now I am an adult. I have seen how these people are. Yes, I saved US should leave the country, but why this way?
The decision to leave Afghanistan to its fate after 20 years of Western intervention has prompted scathing criticism. Tom Tugendhat, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, has told Times Radio Afghanistan is the biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez.
In 1956, the US pulled the plug on the Suez operation and effectively forced France, Israel and the United Kingdom to end their operation. The same is true here. The United States unilaterally withdrew from Afghanistan, and that unilateral withdrawal, even though it was only 2,500 troops, has left us where we are.
Plymouth has fallen silent today to honour the 5 lives lost in Thursday's mass shooting. Hundreds gathered at the city's Guildhall to remember the victims, which included a 3-year-old girl, her father and the gunman Jake Davison's mother. Civil leaders, religious figures, emergency service workers, the military and the public joined together to mourn and reflect on the events in Keyham. Community leader Kevin Sproston gave a speech to residents.
To the people of Plymouth, you have shown your support, and in some of Keyham's darkest days, you have reminded us that we are not alone. It really is Plymouth together. This solidarity as a city is what makes us great. And although it is just 2 simple words, the meaning means so much to us right now.
The Queen says she's deeply saddened following an earthquake in Haiti, which has killed nearly 1,300 people. Her Majesty sent a message saying her thoughts and prayers are with those who've lost their lives, loved ones and homes. Officials say at least 5,700 people are injured. Under 18s or people who are double jabbed in England won't have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who has tested positive for the virus. They'll be advised to take a PCR test, but it's not compulsory. The Health Secretary says the move is another step back towards normality. But disability activist Kimi Soko says she's still quite anxious about catching coronavirus.
This is ostracising an already disenfranchised community. If thought is put into protecting us besides just saying, well, stay at home, on a larger scale, we are more able to protect our sick.
Number 10 says there are no plans for Boris Johnson to meet with Gurkha veterans who are staging a hunger strike over their pensions. The Prime Minister's spokesman says he believes the Defence Secretary would speak with them. The group is calling for equality for those who retired before 1997 and aren't eligible for a full armed forces pension. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells, mainly in the southwest. Our top sports story this hour. England's cricketers are 4 wickets down at tea on the final day of the second test with India and now face a challenge to save the match at Lord's. The hosts are 67 for 4 at the interval, but in-form captain Joe Root is still in. India needs 6 wickets to win in the final few hours, or England require 205 more runs for their own victory. We'll have a full sports roundup at 1:30.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
And welcome to the programme. Thanks for your company, as ever. Now, have you seen the pictures of Afghans desperate to escape the Taliban, clinging to the wings and the wheels of US aircraft taking off from Kabul, some of them plunging to their deaths, all of it captured on camera and by now seen by millions around the world? This is shaming. True, Britain and the other allies had no choice, perhaps, but to leave once Joe Biden chose to put American forces out. But why on earth did the president go for this sudden abandonment of Afghanistan? No phasing, no real enforcement of conditions. But for allies like the UK, it is surely humiliating nonetheless. The UK Defence Secretary Ben Wallace spoke most eloquently this morning on live TV when he stopped speaking altogether. The decorated former army captain simply broke down. He was overcome by emotion and obvious regret, and at that moment, he spoke for many. Now, in a moment, I'll be talking to Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy. She's generally prone to respond to direct questions with a direct answer, so that could be interesting. And there are plenty of questions for politicians on all sides to answer today about the near and the distant future, about refugees, always the refugees. And later, the Conservative chair of the Commons Defence Committee, Tobias Ellwood, who's another former army officer, is joining me too. And from what I hear, he has plenty to say. Now, what are you saying and what are you thinking? Do send me a text. Do you share this pretty widespread sense of shame? Do you have another take on it? Send me a text to 87222. Start your message with the word Times, or send me a tweet to @TimesRadio. Now, Times readers are having their say online now. Dahlia says, our abandonment of the Afghan people is shameful. Such a betrayal of the positive work done by UK forces out there. And Stevie, he adds, it's an absolute embarrassment and a disgrace to us and the US to have walked away like this and turned our backs. Now, tell me your thoughts. Keep them coming through the programme. First, then, let's get the latest on Afghanistan. This was Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, when he was asked by Nick Ferrari on LBC for his thoughts and his feelings earlier.
It's a really deep part of regret for me. Some people won't get back. Some people won't get back, and we will have to do our best in third countries to process those people.
Now let's talk to Lisa Nandy now, then, the Shadow Foreign Secretary for the Labour Party. Good afternoon to you, Lisa.
Good afternoon, John.
Now, do you feel anything can be said in favour of the way Joe Biden has acted in bolting from Afghanistan in the way that he has?
In the way that he has, no. I don't think I don't think there's a single person that you would find in the United Kingdom who would defend that. And I think you'd find that many Americans share that view as well. I think after 20 years, 2 decades of contribution in Afghanistan, it's understandable that the United States will be looking to the future, but it is absolutely clear now, even if it wasn't crystal clear a couple of months ago, that the decision by the United States to withdraw in the way that they have, particularly to set a hard deadline for the removal of support, including air support to the Afghan government, has been a disaster. It's encouraged the Taliban and boosted their morale, which has helped their advance across the country. Yeah. And it's also created there's been a huge miscalculation, I suppose, is the catastrophic miscalculation is the only way that I can put it, by both the United States and the United Kingdom about the capacity of the Afghan government to withstand that advance from the Taliban. And, it's easy to say that in hindsight.
I think everybody was surprised by the speed and the scale of this, but nevertheless, the warning signs were there. That there would be problems if the US proceeded in the way that they did. And although, my heart went out to the Defence Secretary this morning, who was clearly feeling very emotional about the whole issue, there are serious questions for our government to answer about why they didn't put pressure on the United States, given that he clearly had misgivings at the time. So there must have been other people within our government who did as well.
Yeah, had that been the case, had there been what you described, Lisa, as pressure from the British side, whether it's from officials or from government ministers or from Boris Johnson himself, do you think Joe Biden would have listened? It's argued that this bolt from Afghanistan is driven in Joe Biden's motivation by just a wish to get on the right side of the right kind of voters by the time of the midterm US elections. He wants to bring back some of those blue-collar Democrats who deserted the Democrats for Donald Trump, and it sees this as a way of doing it. Would he have listened to the UK?
Well, I think what we know about Joe Biden is that, one of the first statements that he made when he became president of the United States was that America is back. And his reputation on a world stage has always been important to him. He's always been somebody who's been very involved in foreign policy discussions all the way through his career. Do I think the United Kingdom alone would have made the decisive difference? Possibly not. Do I think it's absolutely criminal if the Prime Minister didn't try? Yes, I do. And the reason I think that is because we currently hold the presidency of the G7. The Prime Minister has claimed repeatedly under President Trump and under President Biden that the special relationship is alive and well. We're leading members of the UN Security Council and NATO. And not only that, but we're working very closely with the Americans in Afghanistan. So if there was a country that would have been able to exert some influence over the United States, it would have been the United Kingdom. And there are serious questions for the government to answer. We haven't had the chance to put those questions to the government yet because they've been missing in action, but we will on Wednesday, and we need to get some answers, not least for those very many servicemen and their families who gave their lives or suffered life-changing injuries over 2 decades in Afghanistan.
Well, something clearly went wrong in Joe Biden's understanding of what was going to happen after this withdrawal, claiming as he was just a matter of just days ago that the Afghan people could fight in their own cause. They could withstand the Taliban. It simply turned out not to be remotely the case. But now we are where we are. Do you accept that the Americans, having chosen as they have to leave without conditions, without a timetable, all of that, there was nothing really the UK could do to sustain the defence of Afghanistan? They were pretty much helpless given the American decision.
Well, look, I think that the idea that the UK could have continued to operate in Afghanistan alone without the United States is a very difficult scenario to see becoming a reality. I mean, it made it virtually inevitable that we would see a withdrawal. But there are questions to answer for the UK government about what conversations they had with the Americans about that. And don't forget as well that just a few months ago, we had the government's 10-year strategy, the integrated review, that set out a decade of their priorities in foreign policy. And Afghanistan was only mentioned twice. It was clearly such a low priority that the Foreign Secretary took a decision to slash aid to that country, has cut aid by 77% over the last 3 years, as well as announcing cuts to the armed forces. I mean, there are serious questions for the United Kingdom to answer here as well. I think all these questions are going to have to be answered, but what matters right now is what we do in the next few days and weeks. Yes. The Taliban has advanced. The situation that we're now facing is grim. It is unpalatable. But the Afghan people don't have the luxury of despair, and frankly, neither do we. If Afghanistan is allowed to collapse into a safe haven and breeding ground for terrorists and extremists, then we'll see serious implications here in the United Kingdom and in the USA as well. I strongly suspect that the US president is aware of that. The UN Security Council is meeting today. We urgently need to get a global agreement, not just with our allies, but with regional partners as well, about how we deal with the new reality on the ground and deal with the humanitarian crisis, which is about to spiral out of control.
Okay, so let's then talk about what has to be done now, today, tomorrow, next week, when it comes to action that is within the power of the British government. Decisions that you would have a part in playing if Labour were in office and you were the British Foreign Secretary. I take it as read that Afghan translators who work with the British military and their families, you would say, look, get them in, no ifs, no buts. If that was so, where would you draw the line? Who would you help or allow to come into this country, Lisa? I'm thinking in particular of some of those who've been campaigning for basic rights, especially women's rights in Afghanistan. Would you open the door to them, for example?
So I think there is a distinction to be made between the very immediate and pressing need to provide safe haven to those people who supported the British government, British troops, British media, British NGOs. They've been targeted by the Taliban. Some of them have already been killed or threatened. Their families have been threatened. We've got hours, not days, to evacuate those people, and the government has dragged their feet for far too long. Canada and the United States have belatedly stepped up and chartered planes to get them out of the country. We need to do the same. But then, as you rightly say, John, there's the wider issue about, particularly for women and girls, the situation that they're now facing is incredibly bleak. For many of them, that 20 years that the UK spent in Afghanistan has seen a transformation in the opportunities, the prospects, the future that they had on offer, and they're watching all of that unravel in front of their eyes. What we need to do, I think, is step forward and show the Afghan people that we are prepared to do our bit. So it was right that Boris Johnson U-turned on the decision to cancel scholarships to young Afghans, which was made over the weekend and which was a shameful decision. But we're more than that. We need to lead an international effort to reach a global agreement about what is going to be an epic refugee crisis. There is no question that already we're seeing the mass movement of people within Afghanistan. I spoke to a friend in Afghanistan just last week. It was a week ago today, and he said that there were 20, 30, 40,000 people leaving Afghanistan every single day. The burden of that will undoubtedly fall on regional neighbours who will struggle to contain it. I think we should learn the lessons from what happened with Syria. The UK government clearly didn't do as much as other European countries like Germany, but what we did do was set up a specific scheme, a vulnerable persons relocation scheme, which allowed us to provide safe and legal routes for people to leave the region and to find safe haven here in the UK. I know you're going to ask me about numbers. We just don't know the scale of this at the moment, so it would be difficult to put a number on it, because any number I might give might be far too insignificant compared to the scale of the crisis that we've got. But that is also why it's absolutely key that the government is engaged at UN Security Council and NATO level to deal with the humanitarian crisis, to formulate a process of dialogue with the Taliban to protect human rights, because unless you do those two things, the refugee crisis will be even larger than the one that we're expecting.
Yeah, but if we can't talk numbers, let's talk a bit about principles. I mean, you may have seen the mayor of Berlin is a good example. She has gone on record saying the city of Berlin has plenty of space, welcoming in more refugees. As a principle, would you echo that sentiment, Lisa? Because some would say it's a politically daring thing to say.
Yeah, we have a special obligation to the people of Afghanistan. We're a generous country. We've always been a generous country, but we've always recognised as well that there have to be limits to what we do, and it has to be done in a planned and orderly way. But there are times when the United Kingdom has to step up. We did so with Hong Kong, where we've offered BNO passport holders the right to come here to the UK because of our special obligations to the people of Hong Kong. And having watched British troops sacrifice so much in order to make gains in Afghanistan over the last 20 years, the idea that we would walk away from the people of Afghanistan now seems to me to be not the sort of country that we are. We've seen in the last few weeks, we've seen radio silence from the Foreign Secretary, the Home Secretary apparently briefing out, although she now denies it, that she was refusing to provide safe haven to Afghans because she didn't want to encourage more to come. This is not the country we are. These are not the values that we stand for. And just this morning, I had an email in my inbox amongst the very many from people in Afghanistan asking for help, was an email from somebody in the United Kingdom who said, I've got a very big house and I'm sure I could help. That is the spirit of this country, and that's the spirit we need to summon when we start to approach what is going to be a refugee crisis engulfing Afghanistan and the region.
Well, Lisa, thank you. That's Lisa Nandy, Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary. Now, coming up in just a moment, the latest in Plymouth following last week's deadly mass shooting. And we'll be looking back at the opening weekend of the Premier League with big wins for Manchester United, for Liverpool, for Chelsea, and Manchester City coming rather unstuck away to Spurs. This is John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. All this week, the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, brings you an incisive take on the latest news in politics, culture and the arts.
I'm Ruth Davidson. Join me on Times Radio. We'll delve into all the latest Westminster wrangles, plus we'll have fascinating interviews with leading lights from the worlds of entertainment, literature, sport and more.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup, all this week from 1 on Times Radio.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Now today, Plymouth fell silent to mourn the loss of the 5 people killed in a mass shooting in the city on Thursday. The Home Secretary, Priti Patel, has promised action to make it harder to acquire and own firearms. Let's talk to Will Humphreys, who's covering the story for The Times. Hello, Will.
Hi there, John.
So Will, Jake Davidson shot and killed those 5 people, and there's been a political reaction from the Home Secretary. What do we know about Priti Patel's plans?
Well, what we know is that she is asking for the police to review their firearm application processes immediately to see if there are any existing licenses that raise alarm bells. So, I mean, there's more than 500,000 shotgun certificate holders in England and Wales. So that's going to be quite a large-scale task for already stretched police forces to do. Some across the country have been checking people's social media profiles before issuing gun licenses, but not all have. And so this is now being sort of asked to be done as a mandatory part of the process from now on.
Yeah.
We also know that in the autumn, the government's going to publish new statutory guidance, which is going to outline how police forces handle firearm licence applications. That was actually begun, that process, back in 2019, but then was put on the back burner during the last year of the COVID pandemic. But that is now being brought forward, and that's going to include that requirement to check social media in all cases.
Yeah, and there's going to be controversies ahead over this, aren't there? The role of GPs. Not all GPs agree on the sort of role they might play in vetting applications, and not all police chiefs agree. So I think some bumps in the road to come. And what about in Plymouth, Will, the investigation? How much progress do you know of on that?
Well, the police cordons were lifted at 7 p.m. last night. The police had done their forensic works on the streets where the attacks took place. The cul-de-sac where Jake Davidson lived with his mother, and then the parkland nearby, and 2 other streets where shootings occurred. Those had forensic tents and cordons around them for a number of days after the Thursday attack. Lifted last night, and now residents are laying flowers and marking the sort of passing of people in their community on those streets. And as you said in the introduction,
yeah,
there was a minute's silence today, and lots of members of the community came out, especially with their young children, and trying to explain to them what's happened in the midst of their community.
It sounds like a moving moment, Will.
Yeah, I mean, 11 o'clock, the civic leaders and religious leaders held a sort of very formal ceremony that people came to in the centre of the city. But in Keyham, which is the area where the attacks took place, lots of people holding their own sort of private vigils in back gardens, as well as people coming together in sort of community areas and parks, just wanting to be together, really, and struggling to sort of come to terms with such a horrific event in their community.
I mean, an event like that with 5 people being shot, including a very young child. I mean, we can imagine, but I guess you sort of have to be there to really get the feel of it, of how that would affect the local community.
Well, I've spoken to a lot of parents today who are struggling to answer the questions of their children, having to reassure them that, you know, that shootings like this do not happen regularly in the UK. I mean, the last time something like this happened was over 10 years ago. but these are questions that are coming up again and again, and this is something now that children are having to grapple with themselves, and parents are struggling to work out how best to really explain it all to them.
Okay. Will Humphreys at the Times, thank you very much indeed for that update. The time now then is 4:24. We got to watch the Premier League's return this weekend, and let's walk through what you may have missed, what you were thinking after that. The return to full-blooded, full-stadium football. Martin Ziegler's here, chief sports reporter for the Times. Hello, Martin.
John, good afternoon.
Well, it was so good to see stadiums full and football the way we've always understood it, just back in full form.
It absolutely was. And actually, also there was a sort of return to common sense refereeing after 2 seasons of slightly forensic, some might say, petty, others might say, some refereeing. There's a new approach, and it's very much a sort of common sense, let the game flow. Back to the sort of more of the sort of full-blooded English football that fans remember and really like.
It was almost as if last season someone passed a new rule saying referees should cease to exercise common sense. But now we've got modification of some of the worst excesses, we can call them excesses, of the VAR system, haven't we, when it comes to offsides and handballs and so on?
Yes, and I think it's very much let the referee be the man making the calls and only intervene if it's a really serious mistake by the referee. I think what we saw last season was the VAR just trying to be almost like perfectionists. So any sort of minimal contact would be punished with a penalty, and similar with the ball striking the hand. So we saw in the Euros, didn't we, that UEFA had a different approach. That same approach was adopted by the Premier League, and much to do with the fans as much as anybody else who had complained about it. So yeah, a victory for them. The clubs also agreed, and let's hope it continues for the rest of the season.
Yeah. And as for what we saw, Martin, I know it's daft to start drawing conclusions after the first few games of a season, let alone one game, the first game of the season, but I'm going to do it anyway. I mean, Tottenham, their win over City, for example, and the way we saw some of the big contenders at the top, I say the top of the table, that we expect to dominate the top of the table, the way they performed, it did give some very, very early promise of an interesting season, didn't it?
It did. I mean, as I saw somebody say, Harry Kane managed to increase his transfer value by not being on the pitch in that match because it showed Manchester City what they were missing and the fact that Spurs could live without him. So, in both ways, it sort of made it almost more likely that he will move. I mean, I'm still not sure that he will this season. I mean, I think he might stay for another year, but we will see. But it certainly highlighted the fact Manchester City need a replacement for Sergio Aguero, a really top-class finisher, because that's what was missing for all of Jack Grealish's promise, and he did show some nice touches. He couldn't deliver that goal-scoring moment.
It's strange, weird even, to talk about Manchester City being in any way toothless up front, isn't it? They've got Grealish, they're still Manchester City, but now we're talking about City's problems one game in.
Well, yeah, I mean, one only had to look at their bench to see that their problems aren't that great. I mean, I said today, I'm in my team's Arsenal, we had a terrible start, and I said all 8 of the outfield players on that Manchester City bench would have walked into the Arsenal side, no doubt about it. That's where the real problems are. I think they're down there. It'd be interesting to see how. I mean, I thought Spurs were going to struggle actually this season, but actually, what a great start for them. Generally, Liverpool sort of cruised really against Norwich. Everton with Rafa Benitez, he's got a lot to prove because of his old Liverpool links. They had a really good start as well. And Chelsea, I think, could push Manchester City all the way because they absolutely romped home against Crystal Palace, and they've got Lukaku to arrive.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't going to touch on the way that my beloved Palace fared in the first game. It wasn't a great surprise to see Palace, getting a bit of a lesson from Chelsea. But it made the point that you make there. I mean, Liverpool, they looked really good, didn't they? Good to see Mo Salah scoring that lovely goal on game one the way that he did. You know, whatever you think about, unless you absolutely hate Liverpool, it's good to see Liverpool showing some sharpness at this stage. And Man United, 5 goals. It's going to be competitive at the top, you would guess. We have to guess, but it's a good guess.
I think it is actually going to be the top 4. Man United, who were Pogba's absolutely excellent. He's been so sort of up and down, hasn't he? But he showed his real ability, and I just think if you don't play him through the middle, then you miss so much of him. So for Manchester United fans' sake, I hope they do. Leeds, they often lose by a lot when they lose, and they certainly did. And I think it's going to be Manchester United, Man City, and Chelsea really fighting it out. I think Liverpool will be in the top 4, but I actually think that they haven't strengthened the way the other teams have. So I think they might struggle to actually maintain that title challenge.
Okay, I might be reminding you of that, Martin.
That's right.
Weeks to come.
It certainly won't be the first nor the last time I've been very wrong about my predictions.
It's great to talk to you, Martin. Martin Ziegler, the Chief Sports Reporter at The Times. There's loads coming up on Times Radio later on. Callum MacDonald is in for Phil Williams from 7. His big interview at 8:30 is with the Olympic marathon gold medalist, Eliud Kipchoge, who will be talking about his new documentary and his attempts to break the 2-hour marathon barrier. Carol Walker's back at 10, and she's going to be having a first look at tomorrow's papers as ever, with the Chief Executive of Demos, Polly Mackenzie, and the former Special Advisor to Tony Blair, John McTernan. And here on Drive, we'll get the latest business news in a moment with Graham Ruddick. And we're going to be hearing about the dental students who are being offered £10,000 to switch their choice of university. First, though, at 4:31, let's get the latest news and sport with Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. The head of the United Nations says there are chilling reports from Afghanistan since the Taliban took control. At an emergency meeting in New York, Antonio Guterres told the Security Council about claims of human rights violations against women and girls. Afghanistan's UN Ambassador Ghulam Isaaqzai also told the meeting he fears for millions whose fate hangs in the balance.
We have seen gruesome images of Taliban's mass executions of military personnel and target killings of civilians in Kandahar and other big cities. We cannot allow this to happen in Kabul.
7 people have died at Kabul airport while trying to flee the country. Some fell from a departing American military jet. There have been another 28,438 coronavirus infections recorded in the UK in the past 24 hours. The latest daily figures also show there were 26 deaths. The UK's medicines regulator says there's no link between the coronavirus vaccine and changes to women's periods. The MHRA also found the jabs also do not increase the risk of miscarriage or stillbirth. The Queen says she's deeply saddened following an earthquake in Haiti, which has killed nearly 1,300 people. Her Majesty says her thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. England's cricketers were 4 wickets down at tea on the final day of the second test with India and now face a challenge to save a match at Lord's. A short time ago, the hosts were 75 for 5, England needing 197 runs to win. With the rest of the sport, here's Toby Gillis.
Tottenham Hotspur have included their want-away star striker Harry Kane in their squad for their first match in the inaugural Europa Conference League this Thursday. They face Portugal's Paços de Ferreira. Kane missed yesterday's Premier League opening win over Manchester City, the club he wants to join, with manager Nuno Espirito Santo insisting he's still working his way back to fitness. Many don't believe the excuse, though, and the Times chief football writer Henry Winter says Kane needs to show his current club more respect.
I'm disappointed with Kane because you look at the European Championship finalists, the England starting 11, and you look at the players who played at the weekend, who were presumably tired. Maguire started, Shaw started, Rice started, Mount and Sterling all started, and Kane didn't. I think as the England captain, Harry Kane has a a slight duty to behave in a certain way. I think he needs to show a little bit more respect to Nuno and to the Tottenham fans.
One of Spain's top two clubs has revealed it's in well over 1.2 billion euros of debt. Barcelona's president, Joan Laporta, says it's down to what he calls the lies of his predecessor. TalkSport's European football expert Andy Brassel says the current level of debt is a huge disaster for the club, who were forced to let Lionel Messi go on a free last week.
1.365 billion. Like maybe towards half as much again as like the previous projection. They've lost 200 million more than they thought they were going to lose for this financial year in January. They still need to shave another 200 million off the wage bill.
Australian former Rugby Union World Cup winner Tutai Kefu is in hospital after being stabbed at his home in Brisbane. 3 of the now Tonga coach's family members also suffered what's described as significant injuries, with local police saying an axe, a knife and a machete were used in the incident. A 15-year-old has been charged with attempted murder. And organisers of the Paralympic Games in Tokyo have revealed some school children will be allowed to attend events, despite the city's fight with a major COVID-19 spike. The Games will largely be held without spectators, but local authorities will be able to request tickets for kids as long as there are appropriate safety measures in place.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
And the time's just coming up to 4:36.
Times Radio Business News.
Which means it's time to have a chat to Graham Ruddick, the Times Deputy Business Editor. Graham, hi.
Hi, John.
So what's looking a choice on your pages right now?
So there's quite a few things going on today, actually. If we look at markets, first of all, the FTSE 100 is down about 1%, and European markets are all down by a similar amount because of concerns about some figures out of China this morning, which showed that industrial production and retail sales were both growing at a slower pace than we expected, and that looks like it's largely down to the Delta variant. And then if we go beyond markets, Ultra Electronics this morning accepted a £2.6 billion takeover by Cobham. Now, Ultra and Cobham are two of the biggest defence groups in the UK, but what makes this deal potentially controversial is that Cobham is owned by US private equity firm Advent International. So this is another example of one of our big manufacturers and one of our big sort of investors in research and development being bought up by private equity and taken off public markets.
Right. And some news on Tesla.
Yes, Tesla shares are down 5% in the US this afternoon after the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announced that it's launched an investigation into its autopilot system. Now, this investigation revolves around Tesla cars crashing into emergency vehicles, and I think there's concern that there might be a flaw in the system. So since 2018, they say they've seen about 11 crashes involving Tesla models, where there were 17 injuries and 1 death. Now, the investigation encompasses all Tesla cars that have been sold in the US since around about 2014. So this investigation has perhaps understandably spooked investors who hope and are betting that Tesla's autopilot system is the key to its future.
Yeah, I mean, has been described, hasn't it, more than once as the key to driving in the middle distance future. Does this cast any doubt over any of that, or is it just to put it in one way, a bump in the road?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, potentially it could be, but I think it's worth pointing out that before today, Elon Musk has repeatedly talked about how much safer it is to drive with autopilot. I mean, he said, I think, that it's 10 times lower chance of an accident using the Tesla autopilot than an average vehicle. But the NHTS in the US does think there might be a flaw here, so they've launched this investigation.
Okay. So what else is filling up your pages at the moment? It's always a work in progress, but it's a job that never seems to end. What else is exciting you, Graham?
One interesting thing that for Lloyd's today is their new boss has started, Charlie Nunn, who joins from HSBC. And what makes it particularly interesting is that we've been waiting for this moment for about a year, but because he joined from a rival, HSBC, he's being serving out his guarding period. So he replaces Antonio Horta-Rosario. Lloyd's is obviously one of our biggest banks, and he will step into Antonio Horta-Rosario's shoes when they're big shoes to fill.
Yeah, and I wonder, a story I'm going to be talking about a bit later on the programme, the way that the UK competition watchdog has stepped in when it comes to ticket resale sites. Is that making a wave with you?
It's an interesting story. I mean, it's something that they've been very focused on. StubHub and Viagogo, I think, are the companies in particular that they're looking at. And I think many listeners and many of our readers in the Times are incredibly frustrated by this issue. Think back to the summer and Euro 2020 and all those tickets that were snapped up and then put on sale for many, many times their face value. And I think the fact that CMA are stepping in will be welcomed by many people. But it's not easy, and that's why the story is that they're seeking new powers. So, again, we'll have to see how that plays out.
Okay, and I'll have more on that story a little later on in the show. Graham, thank you.
Times Radio Business News.
And that's Graham Ruddock, the Times Deputy Business Editor. There's more from Graham and his business team in the paper and online now. And if you're thinking about subscribing to the Times, there's a tip. You might like to know the benefits include a range of email newsletters and exclusive online events, as well as full access, of course, to the Times award-winning journalism. Just head to thetimes.co.uk to find out more. Now let's go back to the unfolding, or maybe that should be unravelling story in Afghanistan. Talk to Wahid Aryan, a former Afghan child refugee. He's based in the UK as an NHS doctor, and we can talk to him now. Wahid, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
It's good to have you with us, Wahid. Tell me, it is a difficult time, and for you in your position, I've no doubt, especially so. Can you just describe your feelings at this moment?
It has been a humanitarian disaster that's been unfolding in front of everyone's eyes. More so probably in my eye and in the eyes of the people who have lived this trauma before. People are suffering on the ground. My family members are in Kabul, Afghanistan. I run an international telemedicine charity called Aaron Teleheal that connects doctors from NHS across the world to doctors in Afghanistan in various parts to give advice on mobile phones. We keep receiving messages, gruesome images of the conflict over the past few days. Thousands of people have already been injured and they're dead. On top of that, tens of thousands of people have been displaced. They're living in really dire conditions in various parts of Kabul and other provinces with little food or hardly any food, water, shelter. The locals are helping. So that's, I think, where we need to start supporting these people. Yeah. And if we don't intervene now in a way to oversee the peace process, and if we abandon them, it will look like the civil war that I was born into. And I'll give you an insight briefly. I was born in 1983 during the Afghan-Soviet conflict. The first 5 years we spent hiding in cellars from the daily rockets, the bombs. Then we went to refugee camp in Peshawar, like millions of other refugees, where we're living in really inhumane conditions. Family of 8 to 10 in a tent or a muddy room, suffering from malaria, and I suffered from tuberculosis, which inspired me later on to become a doctor. Then we went to Afghanistan in the 90s. In 91 and in 92, the civil war broke out. So yesterday, when I heard the messages, when I saw the messages coming from my family members saying they're in, it reminded me of how the situation quickly unfolded into a civil war on exactly that day, and I broke down in tears. I came to the UK with scars of trauma, of conflict. 2 decades later, it triggered me. So you can imagine how people on the ground are suffering from the fear. And that in the 90s, we were going street by street to find safety in one corner of Kabul or another for years, hiding again in cellars from the rockets and the bombs. And that's where most of my education happened, because the schools were shut, the hospitals were shut until 1996 when the Taliban came in, and I was there till 99. Eventually, I managed to escape as a refugee to come to the UK, 15-year-old with no family, hardly any education. But when I came in here, I found safety. The British people gave me the compassion, and because of that compassion combined with my determination, I managed to go study at Cambridge University, at Harvard and Imperial to be a doctor ultimately, which I have written a memoir about this in the wars. It's just to inform people to what people go through in conflict, why they flee, and when they flee, what kind of emotions they bring with them as well. So my heart goes out to my family members, to tens of thousands of people who are suffering now, right now there. And there's a lot we can do for them. The government can do a lot. They should scrap the anti-refugee bill, the new immigration and borders bill, which is anti-refugee. And people, we need to galvanize more compassion for all the refugees when they come on our shores. Next time when we see them, we shouldn't call them how many numbers or how many boats have arrived. We should see that humans arriving from conflict and we need to embrace them as humans as they are, give safety.
I'm sure the argument, the political debate, the public debate about refugees is going to go to a new level. Politically, of course, there's the recall of the House of Commons this week. But you mentioned you are in touch with your family. What are you hearing from your family about the way people are feeling there on the ground in Kabul and the reality of the Taliban taking over? Have you heard of people changing their behaviour now in anticipation of that, their clothing and all of the rest of it?
Well, if I can tell you from people's perspective or their minds, there are two sorts of people here. One, people who have been through civil war, they're triggered by this and they are wary, remembering all those dark times which I described. So they are on high alert. There is a new generation who they haven't been through civil war, but they've of course suffered over the past few years, but they haven't been to full-blown civil war. My heart goes out to them because they will be traumatized for life, seeing a complete change of lifestyle, a complete change of outlook on life. I hope it goes for the better for them in the future, but that's where we can contribute. We can reflect negatively on it, but I think going forward, we have to see how we can intervene as humanitarians. We all have humanity in it, and that's what the government, international community, and each one of us can do to help.
Yeah, and just finally, your thoughts on the withdrawal of troops, led, of course, by the United States. What are your feelings on that?
Well, people do feel abandoned, not just about the troops itself, but absolutely that narrative that let's leave Afghans to it. 20 years, have a full-blown intervention, and suddenly the next day wake up and say that it's up to them to sort their mess. That's the attitude that people absolutely are dismayed about. Ultimately, the conflict in Afghanistan has to be solved in a peaceful way through intra-Afghan negotiation. But the manner that we've pulled every pillar of support under their feet is what people are very, very upset. They're dismayed and they're angry about. And sadly, that the consequence of all that we see now as well. So we hope that in some way we don't completely abandon them now, and the international community needs to go in and help on the humanitarian level, on the peacekeeping level, and as individuals, each one of us can embrace the next time we see a refugee.
All right. Wahid Aryan, thank you. Wahid, of course, is a former Afghan child refugee, as you heard, who's now based here in the United Kingdom as a doctor in the NHS. Some news just coming on Afghanistan. The Taliban, in a statement, are saying all diplomats, embassies, consulates and charitable workers, whether international or national, there will be no problems for them, and a secure environment, they say, will be provided. The US President, Joe Biden, he's addressing America later this evening, and you can hear that live on Times Radio with Callum MacDonald after 7:30. Coming up here before 5, dental students are being offered £10,000 to switch away from oversubscribed university courses. And we'll have more on that. I'm John Pienaar. This is Drive on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Afternoons on Times Radio with Nat West. Explore the events and ideas that shape our times with topical discussion and original perspectives from the world of politics, culture, literature, entertainment and the arts. Monday to Thursday afternoons from 1 on Times Radio with Nat West. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search Nat West Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio.
So coming up after 5, I'm going to be chatting to the Tory MP, the chair of the Defence Committee at Westminster, and a former soldier, Tobias Ellwood, to get his take on the grave situation in Afghanistan. First day, every day here on Drive, we check in with Nature Notes, the Times' daily account of British wildlife. And today, the nature writer Melissa Harrison has found a feather.
Nature Notes, Monday the 17th of August. The wind-blown feather was grey with clear white spots on both veins and the faintest flush of algae green along the leading edge. It had been lost from the wing of a green woodpecker, once commonly known as a yaffle, for its cackling, laugh-like call. Until the arrival of ring-necked parakeets, these were the brightest green birds to be found in Britain, brighter even than the greenfinch. Though when patrolling lawns looking for ants, their favourite food, green woodies all but disappear. And it's only during their characteristic undulating flight that the barred pattern of the wings can be seen. In tomorrow's Nature Notes, I'll be discovering bright jewels set in gold.
And that was today's Nature Note, written and read by Melissa Harris. And it's the Times daily account of British wildlife, and it can be found in the print copy of the paper and online. It is 4:49. Now, dental students in England have been offered £10,000 to switch university. It's because dentistry courses are so oversubscribed. There's been a 21% increase in dentistry students in the past year. Let's talk to Gabby Bessett, who's a reporter at dentistry.co.uk. Gabby, hello.
Hi, John. How are you?
Hi, it's good to have you here, Gabby. Tell us about this great increase in interest in dentist courses, because I think we've heard about the increase in demand for medical courses, which has a lot to do with the pandemic and the way that that doctors have become national heroes almost, haven't they? But it's happening for dentists too.
Absolutely, yeah. I think in many ways dentistry has been overshadowed this last year. The pandemic, as we all know, has impacted healthcare in all corners. But there has been a particular impact within dentistry. So I think at face value, this news that you've just spoken about should be celebrated. With the current state of dentistry, it's no secret that there is an oral health crisis, with the pandemic only exacerbating this. So, like I said, at face value, this course availability is a good thing. We need more dentists going forward.
Yeah, I mean, maybe unfairly, dentists don't have the same sort of cachet that doctors do in the eyes of a lot of people, do they? Doctors are, it's seen as glamorous. It is so obviously, involved in life-saving. There are endless series on where you switch on any channel. Out of hundreds you can get hold of, the chances are there's going to be a medical drama on there. There's less likely to be a dental drama. So are you surprised by this? Although it's true, as you say, isn't it, that it's been so hard to get a dental appointment. The need for dentists has become so obvious.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, I think dentists do receive less limelight than doctors, but this is harsh in my opinion. Dentists, for example, are the first port of call for spotting things to do with mouth cancer, and they save lives by spotting these signs before they become worse. And mouth cancer has one of the worst rates when it comes to survival, and you need to catch it early in order to make sure that it's treated with accordingly. So I think this is unfair, and I think dentistry, the days of dentists being sort of these lucrative roles, and they roll up in their fancy cars is long gone, and it's very, very much a life-saving profession in the same respect as doctors.
Yeah, well, I think you're right, Gabby. I think we need to encourage a drama on Netflix or some other channel that's available, with maybe George Clooney cast as an all-conquering dentist. That would go somewhere to fitting in the back. But what are universities doing about this? I mean, can they expand their courses? Is there going to be a crisis if people don't take up this offer?
Well, this is where the problems might lie. I think there's two issues here that could mean this could cause more problems than it solves. One is that the universities that are taking on these extra students need to ensure that there is enough clinical time available for them. I'm not sure if you've seen reports in recent months. Scottish students, for example, Scottish dental students are having to repeat a year as a result of not having enough clinical time during COVID. Right. And it's almost like, if that is the case, if there isn't going to be enough clinical sessions available for these new students, is this scheme going to work? And I think that's the big question. Universities need to have the right staff and the right clinic availability for this to work properly.
Yeah, so it could be, we don't know yet, I guess, or do we, that some students are being asked to defer their taking up of courses maybe for a year if demand is so great and it can't be handled.
Yes, exactly. But I think back to the £10,000 offer. I think this is a good incentive, and it's fantastic that the government are looking to take on more dental students. Like I said, there is a massive need for dentists going forward, but we just need to it needs to be done properly, so that these students get the right training and they get the right clinical sessions in, so that when they do graduate in 5 years' time, they are properly equipped to not only fulfil their ambitions within dentistry, but to also help the country solve the oral health crisis that we are very much in right now.
All right, good to talk to you, Gabby. Let's keep up this campaign. You've got to come on more often. Let's get some glamour into dentistry, badly needed glamour into dentistry. It's Gabby Bissett from dentistry.co.uk. Now, dogs, like, let's take this example, Max, the 8-year-old English Springer Spaniel, doesn't just make a cute companion. He's helping conservationists sniff out protected species, including water voles, newts, rare birds, bats. Aaron Klein is a dog trainer and a handler at Paws for Conservation. That's a business which trains these pups to help ecologists and environmental consultants. Joins us now. Hello, Aaron.
Hi.
Aaron, tell us more about this role for dogs. Describe it to us.
So obviously at Paws for Conservation, like you said, we have sniffer dogs specially trained to detect protected species mainly. So obviously everybody knows that dogs can detect explosives, drugs, tobacco, cash, and then conservation and wildlife was just another avenue really where we could focus the dogs to detect things that maybe people struggle to find.
So how is that used on a typical session with a trained dog that's specially trained to sniff out, let's say, a rare bird? What happens?
Well, mainly this is used at wind turbines. So, you know, the need for green energy is obviously becoming more popular. Wind turbines, obviously on an island like Great Britain, are very, very popular. Right. And they're very, very useful. But we need to assess the impact that these wind turbines may have on bat and bird populations. So we just trained a dog to detect dead birds and dead bats. Nothing specific bird-wise. All species of bats, and then the dogs would just learn over time to detect birds as well, and basically detect anything dead around the base of turbines. And so we train the dogs on carcasses, fresh, decayed, what we called crispy, so ones that are dried out in the sun, and very, very damp and smelly ones. So the dogs can find any state of decayed carcass around a turbine base, and that's the purpose of it, really.
Yeah, crispies. That sort of takes away some of the cuteness that I was trying to inject into the story. Well, and what about water voles and newts, though? I mean, what would a dog be doing sniffing out water voles and newts?
So again, protected species, and they can be quite elusive, so difficult to find for human survey methods. There are obviously methods to find these animals, and you know they've been using these methods for years. But obviously, dogs have got fantastic noses, and we just utilise that instead. So with water voles, it's actually water vole latrines. So it's not the animal itself, it's the latrine. So a latrine is going to smell, especially to a dog, it's going to smell. And that's the easiest thing to find, really. So that's more presence and absence survey. So the dogs will find the latrine, and then you know that there is a presence of water vole there. And similar to newts. Yeah, and similar to newts, really, you know, that there are pitfall traps to find newts. So say if you're clearing an area for construction, they will fence off the area. They will put pitfall traps for the newts to fall into, and they can be moved out of the area so they won't be killed when construction takes place. But the dogs are there just to basically speed up the process, so the dogs can zip around an area and they can then find each individual newt, which then can then be picked up, moved out of the area to a receptor site, and then just speed up the process basically. Yeah,
I bet that goes down well with the construction firms, sniffing out newts and trying to find newts and move them to happier habitats while they wait to get on with their construction. But it's all in a very good cause, no doubt, isn't it, Aaron?
Definitely. And, you know, they say time is money, obviously. So the quicker we can do something, and, you know, if the dogs are more efficient and effective at finding these newts, and hopefully that means that more newts are protected, and then, things can happen quicker.
Yeah, I mean, you're involved in training these animals to do that. Is it a difficult process to train Max, the 8-year-old Springer Spaniel, to sniff out a newt or a water vole latrine?
Yes, is the short answer. Especially when it comes to a live animal. So obviously a carcass or a latrine, you know, the odour is static. You can put it out anywhere. It's not going to walk off. So it's much easier. So myself and Rachel, who's the owner of Paws for Conservation, we've been doing it with live animals. So for great crested newts, it becomes more difficult because not only are you focusing on the dog and how the dog reacts around the odour, which is the newt, you've obviously got to think about the newt itself, which is the protected species. So you've got to make sure it's safe, it's not going to wander off, and then how the dog obviously interacts with that animal as well. Just like any odour, you don't want the dog to interact with it at all, to lick it, to mouth it, it's got to be completely passive.
It's useful work, and well, good on you for doing your bit. That's Aaron Clyde, who trains dogs at Paws for Conservation, which, as it turns out, does pretty much what it says on the tin. After the news, Tobias Elwood, Tory MP, former army officer, on what is going on in Afghanistan.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm John Pienaar. This is Times Radio Drive. The latest headlines. The United Nations calls on the international community to support the people of Afghanistan.
And I am particularly concerned by accounts of mounting human rights violations against the women and girls of Afghanistan who fear a return to the darkest days.
And Plymouth falls silent to honour the 5 lives lost in Thursday's shooting. In the next hour of the show, as I say, I'm going to be talking to Tory MP, Chair of the Defence Committee, Tobias Elwood, about the, horrific situation in Afghanistan. And we're going to be crossing to Haiti for an update on the state of that country following the massive earthquake suffered over the weekend. Also, we're going to be hearing from the inventor of the robot lawyer that is helping people get out of parking tickets. And later on in the show...
This is Times Radio.
More on that and other stories. First, let's get a roundup of the news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. The fate of the Afghan people hangs in the balance. The country's representative has told the United Nations Security Council. Ghulam Isaaczai spoke on behalf of millions and said people are faced with an extremely uncertain future as the Taliban captures most of the country. The UN says all countries need to be willing to accept refugees following the insurgents' advances. Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says they are receiving chilling reports of severe restrictions on human rights.
I appeal to the Security Council and the international community as a whole to stand together, to work together and act together, and use all tools at its disposal to suppress the global terrorist threat in Afghanistan and to guarantee that basic human rights will be respected.
US President Joe Biden will return to Washington, D.C. from Camp David and speak on the situation in Afghanistan at 8:45 this evening. 7 people have died at Kabul airport while trying to flee the country. Some fell from a departing American military jet. And the Pentagon says no flights are coming or going from Kabul airport at the moment out of an abundance of caution. Well, these people fled Afghanistan to India just days before the Taliban took back control of the country.
My problem
is my wife is stuck over there in Afghanistan and I can't do anything to get her out of there. I have no information about her.
There's nothing else to say now. We've surrendered and so has our country. We'll pray that something good happens to Afghanistan and doesn't get worse.
Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy has been telling Times Radio answers are needed when Parliament is recalled on Wednesday. But she says for now, global agreement is required on a way forward.
The Taliban has advanced. The situation that we're now facing is grim. It is unpalatable. But the Afghan people don't have the luxury of despair. And frankly, neither do we. If Afghanistan is allowed to collapse into a safe haven and breeding ground for terrorists and extremists, then we'll see serious implications here in the United Kingdom and in the USA as well.
A minute's silence has been observed in Plymouth and across the country in memory of the 5 people killed in last week's mass shooting. A 3-year-old girl and her dad were among those who died when 22-year-old Jake Davison went on a rampage. Crowds gathered outside the Guildhall in the city centre earlier, including religious figures, politicians and the military. The UK has recorded nearly 28,500 new coronavirus cases within the last 24 hours. Daily figures also show there have been another 26 deaths. Fully vaccinated people in England and Northern Ireland no longer have to self-isolate if they're in contact with someone who tests positive for COVID-19. Along with under 18s, those affected are being encouraged to have a PCR test instead. Dr. Deepti Gurdasani, an epidemiologist and senior lecturer at Queen's Mary University, has been telling Times Radio why she has several concerns.
We know that under 18s right now have a very high rate of infection. So among secondary school age children, while schools are closed and cases have declined in that age group, are still 1 in 29, which really tells us about the risk when, they get back to school.
The Queen says she is deeply saddened following an earthquake in Haiti, which has killed nearly 1,300 people. Her Majesty sent a message saying her thoughts and prayers are with those who've lost their lives, loved ones and homes. Spectators won't be able to attend the Paralympics in Tokyo, but there will be a slight change compared to the Olympics. The country is currently dealing with a wave of coronavirus infections and the capital's still in a state of emergency. A small number of children will be allowed to go to some events at the Games, which starts a week tomorrow. Tokyo 2020 President Seiko Hashimoto explains why.
We think that it will have a big educational influence to realising a symbiotic society. So we will listen to the opinions of parents, but we will try to hold it by taking safety measures if local schools wish to attend.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. Our top sports story this hour, England's cricketers are clinging on in their attempt to save the second test with India at Lord's, but captain Joe Root fell after tea. With no more than 2 hours left, a short while ago, England were 85 for 5. They've been set an unlikely target of 272 to win. We'll have a full sports roundup at 12:30.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
And thanks for listening. Great to have you with us. Now, who, apart from President Joe Biden, imagined it might be a good idea for the US, followed by Britain and other allied forces, to pull out of Afghanistan in what now looks like an indecent rush for the exit? Well, whoever they were, and presumably someone must have advised the president that Afghan forces could hold out against the Taliban, although we know there were deep doubts in the US military, and high-level British security opinion wasn't exactly enthusiastic either. But whoever it was who thought the fast withdrawal that Joe Biden wanted would go as hope must surely know better now. What'll become of women's rights, girls' education, anyone who breaches the harshest tenets of Sharia law? Will the country relapse into becoming a safe haven for terrorists again? Now, in just a second, you can hear the thoughts of the former Conservative Defence and Foreign Office Minister, as well as the former Army Captain, who's now chair of the Defence Select Committee at Westminster, Tobias Ellwood. And later in the hour, the former Foreign Secretary and Conservative Party leader, William Hague, is joining us to tell us about his latest column on the subject for The Times. I'm also going to get you up to date on the aftermath of the earthquake in Haiti, which has killed over 1,200 people. First, though, a big good afternoon to Tobias Ellwood. Hi, Tobias.
Hello there.
Tobias, good to have you here. Now, I don't know if you saw the Defence Secretary practically in tears, and for reasons it's not hard to understand at what's happening, and about the withdrawal that he's having to oversee in Afghanistan. What are your feelings right now as a politician who watches these things so closely and a former active soldier?
Well, it's very sad to see where the country is going. And I think the West should be ashamed of what it's done in abruptly abandoning Afghanistan to what invariably will be a civil war after 2 decades of effort. Afghanistan is a difficult country, but if we're honest, it's not been in the headlines for the last 2 to 3 years. It's been out of the news. Why? Because we've had a sizable coalition able to support the Afghan security forces. When I say sizable, it's actually minimal. There were more American troops in Britain than there were in Afghanistan. We had more troops in Cyprus than we had in Afghanistan. But there was enough to keep the Taliban at bay, enough to keep the legitimacy of the Afghan government going, fragile though that might have been. Once Donald Trump decided to make this a US presidential election, and demand that prisoners should return, be let loose, and the troops return home, the Taliban, all they had to do is have strategic patience, which is something they're very good at indeed. And the rest, I'm afraid, is history. And it's now a very dark chapter awaits Afghanistan. You summarized some of the challenges that we actually face. But I do ask the question, why it's so disheartening that we were so quick to follow the United States. We should have filled that vacuum of leadership. That's normally what we do, and we're missing the opportunity.
So that's an important and interesting point, Tobias. Do you think Britain is capable of filling the vacuum once America chose to pull out as quickly as it did? Do we have the firepower, the manpower, to fill that military space? I know that, you can argue the military involvement of America in Afghanistan was limited compared to past conflicts, but it was still an important one on a scale bigger than we were certainly providing. Could Britain have done it?
Well, let's make it clear. Gone are the days where Britain can actually do things on its own. There would have to be a coalition of the willing. What we normally can do is provide that leadership, that courage, that determination to step forward and coordinate the HQ to make that happen. That, I'm afraid, is not happening. And that is what is so sad in this position at the moment, when we know full well, and we see right in front of our eyes, the consequences of this, the folly of the decision to withdraw. Now, normally, I would like to say, global Britain and so forth, this is what Britain can do very, very well. But I fear we now lack the bandwidth to be able to do these things. And that's a real shame, because China and Russia are watching very, very carefully. They're seeing the demise of the West to be able to defend international values and standards. And that's after the G7 summit, when we claimed that we were back on the international stage. And America very, very firmly said, we are back as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does beg the question. The points you are making beg the question, and you use the word bandwidth. Does Britain have the global punching power to be the leader of a movement in the absence of the United States? Does Britain have the standing to blow a trumpet and then see NATO members come rallying to the cause? And it's argued that Britain's punching power is rather reduced, maybe considerably reduced. It's even argued that Brexit has a role in that too. What is your view? Does Britain have the kind of weight to do the thing you describe?
We have the necessary ingredients. We have the hard power, we have the diplomatic reach, we have the trust of other nations that say we can do the analysis, the strategic objectivity to work out what the plan should be. Do we have the desire and the courage to step forward? Well, that is a whole different question. And there is now a vacuum of Western leadership, which I say, unless it's filled, is going to be taken advantage of by China, Russia, and Iran. I mention those countries specifically because US foreign policy shift, all about moving away from Afghanistan, was to deal with the great power rivalries of China, Russia, and to some extent Iran. Well, guess where Afghanistan sits? In between these three biggest competitors. What an important part of global real estate to keep close to us. And yet here we are, abandoning it to the fate of another civil war.
Yeah, I'm keen now to hear your thoughts in a little more depth on some of those really, really big, so important geopolitical questions. But since we've been speaking, Tobias, the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, has been having his say too. Stay with us and just have a listen to this.
Well, look, we're concentrated on the evacuation effort for British nationals and those Afghan nationals who have served the United Kingdom so loyally. I can tell you that in the early hours of this morning, we're going to see 150 British nationals arriving back in the UK. Over the last week, we've delivered 289 Afghan nationals who have worked for the British government in Afghanistan over the years, and in the days that come there'll be a further 350 of both British nationals and Afghan nationals arriving. So we've been focused on that effort. On top of that, there is the wider international effort. You'll have heard the UK and others in the UN Security Council today. We're using our G7 presidency to make very clear to the Taliban that we will hold them to account for their commitment and never to allow Afghanistan to be used as a base for terror, to hold a more inclusive government and to protect the most essential human rights, including respecting the rights of women.
How will you hold them to account if we have no presence there?
Well, ultimately, through working with our partners, through everything from the sanctions that we can apply to the odour that we will hold back pending reform and a more inclusive government, I think there are levers. And we know from the political commission of the Taliban in Doha that they want to, they've made a series of commitments, a series of undertakings, and I think is right for the UK, but also critically working with our partners that they are held to the undertakings that they've made.
And that was Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, speaking just in the last few moments. Tobias Ellwood, Chair of the Commons Defence Committee, is still with us. Tobias, listening there to Dominic Raab, take a couple of the points that he made there. The warning to the Taliban to stick to its commitments, to honour human rights and so on. Do those warnings seem meaningful to you?
No, I'm baffled to hear that. As much as, he's a friend and a colleague, the political leader of the Taliban, Mullah Barada, he will laugh to hear that ODA spending might be reduced. It's been cut by 70% anyway because we cut the entire budget. And sanctions. What does the Taliban care about sanctions from a country like Britain, even if they were part of a Western effort? This shows almost actually how out of touch we are with the situation here. What exactly, what pressures will work against the Taliban and what won't? We talk of a military response. The Taliban are now providing their own military response. And if I can make this point, because this is where the country is going to get very, very ugly indeed. They walked into cities and towns across the country because the way the Afghans do their fighting is to work out, who's going to win, who's going to lose. They're not going to have a street battle in Mazar-e-Sharif. But those northern tribes, the Uzbeks, the Taziks, would have, dispersed to the mountains. They'll be regrouping, reorganizing, rearming, getting proxy support from the neighbors, and they will come back with vengeance. Remember the Northern Alliance? The grouping of militias from the north. There are many Pashtun tribes that can't stand the Taliban either. This is where the country is absolutely heading. The idea that somehow sanctions are going to have any influence on the Taliban, is for the birds.
Yeah, that's a pretty damning assessment. And we heard the Foreign Secretary there referring to helping Afghanistan in need of escaping from the country, essentially. What do you make of what's been promised so far in terms of helping some Afghanistan citizens out of the country?
Well, we need a full foreign policy review on migration, because we've seen from the Canadians and indeed from the Germans that they have already been very generous in recognizing the damage that we have caused to the country, as that so many lives are now in danger. Any male that was involved in supporting ISAF, the international coalition, any female who's got any form of education, is now going to be pursued by the Taliban. They rightly could claim asylum, and because this is on our watch, then the international community, including Britain, in fact, Britain should lead on this, should be ready to receive these people, and they will be in their hundreds of thousands.
And that would be a significant commitment. Now, before we broke off to hear Dominic Raab, you were talking about some of the bigger geopolitical questions, including, let's say, China. Now, China is now saying that they are keen to forge friendly relations with the Taliban, and they were moving in that direction already. Do you perceive a threat in this? I mean, you could argue, couldn't you, that China, they've got a stake in stability in Afghanistan too. They don't want to see militancy spread across their border into the Xinjiang province, and so they want to see something more stable establish itself, put down roots in Afghanistan. Do you see a threat in these overtures of China towards the Taliban?
Well, this is exactly what happens when you leave a vacuum, is other nations wish to exploit it. And China has taken a lead on the other nations by inviting the Taliban to the table, a matter of weeks ago. And China will gloss over the human rights issues that the Taliban, their ruthless interpretation of the Sharia law will entail. And they will have their eye on the rich mineral resources that we didn't leverage over 2 decades, but that's another story. But it just shows you what we've now left as this bun fight between Russia and Iran, Pakistan and India as well. And I, asked the Prime Minister, recognize where this is going. It is actually still not too late, because were you to have a change of attitude, the Taliban would disperse as fast as they did back in 2001. Simply that's because how Afghanistan operates. And if somebody looks like they're going to be in charge and they've got bigger weapon systems and they're the more mightier leader and they've got backup, then the rest of the nation supports them. That's what happens in this country.
All right. Tobias Ellwood, thank you. Tobias Ellwood, a Conservative chair of the Defence Select Committee at the House of Commons. I would have more on what's going on in Afghanistan a bit later on here on Drive. And just a reminder, Joe Biden is speaking later on this evening. You can hear it live here on Times Radio with Callum MacDonald. That's after 8:30. Now, coming up in just a moment, travellers being tricked into buying unnecessary COVID PCR tests. And would you want to be represented in court by a robot as a lawyer? We're going to hear from someone behind an app which can draft legal letters. I'm John Pienaar. This is Drive on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
We'll continue to examine the fallout of the Taliban claiming victory in Afghanistan and what this development means for global politics.
The former Director General of the UK Border Force will continue our series by telling us how he'd use £1 billion to tackle the number of migrants dangerously crossing the Channel to Britain.
And former Culture Minister Ed Vaizey joins former Scottish Labour leader Kezia Dugdale to discuss the stories of the morning.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
So, COVID test providers who are approved by the government are misleading travellers into buying PCR tests they don't need, and at a cost of hundreds of pounds to families. Eleni Courier joins us, political reporter for The Times. Hello, Eleni.
Hi, John.
Eleni, tell us then, how is this serial misleading of travellers working?
Well, this particular story that was in the Times this morning relates to government-listed providers. So this is testing companies that appear on the Department for Health's official list of private companies that offer tests for travel. Now, some of these providers have misleading information on their websites about what tests you actually need when coming from abroad. For example, suggesting that people might need to buy, multiple tests, day 2 and day 8 tests after they arrive from an amber list country, even though that requirement has now been axed for anybody who's been double vaccinated. And it's part of a long stream of stories that the Times has been doing on PCR tests and the requirements around travel, but also these particular companies that offer these tests for travellers returning from abroad and coming back to the UK. Yeah. There's been a lot of controversy about the whole system and about those testing companies. A lot of them suggest that they offer cheap tests for about £20 each on the government's website. But if you go onto their actual websites, you'll find that those cheaper options have been sold out or aren't even available, and that instead they sell tests for a higher price of, about £60, £70, £80 each.
Yeah, it's fair then, Eleni, to call this in some cases a scam then. People are being given false information. I guess if you were one of the sort of companies we're talking about, and you're saying, look, you can get a third and a fourth and a fifth test if you like, you could argue thinly that people may want to be rather safe than sorry. But to say that these tests are needed when they clearly are not, that is very active misleading, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's something that the Competition and Markets Authority is actually looking into as part of its investigation into these private companies, and whether they are misleading customers by providing false information on their websites about this, so about the tests that you need, about the prices, and about all sorts of other things. It's something that the Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, has made clear that he wants to crack down on as well. So yes. We haven't actually seen much in terms of concrete action from the government or from the watchdog as of yet. And until action is taken, we're going to see a lot more of these stories coming out, because there is just a lot of dubious practices going on, as you suggest. Yeah, I mean, the government have been accused. Sajid Javid, who's a relatively new health secretary, has been accused of dragging his feet and not doing enough to protect consumers. Well, there's now a cap, isn't there, on the cost of NHS provided tests. It's come down by, a fifth, but that's a relatively small cut. And we've still got the UK offering the highest cost PCRs in Europe. Exactly. I mean, as we wrote last week, it's a combination of two things. It's both the tests, privately provided tests in the UK are the highest in Europe, the most expensive in Europe, which is it's shocking, really. And there's clearly need for some kind of action to be taken around that to bring those prices down. Hugh Merriman, the Tory chair of the Transport Committee, has has raised concerns about that. And it's also that these tests are required to arrive in the UK. And, the day after you arrive from any amber list country or even a green list country considered safe, you've got to pay for one of these quite expensive tests privately. So the cost to UK travellers is just so much higher than for other Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Hugh Merriman, the Transport Committee chairman at Westminster. He's been open on the record as saying that he rather suspects there's a motive in government just to want to limit travel by UK citizens by sort of undeclared means. And that is a suspicion which is shared within the travel sector, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of people who think that behind this sort of testing fiasco, that is what actually the issue is, that the government would rather people didn't travel abroad, and is therefore really just trying to disincentivize them for doing so. Hugh Merriman is one person, but lots of Tory MPs, and as you say, the travel industry also share that view, that kind of suspicion. And it's just, we saw that there's a cabinet split over this issue a few weeks ago, with Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, being one of the people who was arguing very strongly in favour of opening up travel from the UK and US, and other cabinet ministers being much more cautious about it. So it's a live debate in government, has been for a few weeks.
Right. Eleni Correa, thank you for coming on the show this afternoon. That's Eleni Correa, who's the political reporter for The Times. Now, question I was just dangling a moment ago. How would you feel about being defended in a court of law by a robot? The legal community is increasingly using AI-powered software to help form legal arguments, which can help users draft legal letters by being told what the problem is, such as appealing against a parking fine, and then suggesting what it thinks is the best legal language to use. Now, one of those apps is Do Not Pay. It was founded by Joshua Browder, who joins us now. Joshua, hi, good afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming. Now, Joshua, tell us a bit more about this service. Tell us how it works.
So Do Not Pay is the world's first robot lawyer, and it helps consumers fight back for small disputes, like getting a refund from an airline or cancelling a subscription or getting you out of a parking ticket. Because as you know, lawyers are so expensive and people can't afford to pay £100 for a dispute that's only £50 in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you may conceivably have found a gap in the market, which may turn out for you to be quite lucrative, Joshua. If people are paying lawyers, far too much for a service you can get by pinging an app, well, then maybe it's time people did that.
Yeah, and these cases aren't rocket science. So the way it works is the software will talk to you in real time, generate a letter and send it off to the right place. And there's no reason you have to pay up for that. It should be very cheap, and that's what we do at Do Not Pay.
All right, and tell me, so how's it working out for you? Are you getting an awful lot of subscribers to this service?
Yeah, so it's based in both the UK and the US, and we have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. It turns out everyone hates the government and parking tickets and all these issues. It's like a
That's
tax
no great
on
surprise, is it?
society. Yeah.
All right, and what about where does it go from here? Can you make these things more sophisticated to take on rather more complex legal questions? I imagine, in theory, that might be possible.
Our goal at Do Not Pay is to automate the $100 billion global legal industry. And so we're going up market, as you said. So we're doing things like trademarks now, more complicated consumer disputes. Our goal is to remove the word lawyer from the dictionary. So it's just software helping people.
Well, the legal profession must love you, Joshua.
At the moment, they think it's kind of cute. They don't really see it as a threat. But I think as we go up market, they will increasingly.
Yeah, and when it comes to the courtroom, I mean, the magistrates or whoever, let's say, goes to a judge, I mean, they have nothing to say about this. They're perfectly content that the correspondence, the case is made by an app.
So this is really the limit on what we can do. We can't go to court. The robots don't yet know how to speak in court, so we're really good at online disputes. But the good news is that because of COVID, more disputes are going online. They have new small claims courts online and all this stuff, and that robots can handle that very easily. But they can't go to a physical court.
No, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time before, in a courtroom, maybe in the High Court or the Old Bailey, there'll be some sort of small device, maybe a mobile phone on one side of the court and another mobile phone on the other side, and they'll thrash it out between them. But until then, there's no reason why someone can't represent themselves with the aid of their app, I guess.
That's exactly right. So we envision people with their AirPods in their ears, and the robot is whispering what to say.
I'm amused by this, only because I'm trying to imagine the reaction in the Inns of Court and among the large rolls of solicitors who don't seem to know what might just be coming down the track.
In the UK, they're very forward-thinking, but in the US, they're against innovation. So it's good that UK embraces innovation.
All right. Okay, we'll be interested to see how. Do come back and tell us how this is going. There's something intriguing about all of this. Now, there's lots to come up. Thanks for coming. That was Joshua Browder. Now, lots to come here on Times Radio. Drive before 6. I'm going to be heading to Haiti to hear about the devastation this huge earthquake has caused there. It's killed more than 1,200 people. And William Hague is joining us to tell us about his column in tomorrow's Times. And he argues we shouldn't learn the wrong lessons from the West's intervention in Afghanistan. First, though, at just coming up to 5:30, let's get the latest headlines.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. The United Nations is calling on the international community to come together to support the people of Afghanistan. The Taliban has captured most of the country, including the capital, Kabul, something which concerns Secretary-General Antonio Guterres.
We are receiving chilling reports of severe restrictions on human rights throughout the country. And I am particularly concerned by accounts of mounting human rights violations against the women and girls of Afghanistan who fear a return to the darkest days.
Downing Street's confirmed it's putting on daily flights to bring around 4,000 British nationals home. Insurgents made huge territorial gains following the withdrawal of Western troops. And the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has just said everyone, I think, has been surprised by the scale and the pace the Taliban have taken over in Afghanistan. That's a lesson we've got to all learn from. There have been 28,500 new coronavirus cases recorded within the last 24 hours, up by 3,000 compared to this time last week. Daily figures also show there have been another 26 deaths, 11 fewer than last Monday. The UK's medicines regulator says there's nothing to suggest any link between coronavirus vaccines and fertility issues. The MHRA's research has also found the jabs do not increase the risk of miscarriage. And this just in, an alpaca facing being destroyed because the government says he has bovine TB has received a temporary reprieve. That's according to his supporters. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. England's cricketers are clinging on in their attempt to save the second test with India at Lord's, but captain Joe Root fell after tea. With no more than a few hours left, a short while ago, England were 87 for 7. With the rest of the sport, here's Toby Gillis.
There have been more positive COVID-19 tests in the last week in the Premier League than at any time since January. The league says 11 have been confirmed in the week to yesterday, that up from 9 in the 7 days before. The anti-discrimination organisation Kick It Out says a chant heard from the Liverpool section of support at Norwich on Saturday was unquestionably homophobic. Supporters were heard shouting abuse at Billy Gilmore, who's on loan from Chelsea. Kick It Out says it's also had reports of discriminatory chanting at other matches this week, but will comment further on those when they've clarified the details. One of the world's greatest ever footballers has retired. USA legend Carly Lloyd, who played 312 times for her country, is hanging up her boots after a career spanning 22 years. She won the World Cup and Olympics twice and scored 128 international goals. And the Paralympic Games organisers have announced that they'll allow some school children to attend events, despite it being declared mostly a spectator-free event. Tokyo's still in a state of emergency as it deals with the COVID-19 spike a week out from the start of the Games. But Tokyo 2020 President Seiko Hashimoto has explained through a translator that they'll let some local kids in.
We think that it will have a big educational influence to realising a symbiotic society. So we will listen to the opinions of parents, but we will try to hold it by taking safety measures if local schools wish to attend.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Now, officials in Haiti have confirmed at least 1,297 people are dead after a powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit the Caribbean nation on Saturday. An unknown number of people are missing, but about 5,700 have been injured, according to officials. We're joined by Wilner Bossi, who's a journalist and a reporter at Loop Haiti. Hello, Wilner.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Thanks for joining us to get us up to date. Wilner, what is the situation there now?
The situation is very overwhelming now, not only because of the earthquake, but also of the hurricane that come tonight in Haiti, and specifically the region where the earthquake hit the first time on Saturday. I mean, the south and the southwest of Haiti, where over 1,200 people died and over 2,000 got injured.
Yes. I mean, there is also a rather large tropical storm on its way to Haiti, which could complicate things badly.
Exactly. There's a hurricane that's coming tonight to Haiti, like I said, on the south and the southwest of Haiti. Lekai, the city of Lekai, and Jeremy, people are suffering. People are on the street. People they don't have any houses to go because, like the government said, it's 13,000 houses that collapse and push people out on the street. That's very complicated to get the help to them because the road that lead to these people, they broke. I mean, the bridge break, and the roads are not really in good state for people to go there and bring the help. For example, the government, the Haitian government, use helicopters now to go to help, but it's not enough because the hospital, there are a lot of people injured. They don't know how to. I mean, a lot of people injured, but less doctors, less nurses to get to help these people that really need help now.
Yeah. So a shortage of doctors, nurses, helicopters are doing what they can, but it's in many ways too much for the Haiti government to take on. What about help from abroad, the international community? Is there much evidence of help there?
Yes, there are plenty people. I mean, plenty organizations that on the field right now are trying to get to these people. Last night it was 2 a.m. on the morning when the civilian protection announced help from USAID, it's an agency from the U.S. that's gonna help Haiti. But we have supplies on medical and food also that came from this organization. And Chile and Venezuela said they're gonna help Haiti. Even Republic Dominican, they're coming to help Haiti. To help these people raise again.
Yeah, it was said just in the recent past that emergency aid into Haiti was finding its way into the pockets of others, quite a widespread problem of corruption. Is that still a serious worry, Wilner?
It's a serious worry because, people, like I said, people want to help. I mean, before the Asian government go over there, it was the people. I mean, the Asian people on the street, on the field, that came together to help those trapped under the debris. Okay, the people don't really trust the organization over there. They don't really trust the government because the government is really corrupted. Even the late president, his name was among those the most corrupted in Haiti. So Asian people don't really trust the government. They don't really trust the organization that really works over there to help people. So they came together to try to help those people victims of the late earthquake.
Okay, Wilner, thank you. Wilner Bossi there, a journalist at Loop Haiti, giving us the latest situation from Port-au-Prince, the Haitian capital. Now, 6 tomorrow, it's going to be Stig. It's going to be Asma, as usual, with Times Radio Breakfast. Stig's joined us. Hello, Stig.
Hi, John. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you? And tell us, what are you thinking now about tomorrow? Afghanistan obviously crowding out pretty much everything else on the agenda.
Yeah, and we're going to do Haiti as well. I'm glad you're doing it. The scale of that disaster in another week would be demanding much more attention. And it's another tragedy compounding the tragedy that it is being crowded out by Afghanistan, because Afghanistan, I think, is the story of the week, and we're going to have to see whether it be the story of the next 5 years or not. We've had some people on this morning. We had H.R. McMaster, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, and he was absolutely livid. He was livid with his former boss. He was livid with Biden, and he said that he told him the narcissism of their decision making. They wanted the information given to them that Afghanistan was in a position for their withdrawal, and it turned out obviously not to be true, and they just didn't want to see what was staring them in the face. So tomorrow we'll be doing what I know you've been doing, and we'll be carrying on for a while. What's the impact there? Biden is giving a speech, I think, at 8:45 tonight, where we'll see what he's actually going to say for himself and how much. And then there's this, I don't know what you make of this, John. I mean, does this damage him? Because the more I talk to American people and American thinkers, the more I feel that in America, this is not playing out badly for Biden. This is not an issue that he'll lose votes over.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously in Biden's mind a huge question. It's convincingly argued, isn't it, that this, for the president, was about the midterms. This was about trying to win back those former Democrats who'd crossed over to Donald Trump, and he's offering them what he thinks they want to hear. And the opinion polls apparently at the moment seem to be in favour of this withdrawal. But you've got to ask, how long is that going to go on? Because it was surely, Stig, so predictable, not only that it was going to go rather badly, but it was going to be jumped upon by Republicans who were calling for exactly this sort of thing just a short while ago, and now accusing Joe Biden of messing the whole thing up. And the tide can turn so very quickly. You wonder, it was great to get H.R. McMaster on Times Radio Breakfast this morning. You wonder, where on earth was he getting the advice that sustained the decision that he took? Because we know the Pentagon were worried about this. We know intelligence leaders were worried about this, and that goes for this country too. Where was the file that said to President Biden, go ahead, it's all going to be okay?
Well, also, we've had Dominic Raab, and he's doing a round tomorrow, so we'll speak to Dominic Raab tomorrow morning. But he just issued a statement saying we were all surprised by the speed of the Taliban's success. And of course, Boris Johnson was in the House of Commons in July saying there is no military path to total domination for the Taliban. And so everyone was getting this wrong. And were they getting it wrong because they didn't actually care about the answer, or were people just misunderstanding? Because it seems to me such a colossal failure of intelligence. And then behind the failure of intelligence is this failure of establishing a state in Afghanistan that could withstand any pressure from the Taliban. We've spent trillions of dollars, literally more than $1 trillion, trying to prop up the Afghan government. We had William Dalrymple on this morning as well, and he was saying that it may just fall at the feet a bit. It's easy to blame Biden, and we should blame Biden. We should blame Trump for initiating this peace process that led to 5,000 jihadis being released from prison and placed back on the battlefield. But maybe we need to place some blame at the feet of the Afghan president. He was not a good president. He was not able to unite the country. A lot of it's on him. And when he fled and when Biden left, there was nothing to stop the Taliban. We had the description this morning of effectively the Taliban wandering into Kabul with no shots being fired. And if you'd said that just a week ago to you, John, that's how Kabul would fall, not with a bang, but with a kind of whimper, and how can the intelligence have pointed diametrically in the opposite direction? And a lot of what we'll be doing, I think, on our shows over the next few days is trying to sift through the metaphorical as well as some of the literal rubble to try and work that out. We'll speak to people in Afghanistan, speak to the UK military. There's that sense, when you speak to UK military people, I don't know if you've had this, and they feel very bitter about this, don't they? They feel they've lost their mates, they've lost, some of them have lost limbs, some of them have lost, parts of their lives they'll never get back. And, the front page of the Mail today saying, what the hell did we do it for, is a question that's going to take some answering. Yes, I mean, that clip of Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, he was giving one of his interviews this morning. It was on Sky. He literally broke down, was very nearly in tears on TV, on morning TV. And it's easy to understand why that might be the case, but it's still one of the most eloquent things I've seen from a leading politician in a very long time. When he broke down there and stopped speaking, he was speaking for, I think, a very large part of the country. It's going to be fascinating to hear when you carry on with this conversation tomorrow, especially in the light of whatever it is that Joe Biden says this evening. What on earth is he going to say? I can't wait to see that too. That's Stig there, Stig Abel, who's going to be with Asma Mir from 6 here on Times Radio tomorrow.
No, it's 5:43. A vaccine manufacturer has made plans to combine flu jabs with jabs for COVID-19. That's to smooth the vaccination booster program and protect health services in the winter. The Vaccine Manufacturing and Innovation Centre is evaluating the possibility of a single jab. That's under a £200 million government investment. And once operational, the hope is to produce over 70 million doses of this mega vaccine within 5 months, which is a big aim. It's a big mission. Is it possible? Let's talk to Caroline Casey, who's the lead COVID-19 analyst at the science analytics company Airfinity. Caroline, hello.
Hello, thank you for having me on the show.
Thanks for joining us, Caroline. Does this look to you like an achievable mission? Because it is a big mission.
I think 5 months sounds achievable. I think what the bigger question is that's obviously missing the key time that we'd be administering flu vaccines this year. So likely something that we'd expect coming forward more for the 2022 flu season than this one.
Right. So, well, do you think that they can do this, 70 million doses in 5 months, and make a big dent in the booster program in the way that they hope? It sounds as if you're cautiously confident that can be done.
I mean, I think we've seen far more than 70 million doses coming out of some of these vaccine candidates within 5 months. Yeah. But what I'd say is timing-wise, I think is something that's a little bit tricky because you also need the data to back it up. So it's all fair and well being able to produce them. But so far, the only candidate that we have data in terms of combining with flu is Novavax, which isn't actually a candidate that's currently authorised in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a fantastically useful development, wouldn't it, to combine the delivery of flu vaccines in the same jab as a COVID vaccine. I mean, the effort every year before the pandemic to get enough people to turn up and take their flu vaccine was always pretty intense. And to combine those missions, that would be a terrifically handy thing to do.
Absolutely. I think for 2021, the aim was to just get vaccines on the market, but normally with vaccines, a lot more is considered in terms of compliance. And, what are things that can be done to increase compliance? So things like having combinations of vaccines to avoid people having to come in for multiple appointments. Another thing that's not really been mentioned much yet, but also not having vaccines that are needles, injections. A lot of people don't like those either. And there are some being trialled that are sort of intranasal or oral candidates that could be quite interesting for 2022.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that. How close could we be to that, to have these vaccines delivered by a nose spray or a pill?
Yeah, there have been some candidates that have posted some quite good results on that so far. So there's a candidate from India that's moving into late-stage trials as of this week. And there's also a candidate from China that's got some good results out already in terms of an intranasal version of the vaccine. So hopefully something that we can see on the market next year.
Yeah, I'm guessing that GPs are going to be welcoming this pretty warmly.
Absolutely. Anything you can do to make things easier. So just having simpler storage requirements without ultra cold chain storage, not being administered by needles, combinations, anything that can be done to make things easier is always something that's going to bring a smile to a GP's face.
Yeah. I mean, do you, in your capacity analysing the data on this, do you see the problem of vaccine hesitancy getting any less? Are more young people coming forward? Are more people from minority communities who've been in the past resistant to having the vaccine? Is that problem beginning to sort itself out?
I think the UK have quite a few good initiatives here. So there's been lots of work in terms of community outreach. So not just waiting for the government to reach out to groups that perhaps have been more hesitant, but for communities to work together. So there've been some vaccination centres coming out of conversions of mosques or targeting specific groups, saying that on this day we'll have translators of these languages, so that should you want to come in for your dose, you'll get the full information in the language you want it in, for example, as well. So there's been lots of good targets there that have certainly helped to really increase the vaccination uptake in the UK.
Yes, and if we're looking for reasons to be relatively cheerful, there's nothing new or confined to the UK when it comes to vaccine hesitancy. Big problem in the United States, in France, a culture of being suspicious of government initiatives. In Britain, the problem is comparatively less.
Yeah, certainly. So we've seen sort of more doses being administered and faster across the UK and so if you sort of compared the UK and the US had slightly higher supply than the UK, but actually in terms of dose administered per population is behind the UK, despite having a slightly stronger supply.
Yeah, and so much of it, Caroline, when you look at the raw data, you don't necessarily see this, but you'll know that so much of this is rooted in culture of differences in approach between different communities and age groups, which doesn't lend itself to an easy solution.
absolutely there's big impacts of that. And so I think, at least from the UK, there's been good collection of that data as well. So when people have been going to get their vaccination jabs, their age is recorded, their ethnic group is recorded. So we have good data to back up what groups we think may perhaps be trailing behind and may need to be targeted a bit more as well.
All right, good. Thank you, Carolyn. Carolyn Casey there, who's COVID-19 analyst at the analytics company Airfinity. Now, as we were saying a little earlier on in the show, you may have heard this. We touched on this while talking to Tobias Ellwood. The Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has said the Taliban will be held to account by the UK and its allies.
We're making it clear with our partners, with all the means at our disposal, that we will hold the Taliban to account to its commitments to have a new start in Afghanistan.
Now, Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy, was on the show a little earlier, and she told me the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan had to be protected.
And there's the wider issue about, particularly for women and girls, the situation that they're now facing is incredibly bleak. For many of them, that 20 years that the UK spent in Afghanistan has seen a transformation in the opportunities, the prospects, the future that they had on offer, and they're watching all of that unravel in front of their eyes. What we need to do, I think, is step forward and show the Afghan people that we are prepared to do our bit. So it was right that Boris Johnson U-turned on the decision to cancel scholarships to young Afghans, which was made over the weekend and which was a shameful decision. But we're more than that. We need to lead an international effort to reach a global agreement about what is going to be an epic refugee crisis.
Now, Lisa Nandy there speaking to me a little earlier on. And Wahid Aryan, a former Afghan child refugee who's now based here in the UK as an NHS doctor, told me of his personal understanding of the situation and his communications with his family in Afghanistan.
It has been a humanitarian disaster that's been unfolding in front of everyone's eyes. More so probably in my eye and in the eyes of the people who have lived this trauma before. People are suffering on the ground. My family members are in Kabul, Afghanistan. I run an international telemedicine charity called Aaron Teleheal that connects doctors from NHS across the world to doctors in Afghanistan in various parts to give advice on mobile phones. We keep receiving messages, gruesome images of the conflict over the past few days. Thousands of people have already been injured and they're dead. On top of that, tens of thousands of people have been displaced. They're living in really dark conditions in various parts of Kabul and other provinces with little food or hardly any food, water, shelter. The locals are helping. So that's, I think, where we need to start supporting these people.
It's Wahid Aryan. Now, as we've been on air this afternoon, the Taliban have been saying that all diplomats, embassies, consulates and charitable workers, whether they're international or national, would have no problems created for them. They claim a secure environment will be provided. And the US President Joe Biden, he's addressing the nation later this evening. And you can hear that live on Times Radio with Callum MacDonald after 8:30. Coming up after 6, we're going to be exploring the Pakistan perspective. Now the Taliban are in charge of its neighbour Afghanistan, and we're going to be taking the political temperature in Canada as Justin Trudeau calls a snap election there. I'm John Pienaar. This is Drive on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Stories of our times from the Times and the Sunday Times. One agenda-setting story told in depth by experts.
I'm Manveen Rana.
I'm David Aronovich. Go beyond the headlines with original quality journalism and exclusive interviews.
What happens in the next year may define this country for the next 40 years.
We take you to the heart of the stories that matter. With exclusive access and reporting, you'll hear from the best and most informed journalists from the UK's most trusted newspaper. It's published for the start of your day, and you can listen for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Stories of Our Times.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio.
So, as promised, let's get the take now on what's going on in Afghanistan from William Hague, the former Conservative Foreign Secretary and party leader. William, good afternoon to you.
Hello, John. Good afternoon.
Thanks for joining us, William. Just Sum up, first of all, your view on this. You've been writing about this subject, of what needs to be learned, what lessons need not to be taken away. Give me a summary of where you stand and what you think the government needs to take aboard.
Well, I do think this has been a mistake. As you said, I've been writing about this several times in the Times, right from April when Joe Biden took the decision to pull out the remaining American forces. I said that would end in an evacuation. That is now happening. And I don't think this is the right course of action. I've written in tomorrow's newspaper about how we have to think intelligently about Western intervention. Of course, many people have formed the view, understandably, after Vietnam, after Iraq, that these things are always a disaster, that they're always a mistake, that we must bring troops home as soon as possible. And sometimes that is right. But there are other occasions where looking for an exit all the time is the wrong strategy, where you have to see it through. And this was one of those cases, unfortunately. So what is now unfolding as we speak at Kabul airport and what is going to follow for the people of Afghanistan is the disaster brought about by a big mistake yes, that really comes from the White House.
And I'm keen to hear your thoughts in your piece you've now provided for the Times on what all of this means for the idea of military intervention for whatever motive and whoever may choose to take part. But just briefly now on how we got here. How could Joe Biden have got this so wrong? And the advice, I think we know from the Pentagon, it was deeply skeptical about the idea of withdrawal, certainly a withdrawal of such a hasty character. And that worry was shared at the Ministry of Defense. We know that too. And yet there was Joe Biden predicting exactly the opposite. There was our Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, saying he thought that the Afghan presence could be sustained in the face of the Taliban. How do you square that circle?
I think it is quite a personal decision. And by the way, I'm not in general a critic of Joe Biden. I think most of the things he's done in foreign affairs have been absolutely right. But I think this was very much a personal decision from everything I understand, talking to people in America, because there was all that advice, as you say, and there was a special congressional report to Congress about the situation in Afghanistan, which really warned about the consequences of a rapid U.S. withdrawal. But I think he'd formed a very skeptical view over many years, including when he was vice president under Obama, about Afghanistan. And I think also in the White House, it was thought this would be popular. And America is a very evenly divided political nation, as we know, each side scrambles for popularity. And here was the chance to say, before the 20th anniversary of 9/11 next month, that the troops have come home, that the war is over. A nice thing to be able to say, but yes, it's a mistake, leaving behind a disastrous situation. So I think that is what happened, and then compounded by the failure to realize how quickly an army can collapse. And I've mentioned that in my piece tomorrow, because these things do happen in history. I gave the example of the surrender of a huge Italian army at the end of 1940 to a small British army in North Africa, because they'd lost confidence in the generals and that they were going to get supplied. Suddenly the whole thing collapsed, a big army. And so that does happen in history. It's happened before, and I think there wasn't enough foresight that this could easily happen in this case. It just has happened.
As you say, Joe Biden's skepticism about Afghanistan goes back a long way. Certainly his time as vice president to Barack Obama and before that. And it's said that his son, Bo, his military service, had a very personal effect on Joe Biden's thoughts on all of this. But still, as you say, so much driven by the president. And also, as a politician, William, you will feel, will you, that the midterms had a big influence on this, and Joe Biden wanting to win back those former Democrat voters who switched over to Donald Trump, and this he felt was a way to do it.
I think so, yes. As I say, in America, politics, I suppose we would say in most countries, it's always a bare-knuckle fight in politics, but it really is in America. Remember, the Senate is evenly balanced. The House of Representatives is thought to be likely to fall to the Republicans in midterms next year. And so there are really massive issues at stake in domestic American politics. And there's the initial reaction to to the announcement of this withdrawal was that 60 or 70% of people approved of it. So I think that has been a factor as well. It will be less popular now that people can see some of the consequences playing out.
Yes. Now tell me, then, if a lesson has to be taken aboard that you shouldn't rule out the idea of military intervention, what are the circumstances in which there could be another military intervention? The idea of another Iraq was surely pretty remote even before this fiasco. And now, where could it happen, do you think?
Well, of course, it's hard to predict because things happen, things come up quickly. But I say in my article for tomorrow's paper that where there is a threat to our own security or where we need to act in the interests of common humanity, then there is a case for military intervention. You still have to be very careful about all of that, of course, and you have to plan as best you can. But I give the examples of interventions in the last 20 years which have been more successful. The NATO air operations in Kosovo in 1999, the brilliant operation by the British Army in Sierra Leone in the year 2000. And
so the bottom line, is let's not throw out the good with the bad. Fascinating argument, fascinating piece, William. Looking forward to seeing that in the Times.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm John Pienaar. This is Times Radio Drive. The latest headlines as the Taliban regains control of Afghanistan following the withdrawal of US troops in the country. The UK Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has said the new government will be held to account by the UK and its allies.
We're making it clear with our partners, with all the means at our disposal, that we will hold the Taliban to account to its commitments to have a new start in Afghanistan.
And Plymouth falls silent to honour the 5 lives lost in Thursday's shooting. Coming up in the final hour of the show, we're going to be exploring the international community's response to that situation in Afghanistan and looking specifically at Pakistan's involvement. Also be crossing to Canada, where a snap election has been called, and we'll get the latest from the 100 cricket tournament.
This is Times Radio.
And that's after the latest news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, John. Good evening. The Foreign Secretary says they're evacuating hundreds of British nationals from Afghanistan over the next few days as the Taliban takes control of the capital. Dominic Raab says the UK needs to rein in the worst excesses of the insurgents. Since the withdrawal of Western troops, he says they need to stabilise the gains secured through British blood, sweat, tears and loss of life over the last 20 years.
We will hold them to account for their commitment and never to allow Afghanistan to be used as a base for terror, to hold a more inclusive government and to protect the most essential human rights, including respecting the rights of women.
So Mr Raab has not ruled out sanctions against Afghanistan if the Taliban does not uphold commitments surrounding human rights and preventing terrorism. But Tobias Elwood, chairman of the Defence Select Committee, has told Times Radio this is baffling.
Sanctions. What does the Taliban care about sanctions from a country like Britain, even if they were part of a Western effort? This shows almost actually how out of touch we are with the situation here. What pressures will work against the Taliban and what won't?
7 people have died at Kabul airport today while trying to flee the country. Some fell from a departing American military jet. The US president will make a live address at 8:45 tonight. The United Nations is calling on the international community to come together to support the people of Afghanistan. The Taliban has captured most of the country, including the capital, something which concerns Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
We are receiving chilling reports of severe restrictions on human rights throughout the country. And I am particularly concerned by accounts of mounting human rights violations against the women and girls of Afghanistan who fear a return to the darkest days.
A minute's silence has been observed in Plymouth and across the country in memory of the 5 people killed in last week's mass shooting. A 3-year-old girl and her dad were among those who died when 22-year-old Jake Davidson went on the rampage. Crowds gathered outside the Guildhall in the city centre earlier, including religious figures, politicians and the military. Keyham community leader Kevin Sproston addressed the mourners.
The solidarity, love and support shown across Plymouth and the UK towards Keyham has been overwhelming, and we thank you for all your kind messages. It means a lot. At the moment, Keyham is grieving. We grieve because we love. Grief is love.
The number of coronavirus patients in hospital in England is at its highest level in 5 months. Official figures show there are just over 5,400 being treated. It's the highest figure since March the 16th. The number of people known to have died after a major earthquake in Haiti has risen to 724, with 2,800 injured. The magnitude 7.2 quake hit on Saturday in the south of the country. Rescuers are trying to find survivors amid the rubble ahead of a potential deluge from an approaching tropical storm. Gary Pierre is the founder and publisher for the Haitian Times. He's told us the situation is dire and it's not helped by the COVID pandemic.
Had this been normal time, I am absolutely sure that the help that is necessary would have been on the ground already. But now, people have to think twice. There are a lot of measures, protocols that you have to follow before you get on the ground. And so that's what other dilemma that we're dealing with now, because COVID-19 has really cramped the response this time.
Number 10 says there are no plans for Boris Johnson to meet with Gurkha veterans who are staging a hunger strike over their pensions. The Prime Minister's spokesman says he believes the Defence Secretary would speak with them. The group is calling for equality for those who retired before 1997 and aren't eligible for a full armed forces pension. And an alpaca facing being destroyed because the government says he has bovine TB has today received a temporary reprieve, according to his supporters. Geronimo has twice tested positive for bovine TB, and the Department for Food, Environment and Rural Affairs has ordered his destruction. His owner believes the tests are returning false positives. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. And our top sports story this hour, India's cricketers need just a few wickets to beat England in the second test at Lord's, but they're running out of time. A short while ago, they were 113 for 7. So far, Jos Buttler is offering stubborn resistance as the home side try to secure a draw. We'll have a full sports roundup at 1:30.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
And great to have your company. Thanks for listening to the show today. We're going to carry on with our close-up look at the situation in Afghanistan. While we've been on air, you may have heard Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, having his say, promising to do what he felt was necessary to help refugees seeking to escape from Afghanistan. Much commentary that more should be done. He was giving a warning to the Taliban. They needed to stick to whatever promises have been made to not harbour terrorists in that country and to observe human rights law. You may also have heard Tobias Ellwood, the Conservative chair of the Defence Committee at Westminster, pretty much poo-pooing all of that, saying it was not realistic. He was not in touch with reality. So it is a lively argument, and it's unfolding pretty much as we speak. Let's round up on where we are and where we may be going, and speak first then to Catherine Phil, the Times diplomatic correspondent. Catherine, evening to you.
Hello.
Catherine, what did you make of what you heard, first of all, from the Foreign Secretary, those warnings to the Taliban that they need to stick to their promises on human rights or else? Did it sound to you realistic? Are those warnings meaningful, given the reality of what's going on the ground now?
Well, what does what or else mean? That's the question. I think that there are very good reasons why the Taliban would not want to attack our troops there, or American troops, that could potentially slow their withdrawal, because the agreement struck was that that would all stop, and that might give them a reason to stay. But I don't really think that it's unclear what the Taliban are going to do in terms of their sort of policies on human rights and the treatment of women and stuff like that. But I don't think they're waiting for Dominic Raab's permission to form their new legal system or their rule.
And you could say much the same, couldn't you, Catherine, of President Joe Biden? We had we had Lisa Nandy on the show a little earlier on, a couple of hours ago, who was taking the government to task for not cautioning America against doing what it has done. But there was William Hague just a moment ago saying, look, this was clearly a very personal decision by Joe Biden. And you've got to put those things together and say, well, would the president have listened to counsel from the United Kingdom, even if it had been offered?
Well, I don't think he would have. But I think part of the problem, the reason he wouldn't have, is because of the situation that we've worked ourselves into in foreign policy, which we simply go along with what the Americans do and take our lead from them. We don't have a military that was capable of staying on its own, or even with other NATO forces. And I know there are some prominent former military politicians who are suggesting otherwise, but I don't think it's realistic. Could we have changed his mind? He don't forget, Joe Biden's wanted this for about 10 years. He was very skeptical during the Obama administration about the surge, and he didn't want to send more troops there. The original deal was done by President Trump, but he has followed through on it. And indeed, it is popular domestically in the UK, in the US. And things could change if there are horrendous scenes. He's taking a lot of political heat, but this is broadly very, very popular with the American people because they want their troops to come home after 20 years.
Yeah. Where does it leave NATO, Catherine? Because they were rather left out on a limb by the decision and the speed with which it's been executed. Is there going to have to be a change of thinking in NATO? Or are they just going to assume, look, we're here and it's going to be our job to respond to direct threats to our territory and our members? And the idea of wider military interventions, that's been effectively off the table for a while.
I mean, I think it's just reminded us of a reality, which is that NATO is a American-led directed force and really doesn't have the capability to make its own decisions. I think that we are, this was 20 years ago that we went. The world was quite different then, and it was unipolar. Really, America was the only superpower 20 years ago. It's very different now with China in the picture. And I think these kind of interventions are much, much less likely. And indeed, others in the current geopolitical scene are watching this. One of the Chinese Communist Party papers today has noted the message that the American withdrawal from Afghanistan sends to people in Taiwan, that were China to try and forcibly reunite Taiwan with the mainland, they think it now highly unlikely that the Americans would do anything about it.
Yeah, that is interesting. I'm keen on your broader take on China, which Beijing is saying today they want to cultivate friendly relations with Afghanistan. Well, okay, as far as that goes, is there a threat there? Is there anything the West needs to be particularly wary of? I mean, after all, China, you could argue, they want stability in Afghanistan more than anything else. They don't want Islamic militancy in China to spread over into China, in the Xinjiang province, for example. Should the West be worried?
Yeah, no, that's correct. I think that what China is seeking to do is neutralize any cross-border threat by having these friendly relations with the Taliban. And I think it's really, obviously the question of whether Al-Qaeda were to regroup in any way is an unresolved and a live one. But the Taliban themselves are very much, I know that we see them really in terms of their religious extremism, but they're not a sort of expeditionary religious fanatic force. They are Afghan nationalists, and the Taliban have never sought to project their force beyond their own borders, across the Durrant line to Pakistan, which they sort of regard as part of their country anyway. But I think that China could very effectively neutralize any extremist threat. There's also huge geopolitical and economic interests for China within Afghanistan. It has a massive copper mine there that's effectively been stilled by the conflict for a decade. I imagine they're very keen to get back in there. And Afghanistan is home to sort of enormous resources that have barely been exploited. I imagine China thinks it's in a very good position to get its hands on those.
Okay, that's fascinating. Catherine Philp there, Times diplomatic correspondent. Now, as Catherine's saying, there's no doubt the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban is going to cause upheavals and raise all sorts of fresh geopolitical questions. Pakistan has been accused of involvement in the conflict and even of collusion with the Taliban in the past. The Prime Minister, Imran Khan, said the country had broken the shackles of slavery. Now, Akhil Shah is a professor of South Asian politics at the University of Oklahoma and joins us now. Good evening to you, Akhil.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for coming on the programme. Now, just to look back a little way, not too far back in history, it is right to say that Pakistan intelligence and the military were in sympathy with this. They helped foster the Afghan Taliban, didn't they?
Yes. So the Pakistan military and its intelligence services, the inter-services intelligence, has deep-rooted ties to the Taliban that date back to the inception of the group in the mid-1990s during the civil war following the Soviet withdrawal. And the ISI to this day remains the Taliban's main facilitator and sponsor. Even though Pakistani officials deny that they have any influence over the Taliban, it is an open secret that Pakistan does have leverage over the group because the Taliban have enjoyed a safe haven in Pakistan, their leadership, since 9/11.
Yes, and from what you're saying there, it follows almost naturally that the military in Pakistan, they certainly in many cases see an aligned Afghanistan, ideologically aligned, religiously aligned, as a useful neighbour when they're looking at their own confrontations with India.
Yes, so the Pakistan military sees almost everything in the world from the prism of the threat from India. And they have always wanted an Afghanistan that's not hostile to Pakistan. And the previous government, the Ashraf Ghani government, as well as the administration of Hamid Karzai before that, the Pakistani military saw them as in bed with the Indians and trying to whip up Pashtun nationalism in Pakistan. And India's influence in Kabul was increasing, which was alarming for the Pakistani military establishment. And so they see the Taliban victory really as a victory over not just the United States or the Taliban's kind of ability to defeat a superpower, but also a defeat for India, their arch rival.
Yes, but there are problems that go with this, aren't there? In the past, we've seen tens of thousands of Afghan refugees crossing the border, fleeing to Pakistan, and that has left Pakistan with a lot by way of costs and also some political tension.
Yes, so Pakistan is an estimated 2 to 3 million Afghan refugees. Pakistan ideally would like a stable Afghanistan because any instability in Afghanistan naturally spills over across the border.
Yes, yeah. I mean, and therefore, if what happened in Afghanistan emboldens the Pakistan Taliban, just by way of example, that causes problems in Islamabad too.
Yes, I think that's one of the major worries that the Taliban victory it has already emboldened the Pakistani Taliban, who have in recent months ramped up violence both against their political opponents in the northwestern border areas, but also against Pakistani security forces. Pakistan's hope is that the Afghan Taliban will use their ties to their Pakistani counterparts to rein them in and to try to prevent them from, repeating what their Afghan brethren did in Afghanistan.
Yeah. It leaves many in Pakistan, with a bit of a dilemma, though, doesn't it? While the security establishment and the high ranks of the military, they have something in common with the Taliban. At the same time, they want to stay on good terms with Washington, and that's quite a hard balancing act.
Yes, and so the Pakistan military has tried to position itself as the force or the geopolitical actor that will provide and has provided the United States access to the Taliban. If you recall, the so-called peace process was facilitated by Pakistan, and Pakistan wanted to be recognized as a power broker in Afghanistan, and it did facilitate the talks between the Taliban and the Americans. So, yes, the Pakistani military loves their American weaponry and security assistance, but they continue to have leverage over the United States. So, before the Americans decided to withdraw, or the withdrawal was in effect, there was debate. The Americans actually requested, or Pakistan, for bases that they could use in case groups like Al Qaeda were to revive in Afghanistan. And while that the future of those the future of those bases is still uncertain because of domestic political and national security reasons, the Americans will still need Pakistan if Afghanistan once again becomes a sanctuary for transnational terrorist groups like Al Qaeda.
Okay. Thank you for that background and context. Akhil Shah, Professor of South Asian Politics at the University of Oklahoma. I'm John Pienaar. This is Drive on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
What next for Afghanistan and those left behind as the British and Americans scramble to get their personnel out of the country? The United Nations meets tonight. I'll be talking to its former Deputy Secretary General, Lord Malloch Brown. We'll take a first look at the front pages of tomorrow's papers and get the latest from the United States, where President Biden is facing a growing backlash over the chaotic and humiliating end to the 20-year mission.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover. Leading the way.
Canada now. The Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, has called a snap summer general election as Canada enters its pandemic fourth wave. The 49-year-old Liberal leader says Canadians need to choose how we finish the fight against COVID-19. Let's talk to Paul Vieira. He's a Canada correspondent at the Wall Street Journal's Ottawa Bureau. Paul, evening.
Good evening.
So, Paul, as for why now, I guess when it comes to if you have a choice and you're the Prime Minister to call an election, you do it when the time seems right. And it seems a pretty propitious time now for Justin Trudeau and the Liberals in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, historically in Canada, Mr. Trudeau leads a minority government, and minority governments tend to have a lifespan of 18 to 24 months. I think right now what he's banking on is that the government's the relatively good showing or approval it has from the public on its handling of the pandemic. He's looking to capitalize on that to convert his minority government into a majority. I mean, there really is no clear set of ballot box issues at this time. I mean, and that I think right now what this is Mr. Trudeau trying to capitalize on what they've done during the pandemic, and that's dominated by two things. Number one, its ability to stabilize household incomes, even though that's come at a cost of a very large deficit. And number two, a vaccination procurement strategy that, while it had a very slow start at the beginning, has now ramped up, and now Canada has some of the leading vaccination rates in the world. So that's what he's hoping, that that his success on those two fronts will lead to another mandate from voters, this time a majority.
And has the Liberal Party and Justin Trudeau gained by comparison to the USA? Because, as you say, the Canada's handling of the pandemic has had its ups and downs. There were problems earlier on. There have been problems with vaccine procurement. The government was accused of being slow to close borders. But in some ways, it's been smoother than what's been happening across the border in America. Has that helped them?
It's helped them. We should also take into account that in Canada is a fairly decentralized federation. So the Canadian provinces have responsibility for healthcare, and the provinces have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting in fighting the pandemic. And you are correct. There have been some mistakes along the ways from the federal government on its handling. It didn't have enough personal protective equipment at the start. There's been other problems, and the other thing is that Canada's case count has not nearly been as large as in the US or in the UK. which has helped the government of the day. But we've also had our problems too. For example, early on, or at least for a good part of it, the majority of COVID-19 related deaths in Canada were in nursing homes. And in fact, Canada had the highest proportion of developed world countries. Canada had the highest proportion of COVID-19 deaths concentrated in nursing homes. So it's not like we've sort of gotten off lucky relative to the US and the UK. There have been some problems along the way, but on the big things in dealing with this pandemic, Mr. Trudeau and his Liberal government are seen as of getting it right.
And just finally and briefly, Paul, the polls suggest, do they, that Trudeau could be on the verge of getting a majority in the Parliament. At the moment, that last election left him with a minority. He had to do deals to survive. He could now hope to carry on with majority control.
Yeah, I mean, all the major polls in Canada, and I mean, all of them have the Liberals in the lead. It's just the difference about how much of a lead he has and whether or not he is close to clinching a majority. I think when you take all the polls in an aggregate, I think it shows that he is inching toward majority. So he's hoping that his campaign and he's very good. Mr. Trudeau is very good at campaigning. He's just hoping that he can make the pitch to get just enough seats, not a lot, but just enough seats to flip in Parliament and give him that majority. He's also dealing. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, Paul, thank you. That's Paul Vieira, Canada correspondent at the Wall Street Journal Bureau in Ottawa. Now, you might have heard Rachel telling us in the news a little while ago, there seems to have been a reprieve for Geronimo the alpaca. The alpaca faced being destroyed. The UK government saying he had bovine TB, tested positive twice. Dr. Ian McGill can tell us more. He's Geronimo's vet. Good evening to you, Ian.
Yeah, good evening, John.
So what's the latest?
So the latest is that, I'll just do a little bit about the background, is that the government are claiming that he's had 2 positive tests for bovine TB, but actually they've used it in a totally unvalidated way by first priming him with tuberculin. So what that does, that generates antibodies, and then the test, the Enceplex test, actually measures antibodies. So unsurprisingly, they've gone up. They don't have any validator for this at all. It's entirely a false claim they're making. So because of this, they've gone, Helen's lawyers, Geronimo's owner, went back to the High Court, or they lodged papers with DEFRA on Friday. Yeah. DEFRA accepted there was merit, gave a stay of execution till today. And then today, again, they passed messages to lawyers saying, OK, we accept there's merit. We're a stay of execution until tomorrow. But basically, we're waiting for an appeal, for a date for the appeal at the High Court. So at the moment, it's looking a lot more promising for Geronimo.
Extraordinary! It's an extraordinary story. It reminds me of one of those dramas outside the walls of an American prison where there's someone waiting inside to get the death penalty. Have you been surprised by how this story has caught on, Ian?
I've been very surprised because, obviously he is a poster boy. He's very cute and fluffy. But there's a much bigger issue here, which is of DEFRA constantly manufacturing fake scientific data in order to manufacture consent for killing animals. Doesn't matter whether it's alpacas in Geronimo's case.
You make it sound, Ian, as if the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs have got it in for Geronimo, determined to do away with him at all costs.
They want to do away with him because he's shining a light into the murky world of bovine TB testing, the policy of killing 140,000 badgers, which has made no difference to it, and the fact that farmers also, we're reaching out to farmers because they're also being tested with tests that just are totally inadequate. The main skin test in cattle only works half the time, and so they're leaving loads of infected animals in the herds, and then they get another TB breakdown. It's really awful for farmers, and some of the diagnoses are also false positives. So we really need a sea change in bovine TB policy, and it's Geronimo that's shining a light into that deep, dark, murky world.
Well, we don't have a government spokesman with us, so I guess it's only fair to say I'm sure the government would stand by the bona fides of their testing. But where does it leave us? What are Geronimo's chances now?
I think they're much better. I think they get much better every day that the government don't manage to kill him, particularly now as they're on the ropes a little bit with this. Because basically what's happened is the appeal is that for material non-disclosure. So in previous High Court cases that Geronimo's lawyers have been involved in, they failed to reveal the fact that there are at least 9 other alpacas who tested positive with this Enfaplex test after priming, and then a post-mortem, they simply didn't have TB. There was no TB culture, there was no TB lesions, they were TB-free. And so they were, the government failed to inform this very material evidence to the previous High Court case. So that's the basis of going back to them now for material non-disclosure. And it's very serious for DEFRA, because they're in between a rock and a hard place and a tornado. Because if they don't kill Geronimo, this drags on, and then there'll be legal cases from farmers for their tests being inappropriate. So at some point, DEFRA is going to have to go, hold on a minute, this Emperor's New Clothes is not going to hold up anymore. We need a brand new policy where we have proper testing and where we treat animals and people and farmers compassionately and not, in the ridiculous way that DEFRA is behaving at the moment. So, we're very hopeful. We're getting a lot of support from vets. We're getting support from farmers. And I think the tide is turning on DEFRA's BTB policy, which is, I think, on the way out.
Okay, well, let's see. Ian McGill, we're going to be following the story. Do keep us posted. It's turned from being something of a death row drama to a conspiracy theory, and an interesting one. It's got legs. I think it's going to run a while longer. Ian McGill there. Let's talk cricket. The new limited overs cricket tournament, the 100, has its final games this weekend. It was supposed to get more non-cricket fans into the game. Now, has it worked? And what are the lessons to learn about the 100's first summer of action? I can talk to Sam Ellard from TalkSport. Hi, Sam.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm good, Sam. And how has the 100 been doing? Has it ticked its boxes, done what it set out to do?
Yes, it has. The reason why the ECB created the 100 was to bring in a new cricket audience, and it's done that. I've been to a lot of the matches, and firstly, just being there, walking around the grounds, I see plenty of young families, young kids, young girls. From my own personal experience, I know loads of my friends that have gone to a cricket match for the first time because they've seen this new idea, 100 balls. They've seen it on TV. It looks fun. It looks loud. There's DJs. It's young. It's new. It's hip. I know 6 to 10 people that tell me they hate cricket, and yet they bought a ticket for the 100. So I definitely think it's brought in a new audience. So in that respect, John, yeah, I do think it has been a success.
Well, you sound like a pretty convincing convert, Sam, if you ever needed to be converted. Has there been any pushback from the cricket traditionalists at all that counts, that matters?
Yeah, absolutely there has been, because I think it's going to be to the detriment of county cricket. Right now in county cricket, there is the Royal London One Day Cup, which is going on, which is a 50-over competition. That's effectively become a second 11 competition because the majority of the counties have lost a lot of their players to teams in the 100. A lot of people who, let's say, if you're a Somerset fan, who are you supporting in the 100? It's fine for me in London. I can go to the Oval, I can go to Lords, but a lot of people don't know who to support, and they just think that this isn't cricket. They think it's going to ruin first class cricket. They think it's going to ruin the domestic game. So I think cricket purists still have their reservations about it, but I would still say that some cricket purists have maybe had their head turned, because at the end of the day, I think if you're a cricket fan, forget about all the shenanigans, all the fun. I think if you're a cricket fan, you'll like the 100 because we've seen good cricket, and I think that's also important. We've seen some of the best players in the world come over, so I think it's been entertaining cricket, whether it's 100 balls, whether it's a test match. So I think some cricket purists have been converted, but not all, I should say.
Yeah, just briefly, finally, Sam, it is a problem, though, if there's a threat to county cricket. County cricket is the nursery of test cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, on just on Test cricket, I don't know if you've got it on right now, but we're currently witnessing a absolute enthralling Test match right now. This is one of the best things about Test cricket. It lasts 5 days. Today is day 5 of the second test between England and India. It's come down to late on Monday evening. There's 8 overs left in the day. England are 9 down. India need 1 wicket to win. This is Test cricket at its absolute best. John, this has been this is the beauty of Test cricket, right? It can last 5 days, 6 hours. Yet it's 6 o'clock on a Monday evening, day 5, and now Jimmy Anderson's got to face about 8 overs to try and survive. There's been neither. We've seen good quality cricket. England need to survive 8.4 overs if they're to somehow survive this Test match and get away with a draw.
Oh, you've totally distracted me now. We're going to hear about this in the sports roundup
Sorry,
in a second.
I didn't mean to ruin it.
No, please. No, but
I could not mention it. I'm watching it right now.
Of course. Who's batting with Anderson right now? We're going to get more in a moment, but who's still there?
Anderson and Wood. Josh Butler's just been dismissed. It's the days ebbed and flowed. It started off with India coming out. The tail wagged. They managed to post a good third innings lead. They declared just after lunch. India got off to a good start. Then England's middle order batted very well. Josh Butler didn't score many runs, but he hung around for a long period of time. But he's just been dismissed, which means Anderson and Wood, England's number 10 and 11, are at the crease right now. Virat Kohli's chirping Jimmy. There's been need to win this Test match all 5 days. This is Test cricket, John, at its absolute best.
I hope Sport are going to forgive us for totally stealing their thunder. But it's really, really good to talk to you, Sam Ellard there from Talk Sport. And now let's just get a view now on what is going on in that Test at Lord's and the news with Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, John. Good evening. The Foreign Secretary says lessons must be learned from the speed at which the Taliban has taken control of most of Afghanistan. Dominic Raab says what matters now is getting British nationals out of the country following the capture of Kabul. He says the government, along with its partners, will hold the Taliban to account and never let them use Afghanistan as a base for terror.
Making sure that the gains that we've made over 20 years are not lost. Let's remember, we haven't had a terrorist attack on the UK from Afghanistan in 20 years. Because of UK aid, 10 million more children have been in education. Because of UK efforts with others, 8 million more landmines have been cleared. So we have a record that we should not overlook. Of course, the priority now is to make sure that the gains aren't lost.
Meanwhile, Downing Street says tonight Boris Johnson has spoken with French President Emmanuel Macron about the situation in Afghanistan, preventing a humanitarian crisis and outlining his intention to host a virtual meeting of G7 leaders in the coming days. And the US President Joe Biden has said he will make a statement about the situation in Afghanistan at 8:45 tonight UK time. The number of coronavirus patients in hospital in England is at its highest level since March, rising to just over 5,400 being treated. Separate official daily figures show there have been 28,500 new coronavirus cases. A British safety regulator says it has not found any link between COVID-19 vaccines and miscarriage. The MHRA also says there's also no evidence the jab affects couples' ability to have children. The Queen sent a message to the people of Haiti after an earthquake that's killed nearly 1,300 people. Her Majesty says she's deeply saddened and her thoughts and prayers are with the country. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. And England's cricketers are clinging on in their attempt to save the second test with India at Lord's, but captain Joe Root fell after tea a short while ago. England were 120 for 9. They've been set an unlikely target of 272 to win. With the rest of the sport now, here's Toby Gillis.
There have been more positive COVID-19 tests in the last week in the Premier League than at any time since January. The league says 11 have been confirmed in the week to yesterday, that up from 9 in the 7 days before. The anti-discrimination organisation Kick It Out says a chant heard from the Liverpool section of support at Norwich on Saturday was unquestionably homophobic. Supporters were heard shouting abuse at Billy Gilmore, who's on loan from Chelsea. Kick It Out says it's also had reports of discriminatory chanting at other matches this week, but will comment further on those when they've clarified the details. One of the world's greatest ever football footballers has retired. USA legend Carly Lloyd, who played 312 times for her country, is hanging up her boots after a career spanning 22 years. She won the World Cup and Olympics twice and scored 128 international goals. And the Paralympic Games organisers have announced that they'll allow some school children to attend events, despite it being declared mostly a spectator-free event. Tokyo's still in a state of emergency as it deals with the COVID-19 spike a week out from the start of the Games. But Tokyo 2020 President Seiko Hashimoto has explained through a translator that they'll let some local kids in.
We think that it will have a big educational influence to realising a symbiotic society. So we will listen to the opinions of parents, but we will try to hold it by taking safety measures if local schools wish to attend.
Drive with John Pienaar on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Now, let's just step back a moment and take stock of what has gone on, what is going on in Afghanistan, some of the wider, the geopolitical implications of all this, some of the political undercurrents, and maybe in that way get some clue as to where we may be heading. First of all, it happened quickly. The Taliban have taken Kabul. And here's what Boris Johnson had to say on July the 8th of this year.
There is no military path to victory for the Taliban. There must be a peaceful and a negotiated settlement for the political crisis in Afghanistan. And the UK will continue to work to ensure that that takes place. And I believe that that can happen. I don't believe that the Taliban are guaranteed the kind of victory that you sometimes read about, Mr. Speaker. And the UK will continue to exert all its diplomatic and political efforts to ensure that there is a better future for the people of Afghanistan, for the women of Afghanistan, for young people growing up in Afghanistan, and that the legacy of those 150,000 British serving men and women who went through Afghanistan, and above all the 457 who laid down their lives, that their legacy is properly honoured.
Well, as confident predictions go, that one, I think you could say, left something to be desired. And on that very same day, President Biden had this to say at a press conference.
Is a Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable?
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well-equipped as any army in the world, and an air force, against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
Something seriously wrong then with President Biden's crystal ball. Let's talk to two people who know quite a lot about this. Colonel Christopher Calenda, who's the first American to have fought the Taliban as a commander in combat and to have negotiated with them in peace talks. He's also the author of Zero Sum Victory, What We're Getting Wrong About War. Good evening to you, Christopher.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. And also we can talk to Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mayall, who's a retired British officer and a Middle East advisor at the Ministry of Defence. Sir Simon, hello.
Good evening to you, John.
And thank you for... Good of you to join us here on Times Radio. Christopher, can I come to you first? So, look, we heard there Joe Biden's completely wrong predictions of where we were heading in Afghanistan. We know some of the politics behind this, and we know about Joe Biden's long-standing antipathy, skepticism about involvement, America's involvement in Afghanistan. Give me your assessment of where we are now from an American point of view.
Well, I think it's important to focus on cause and not blame, first of all, and the reason why we are in the situation we're in, three main causes. The first one is a simple lack of faith and belief among Afghans in their government and in their leadership. And what we saw are Afghans voting with their feet to accept the Taliban and to reject their government. The second cause is that the Taliban used these past 18 months very, very wisely, and the Afghan government didn't. So the Taliban, over the last 18 months, since the signing of the Doha Agreement with the United States, has been negotiating with various commanders, provincial leaders, etc. And over the past week, essentially what they've done is collect on those negotiated capitulations.
Yeah.
So you're not seeing urban fighting. You're not seeing fighting in the streets of Kabul and Jalalabad and other places that that might have been had they taken a different approach. The Afghan government, meanwhile, simply buried its head in the sand over the last 18 months, did not reinforce its defensive positions, did not prepare its defensive positions, did not make sure its soldiers were fed, had ammunition. Its commanders continued stealing ammunition, selling repair parts, selling fuel on the black market, etc. And the Afghan government just simply believed that the United States would never pull its combat troops out. But the third reason is we, the United States, built an Afghan army that was highly dependent on the United States and Western firepower. Now, look, I'm a consultant, and it's my obligation to make sure that I help my clients be better off and to help them be their best selves. And when we do part ways, that they can soar to greater heights and not crash and burn. And to do otherwise is malpractice. And I think we, in building the Afghan army with such dependency, we've engaged in malpractice.
But given all you said, Christopher, was not the collapse of Afghan forces entirely predictable? Once the Americans had pulled out, there simply wasn't the spine there to stand up to the Taliban. And from what you're saying, that was perfectly foreseeable. And if that's the case, would it not have made more sense to have a phased withdrawal with strong conditions attached, which is not what happened?
Well, look, it's been an 18-month process. And there have been a lot of people in Washington, D.C. and Kabul who have been inhaling their own fumes about the prowess of the Afghan security forces and the legitimacy of the Afghan government. And all of that proved far more hollow than I think most of us imagined. And so we're in a situation where you have the Afghan government security forces dismantling itself in nearly overnight.
Yeah. I mean, look, Simon Mayle, a former senior British Army officer, advisor at the MOD. I mean, do you get the sense that Britain had any kind of real influence over this decision? I was talking earlier to Lisa Nandy, the Labour Party's shadow foreign secretary, who's taking the government to task for not exercising more influence over America. Is that in any way a reasonable charge, do you think?
It is a reasonable charge, but, you can say what you like, but you've got to have somebody listening at the other end. Yeah. And Christopher's made some very, very good points. And my disappointment is that given the investment over the last 20 years, everything that Christopher said would have pertained even if we were sane. But it was very small numbers of people that we needed to keep there to give both confidence to the Afghan government and the Afghan security forces that they could sustain themselves in the field. When it became inevitable that the negotiation, frankly, was one-sided, particularly after Biden got in, that the Americans were, to an extent, going to leave come what may for personal domestic reasons in Joe Biden's case, it was quite difficult for Britain to exert that influence. Now, I think that's a pity from America's point of view, that despite what Biden said at the G7 or whatever, NATO earlier on, that America was back, it was listening to its allies, it was recommitting. It quite clearly wasn't listening. And you can shout only so much, but if somebody wants to put their fingers in their ears and say, we're out of here, and therefore everything that we might have anticipated from the Afghan National Security Forces, which, dare I say, we saw with the Iraqi security forces, just replicated what often happens in history. Small numbers of highly motivated, ideologically driven, brutal people will walk over heavily armed but completely demoralized large conventional armies.
Yeah. So, Christopher Kalenda, you heard there Simon Mayle talking about America, metaphorically putting its fingers in its ears and not listening to allies. I mean, what does that mean for the US's position as a global leader? Joe Biden came into the White House saying America's back. It's now going to provide the kind of global leadership that was lacking under the 45th president, Donald Trump. And here is a decision which goes against the instincts of so many of those allies. What does it say about America's role now?
Well, I write about this in my new book, Zero Sum Victory, What We're Getting Wrong About War. And America has taken entirely too much of a military-centric approach to these conflicts and has not thought through how to bring them to a successful conclusion beyond this default position of zero-sum decisive victory. So the result in Afghanistan were numerous squandered opportunities. The Taliban offered to surrender in 2001, and the United States said no. They offered again to support the government in exchange for living in peace in 2003. The United States and the Afghan government said no. In 2011, in the negotiations I was involved in, the Taliban demands for talking with the Afghan government were really, really modest. And we couldn't get our act together. And then finally, by 2020, we're in such a position in which we have to trade a international troop withdrawal for Taliban promises to prevent al-Qaeda from attacking the West. So you've got this legacy of missed opportunities, and it's incumbent upon the United States as an individual government and NATO as well to look at these lessons and make some major reforms in how we go about these sort of interventions.
Okay, now let me just finally and lastly come to you, if I can, Simon. We've been talking about China and China's role in the background to all of this. We've been hearing today China saying they want good relations with the new Taliban regime. They also, clearly want stability in Afghanistan and not instability.
Yeah,
Are you worried about China's role in possibly filling a vacuum?
Very, very much so. And I would see China, if I was in the Gulf as well, I'd be getting worried about Western commitments to security. China, of course, is a great ally of Pakistan, who are, again, as Christopher will know, are very, very complicit in both the competence and the success of the Taliban at the moment. China's got very, very large, very large commercial commitments in Afghanistan it wants to protect. The Taliban were in Beijing the other day. It's clearly got the Uyghurs, so it doesn't want an export of fundamentalism. So, in many ways, China, I think, both will fill the gap and will seek to fill the vacuum left. In some ways, it could be helpful. In other ways, of course, its strategic objectives are diametrically opposed to those of America and its allies. So it's not a good day for Western reputation at the geopolitical level, let alone at the tactical level. And as I'm sure, again, as Chris will know, and you know very well, John, at the moment we are conducting this evacuation of nationals and entitled Afghans largely with the compliance of the Taliban, who could in many ways stop it, in a heartbeat if they decided to mortar the Kabul runway or something equivalent.
Okay, Simon Mail and Christopher Calenda, good to talk to you. Thank you for coming onto the programme. Now, Carol Walker, she's with us from 10 this evening, of course, and we'll have, before she comes on air, that Joe Biden news conference. That's at about 8:45 UK time. Carol joins me now. Hey, Carol.
Yeah, good evening to you, John. How are you doing? And welcome back.
Thank you, Carol. It's going to be fascinating to see what Joe Biden says.
Yeah, I mean, he's really getting a lot of flack for his handling of this. And, so many commentators pointing out that, yes, of course, it was Donald Trump who made the initial decision to do that deal with the Taliban, so-called, and to withdraw from Afghanistan, but that it was Joe Biden who implemented that and who carried out the withdrawal so rapidly. And that does seem to have precipitated this crisis. He's getting an awful lot of flack. We're going to be, of course, reflecting on what Joe Biden says tonight and finding out the very latest from the United States about the reactions to that. Mixed feelings because, of course, he's getting a lot of political criticism for the decisions he's made. But the big question is whether, in fact, the wider body of public opinion might not be as disturbed as the political establishment about the events unfolding so rapidly in Afghanistan. We're also looking, of course, at what next for Afghanistan. I'm going to be speaking to Lord Malloch Brown, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, a former British government minister, to get his thought on what happens and what pressure the international community can bring to bear on the Taliban, who have at least been signalling that they intend to try to respect human rights and the rights of women and girls and so on. But of course, there are huge doubts about all of that. And looking more widely as well about what the effects are going to be on the region, what Russia and China are going to be doing, because there is so much uncertainty now about what happens in the days ahead, but also the weeks and months ahead.
Well, Mark Mallet-Brown is a fascinating authority on these things. That's going to be a really, really interesting conversation. And the rest of it too, Carol, looking forward to your show. That's Carol Walker, who's with us from 10 this evening here on Times Radio. Now, Callum MacDonald is here in a couple of minutes' time, so stick around. I'm John Pienaar. This is Drive on Times Radio, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Alexis Conran, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
I'm Alexis Conran. Join me weekend afternoons from 1 o'clock, where we untangle stories making the headlines and we bring you issues that shape your world but you may have missed. From consumer revelations and game-changing tech to the ideas and discoveries changing the way we live.
Alexis Conran, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio.
So just lastly, in what's being reported as a way of showing some solidarity with his pregnant wife, Carrie, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson isn't planning to have another drink till Christmas, when their second child is due. Now, is that more easily said than done? Can he stick to that kind of pledge? Jo Hemmings is a behavioural psychologist and joins us. Hello, Jo.
Hello, John. Hello.
Hi. Well, I suppose, maybe good on the Prime Minister showing a bit of solidarity.
Yes.
Maybe it'll do your health a bit of good to give up booze for even for a little while. But it's sometimes a bit more easily said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's certainly quite difficult to start with because, drinking is quite often a habit. So, you get to the end of a day, particularly if you've had a difficult day like most of Boris's probably are, you kind of reach for, a gin and tonic or at a certain time or a glass of wine. So, yeah, it's lovely that he's doing this in solidarity. I think, just a couple of tips, I suppose, for people who want to do that, who want to give up, is kind of create something like a mocktail, something that feels like a drink. It looks a bit like a gin and tonic, even if it's just lemonade, and you've chucked a few ice cubes and a slice of lime in it and a straw. So you've sort of mimicked the sense of having a drink. That
might do it.
Start with.
Yeah, it might do it. I mean, some of these, some of these alcohol-free beers are pretty good, and pretty convincing these days. But I mean, look, I think most of us can go without a drink for a day or a week or a fortnight, maybe without even thinking too much about it. Once you tell yourself, "No, I'm not allowed to do it," and suddenly the idea comes a bit more attractive.
Of course, the forbidden fruit. It does, but other things start to kick in. Like he'll probably lose a bit of weight. He'll probably sleep better. Actually your kind of skin improves. There's an awful lot of things that kind of get better when you give up drink, even for a few days. So perhaps if he can hold on to the positives of the way he feels and looks, that motivates you a little bit to move on, even when the novelty value of having a lemonade disguised as a gin and tonic wears off.
Well, you make a very good and very convincing case, Jo. Have you ever thought of a career with the Salvation Army? I think you could do no end of good.
They'd have me, but maybe it's something to think about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. So if you were going to give a tip on how to achieve what the Prime Minister tells us he wants to achieve at a social gathering, or just when you're at home chilling, what would you say? What would be the single most useful thing to do?
Okay, I'd say take it day by day. Do not think of it as this overwhelming period of 3 months or whatever it is plus that you're not going to drink. Just say, tomorrow I'm not going to have a drink. So this is how I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to a social gathering. I'm just going to, water is boring. Have something that looks a bit like a drink or feels like a drink in your hand. Sometimes it's just the physical feeling of having a drink that you're sharing with other people, the conviviality that people miss. And just say, I'm going to do the same thing again tomorrow. And then when you've done a week the next week won't feel so bad. He will get to a point in about 3 weeks' time where he's probably craving a drink, because that's when the withdrawal symptoms of just the sensation or the kind of effort, the motivation sort of starts to wane. If you can get through that and remind himself why he's doing it, and he's doing it for a good reason, and he's doing it to be supportive, that will help at least get him to that point. I don't know what he'll be like once the baby's born, probably very much wetting its head, big style.
Quite. I mean, that's going to be a celebration to look forward to. Joe Hemmings, thanks for your expertise there. Now, Callum MacDonald takes over in just a couple of minutes' time. He's on the line now. Callum, so what do you think? I mean, how do you fancy giving up? And are you a drinker? I don't even know the answer to that.
Oh, I'm a drinker, John. Absolutely, yes. I was thinking that I remember 1 month years ago where I thought, I think I won't drink for a month, and I did that. And I think you feel good for it, but also like it's just quite nice to have a beer, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is.
I think that's the bottom line.
Yeah, I don't know if my character could stand it, actually. As soon as I told myself that I'd banned myself from drinking, I'd find my eyes drifting towards the beer.
Yes, exactly.
and the gin bottle. Now, tell us a bit about your show. What's coming up?
Well, really, I think the standout moment this evening is going to be when President Biden, I was going to say addresses the nation, but frankly addresses the world on the situation in Afghanistan after days in which he has been criticised for his policy, his decision to withdraw US troops from Afghanistan, and we've not heard a word from him, actually, over the last few days. So this is an important moment. So we will bring you that live, of course, with analysis and insight on what he's had to say and what, if anything, will change from here on out. Also tonight, we will keep some of Phil's favourites in there. So we'll do a little bit of film reviews and a bit of sports news for you. We've got Harry Redknapp after 9:30 this evening as part of our sports roundup as well.
Yeah, all right, Callum, just a show to look forward to, and especially that live coverage of Joe Biden's speech and statement to, as you say, the world a little later on this evening. What on earth is he going to say? Will he just repeat the warning to the Taliban to behave themselves? And how seriously can we or they take a warning like that? This story, it's got such a way to go, such a huge, historic story is not overstating it. That's it from me for this evening. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Callum's with us in a very short while. The studio producer for this programme was Ollie Cole. The technical operator was Aina Orn. This is Times Radio. Callum next.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Hello, good evening. It's 7 o'clock on Times Radio. This is Callum MacDonald in for Phil Williams between now and 10. This evening, world leaders return from holidays to address the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan. Boris Johnson's calling for a virtual meeting of G7 leaders, and in the next couple of hours, President Biden will speak from the White House as criticism of his decision to withdraw from Afghanistan builds around the world. Meanwhile, the government will resettle Afghan refugees who flee the Taliban in Britain under plans being modelled on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians here. Throughout the evening then, the latest from Afghanistan. Let's check in first of all on tonight's headlines on Times Radio. Here is Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Callum. Good evening. The Ministry of Defence has confirmed 200 more UK troops will be sent to Afghanistan to help with evacuation efforts. The Foreign Secretary says the government is focusing on not losing the gains made by troops over the last 20 years as the Taliban takes control of most of the country. But Dominic Raab admitted the UK didn't predict the insurgents' advances.
Well, everyone, I think, has been surprised by the scale and the pace at which the Taliban have taken over in Afghanistan, and that's a lesson that we've all got to learn from. But the truth is, what matters right now is focusing on getting British nationals out, getting out those who have so loyally served the UK.
Dominic Raab would not be drawn on the number of refugees the UK would take from Afghanistan. Tobias Elwood, chair of the Defence Select Committee, has told Times Radio we need a full foreign policy review on migration.
Any male that was involved in supporting ISAF, the international coalition, any female who's got any form of education is now going to be is going to be pursued by the Taliban. They rightly could claim asylum, and because this is on our watch, then the international community, including Britain, in fact Britain should lead on this, should be ready to receive these people.
At least 7 people were killed as crowds surged through the airport in Kabul earlier. Video showed men running alongside a US military plane trying to hang on as it left. Wahid Aryan is a former Afghan child refugee and is currently based in the UK as an NHS doctor. He's in touch with his family in Kabul and has told Times Radio what life is like in the capital at the moment.
We keep receiving messages, gruesome images of the conflict over the past few days. Dozens of people have already been injured and they're dead. On top of that, tens of thousands of people have been displaced. They're living in really dark conditions in various parts of Kabul. Little food or hardly any food, water, shelter. The locals are helping. So that's, I think, where we need to start supporting these people.
US President Joe Biden says he will make a statement about the situation in Afghanistan at 8:45 tonight UK time. The number of coronavirus patients in hospital in England is at its highest level in 5 months. Official figures show there were just over 5,400 being treated. It's the highest figure since March the 16th. Plymouth has fallen silent today to honour the 5 lives lost in Thursday's mass shooting. Hundreds gathered at the city's Guildhall to remember the victims, which included a 3-year-old girl, her father, and the gunman Jake Davidson's mother. Civil leaders, religious figures, emergency service workers, the military and the public joined together to mourn and reflect on the events in Keyham. Community leader Kevin Sproston gave the speech.
To the people of Plymouth, you have shown your support, and in some of Keyham's darkest days, you have reminded us that we are not alone. It really is Plymouth together. This solidarity as a city is what makes us great. And although it is just 2 simple words, the meaning means so much to us right now.
The Queen says she's deeply saddened following an earthquake in Haiti, which has killed nearly 1,300 people. Her Majesty sent a message saying her thoughts and prayers are with those who've lost their lives, loved ones and homes. Officials say at least 5,700 people are injured. An alpaca who's been threatened with being put down after testing positive for bovine TB has been given a temporary reprieve. Thousands of people have signed a petition to save Geronimo, who lives on a farm in South Gloucestershire. Officials at the Department for Food, Environment and Rural Affairs say they won't cull the animal, while his owner's seeking a judicial review at the High Court. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. And our top sports story this hour, England's cricketers were unable to hang on to draw the second test with India, who've taken a 1-0 series lead with a 151-run victory at Lord's. Jos Buttler was offering a stubborn resistance, but the visitors secured victory with little more than 8 overs remaining on day 5, bowling the hosts out for 120. Earlier, India declared on 298 for 8, giving England an unlikely target of 272 to win. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
Hello, good evening. It's 7:05 on Times Radio. This is Callum MacDonald in for Phil Williams this evening and all this week as well. Thank you very much for being with us tonight and hopefully for the next few days too. It's Monday evening. Hope you've had a nice weekend. Hope you relaxed a bit. Hope you had a bit of Times Radio on in the background as well. That's always nice. Just to mark your card then on this evening, we are of course going to continue Times Radio's coverage of the developing story out of Afghanistan, which is definitely taking on more of an international flavour, I suppose, really, as world leaders begin to react, perhaps take action, certainly speak about what has been happening in Afghanistan in the last few days. We've had a UN Security Council meeting today. We've had another Cobra meeting in the UK government and UK cabinet. And President Biden is expected to address the nation and indeed the world later on this evening. We are expecting that to begin at 8:45 UK time. So in about an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes from now. And we will bring you that live. President Biden has faced a lot of criticism in the last few days after his decision to withdraw US troops from Afghanistan. And this is the first time we will hear from him since Afghanistan fell to Taliban militants in the last couple of days. And so an important statement, an important address from President Biden later. We'll analyse it, we'll preview it, we'll build up to it, and we will dissect what the President has to say a little bit later on the programme. We want to start this evening by looking at what has been happening today in the UK in response to events in Afghanistan of the last few days. And news this evening that the government will resettle Afghan refugees who flee the Taliban in Britain under plans being modelled on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians here. Ministers are determined to devise a world-leading scheme that will take inspiration from the Syrian refugee resettlement programme drawn up by David Cameron in 2015. Meanwhile, 200 more UK troops are being deployed to Kabul, the Afghan capital, after the Taliban seized control there. 900 soldiers will now be on the ground at Kabul airport, as thousands of Afghans crowd transporter planes that are airlifting UK and US nationals out of Afghanistan. Our Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has confirmed that 350 more UK nationals and Afghans who worked with UK troops will be evacuated in the coming days. So in a few moments, we will assess the US response to the takeover of Afghanistan by Taliban militants ahead of President Biden's address later on. We're also going to spend some time this evening looking at those nations that have expressed, I suppose, varying levels of willingness to work with any new Taliban regime, namely China, Russia and Pakistan. So that's to come. But let's focus on the UK side of things first with Eleni Kouria, political reporter at The Times. Eleni, good evening to you.
Hi, Callum.
So we have a confirmation from the government that The Times has that Afghan refugees will be resettled here in Britain. What more do we know about what they're proposing?
Yes, that's a story that's just been broken by my colleague Henry Zessman. We don't have that many details about the scheme yet, but what we do know is that the government is planning to model it off the Syrian refugee resettlement programme. Now, the aim of this is to just make sure that the system isn't overwhelmed by asylum claims from Afghans who are fleeing the Taliban, making sure that there's a sort of more managed way of dealing with refugees who want to come to the UK. And the Syrian resettlement programme did manage to resettle tens of thousands of refugees from Syria after the war there. And this is a scheme that will aim to do something similar for refugees from Afghanistan. And we're expecting the government to announce some more details about that and how that would work later tonight into tomorrow.
Understood. So in terms of, I guess, the finer details, I suppose it's a bit thin on the ground at the mo, but based on the kind of Syrian scheme, is there a timeline for this, when it can be up and running, when it will kick in?
We don't yet have a timeline for it, but what they are aiming to do is for it to resettle people directly from refugee camps in the region, which is what the Syrian scheme did. And in that sense, it was very, it managed to resettle people who weren't able to make a journey into Europe, so just getting them directly from those camps. But we still don't know what the timings will be around that.
Understood. OK, so we'll keep an eye out for detail a bit later on this evening on that particular scheme. Elsewhere then, we have heard from the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab today. He said things like Britain will use all the means it has at its disposal to hold the Taliban to account in Afghanistan. I suppose one could ask if we have any more detail on what that means as well. Is there any sort of indication of strategy emerging from the several Cobra meetings that have happened in the last few days?
There is some. So it's been a difficult weekend for Dominic Raab. He was on holiday in Cyprus and he had to fly back last night, cutting his holiday short to deal with the situation. He'd faced criticism for going there in the first place because he had been advised against it because of the worsening situation in Afghanistan. And this afternoon, following the Cobra meeting, as you say, it's the first time that he's commented publicly on the situation. And he said that the UK government can be a moderating influence on the Taliban and that it will not tolerate the country becoming a haven for terrorists. And he cited two things the government would consider doing, two levers that it can pull to do that. The first of them was cutting aid, cutting international aid that is given to Afghanistan is one thing, and the second is trade sanctions. That's the second lever that the government may pull, according to Dominic Raab.
It is notable, isn't it, that he described the UK potentially being a moderating influence on the Taliban. Other than the two things that you've mentioned, is there an indication of, I don't know, even an implied willingness, perhaps, to engage with a Taliban regime at some level?
Well, it's just such an impossibly difficult situation, incredibly embarrassing for the US, the UK, that, after 20 years of presence and work in Afghanistan, after 9/11, what's happened is that the Taliban has taken control of the country, within weeks of the West withdrawing. So, it's just a lot of people questioning what the point of all that intervention, those years of activity there was. And it just means, it's difficult for them to say much else at the moment, given that they kind of have to deal with the Taliban, given they've made the decision to withdraw. The Taliban have now taken over. So they're sort of left with this situation where they've got to deal with what's been left.
Yeah. Understood. Eleni, thank you for bringing us up to date, and thanks for pointing us out as well. We'll keep an eye on emerging detail on the resettlement programme for Afghan refugees, which, as Eleni was highlighting there, will be based on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians to the country. Of course, as we're discussing all of this evening, your input is very welcome and indeed encouraged. You can text me 87222, start your message with the word Times to get your text straight into the studio, or you can email studio@times.radio, and we'll keep across the email inbox as well. It's always lovely to have you as part of our conversation here on Times Radio. It's 13 minutes past 7, and Kabul airport is in chaos as thousands of people try to flee Afghanistan. At least 7 people have been killed amid desperate scenes as thousands try to force their way onto flights and avoid being left in the hands of the Taliban. Surely one of the defining videos of this chapter in the history of Afghanistan and its treatment by Western powers has been viewed today by millions around the world with a seemingly unanimous outpouring of distress and concern. You can see it on the Times website, that's thetimes.co.uk. It shows a US Air Force aircraft rolling down the runway at the airport in Kabul as hundreds of people run alongside it. The crowd is actually so large you cannot see the underside of the transporter plane. They are crowding it right up close. And as the plane rolls through and the crowd thins, your eye is then drawn to a group of Afghans clinging to the side of the plane under the wing. Such is their desperation to escape Afghanistan. You can see it at thetimes.co.uk. Joining me now is John McLeod, who's a senior analyst at Oxford Analytica and former managing editor at the Institute for War and Peace Reporting, covering former Soviet states and Afghanistan. John, welcome to the programme.
Thank you.
The Pentagon today suggested that the rapid collapse of the Afghan government and military to the Taliban was due to the lack of leadership, despite years of aid and training by the United States, of course. What's in your analysis, how have we got to this point?
Well, the actual military collapse is hard to explain because, yes, certainly there was advice, but we have to remember that in recent times, only a small number of, there's 2,500 at the last count of US troops were remaining before the final pullout. So they weren't everywhere. The brunt of the fighting on the ground was being done over many, many years by courageous Afghan soldiers. So I think there's more to this story than just a loss of direction. Because, again, over many years, these Afghan units would have been, or the larger units were sort of corps size, based in sort of major cities. And they would have been fighting often on their own. We've heard recently that supply drops to these units began to diminish, but it's difficult to explain away the complete collapse of the Afghan armed forces in different terrain, in different kind of cultural environments and all of that. There seems to be more to it than that. I think the Taliban may well have been in negotiations with senior officials to, if you like, engineer a walkover.
Yeah. In your expertise as well, John, with sort of war and peace reporting, etc., I'm intrigued to get your take on the, I don't know how to say this diplomatically, on the usefulness of the UN Security Council, which today has met. It has called for the establishment, through negotiations, of a new, united, inclusive, representative Afghan government, of course calling for immediate cessation of all hostilities in Afghanistan. In terms of the toothlessness or otherwise of the UN Security Council, where are we at in August 2021?
Yeah, well, I have to say cynically that with a statement like that, that's okay then. At this point, I guess the purpose of that kind of statement is to engage in some kind of way with the Taliban, and the Taliban do want to be engaged with. I think that's clear. I think what they're, they may not be very good at communicating, even though they become more media savvy. But what they clearly want to do is become the successor government to Ashraf Ghani's. They actually went to the presidential palace to sort of engineer that handover. They want a formal handover of power. In other words, they don't want to be seen as a kind of revolutionary rabble. So, and they've been talking about inclusive government. Of course, that doesn't mean the same as we might mean by inclusivity. There aren't going to be any women, and there'll be few ethnic minorities represented in the government. It'll be mostly Taliban leaders. But nevertheless, I guess the idea is to make it legitimate in the eyes of, or as legitimate as possible in the eyes of Afghans, who are worried, of course, and to make it as legitimate as possible internationally, so that people think, okay, well, they're a bit backward, but we can deal with them. Iran has already signaled that it will deal with them. It's not delighted, but it will. Russia's indicated that it kind of would deal with them, and others too, I think, will, for want of anything better.
Yeah.
So not a pariah government, I guess, is the Taliban's aim.
And that's interesting, isn't it, in terms of the tactics there? And they have been at, whether or not it's an active engagement, but they have been at certainly talks and discussions in Doha over the last couple of months as well. So it's interesting just to sort of compare the tactics of the Taliban now to 20 years ago when they were defeated in Kabul. Is there a notable change in your view?
Well, not really, I think. I think they've become a better understanding the world and all of that, but at that point they were in a corner. The United States said, "Give us Al Qaeda or else," and they said, "Come on then." But if you look at their previous period in government, it was certainly in terms of human rights, women's rights, and other sort of liberties, it was terrible. But the Taliban at the same time very keen to kind of engage as much as they understood the world, to engage with the world. They did visit the States, and they talked about facilitating a pipeline. That idea has come back now. So they were keen to be seen as legitimate even then. So I guess there's a bit of continuity there. But I think, on the other hand, we need to be very cautious about these kind of promises from people like this, because obviously the people in Doha, the negotiators, are more. They're a bit more sophisticated and a bit smoother in putting their political points across. So that's good, I guess, the people you can talk to. But people on the ground are going to be a bit rough and ready, I'd say. And we've heard reports of terrible human rights abuses, if they're confirmed, very, very serious indeed. And that's likely to happen too. And what do we do about it? After 20 years in which Western governments upheld the contribution to women's education, which was a great thing, no doubt about it. Do we just forget that and say, oh, well, those guys?
Yeah. It's a good point, John. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us this evening. Nice to speak with you. That is John McLeod, Senior Analyst at Oxford Analytica and former Managing Editor at the Institute for War and Peace Reporting, covering former Soviet states and Afghanistan. It's 7:20. Well, on then to something that John alluded to there, and the suggestion that actually some countries around the world have indicated that they are ready to transition into engaging with Taliban authorities, Russia, Pakistan and China among them. Let's speak to Dr. Jenny Mathers, Senior Lecturer in International Politics at Aberystwyth University and an expert on Russian security and politics. Dr. Mathers, good evening.
Good evening.
I suppose first it's important to consider that the United States is kind of all but gone from Afghanistan, as we know, and so it lines Moscow and indeed Beijing up as being the power brokers really in Afghanistan, as they already are across Central Asia. So this increases their power. Is that the attraction here of engaging with any potential Taliban regime?
Well, potentially, in part, there's an opportunity here. But also, I think, as far as Russia is concerned, Russia regards itself as really the security guarantor of Central Asia. These states which border Afghanistan and also border Russia are ones which would be in the front line for the receipt of refugees, as we've already seen, as well as any sort of overspill of instability. If the Taliban were to go into the drugs trade in a big way, for example, Central Asia would be in the front line. So Russia sees it first and foremost as, something to deal with, something it has to be ready for in case it's a bringer of instability. But yes, on the other hand, there's the potential there with the U.S. influence gone effectively from Afghanistan. Now perhaps Russia has the opportunity to play a larger role in what happens in this part of the world.
I note as well that in this, certainly in the case of Moscow, it actually seems like it's been actively preparing for greater instability in the region. I note that in the last month it's held military drills with Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, as well as separate exercises with China, which were aimed at apparently demonstrating the determination and ability of Russia and China to fight terrorism. And of course, this was as the Taliban was, racing to victory. So that's not coincidental, is it, in terms of the preparation that has been leading to this moment?
Absolutely. And, the Taliban is still classed by the Russian government as a terrorist organization. And so, Russia has a long memory. And, when the Taliban was last in control of Afghanistan, Russia joined the U.S. and others to support the war that started then in the post 9/11 period. So, Russia doesn't want to see instability coming back into the region from the Taliban. Russia doesn't want to be caught on the back foot. And so, it has been preparing with its allies, both in Central Asia, but also discussing with China and drilling with China as well, partly as a demonstration towards the Taliban to tell them, don't even think about trying to destabilize this region because we're ready for you. But also as a practical measure of, if the worst happens, then they're going to be prepared for it.
So kind of, getting the impression that some of these nations are kind of standing by, as it were. A Chinese government spokeswoman today said the country is ready to deepen its friendly and cooperative ties with Afghanistan, which is interesting, isn't it? I think I just want to put to you as well about the suggestion that Boris Johnson wants to have a virtual meeting of G7 leaders this week. Now, let me just tell you who the G7 nations are: Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK and the US. And so those nations that we're talking about here, primarily Russia and China, will not be there. I just wonder how they are going to be treated by the international community in this chapter.
Yes, well, as you say, Russia and China both are not in this kind of sort of gilded circle of the G7 who had taken upon themselves to make lots of decisions that affect the rest of the world. But Russia in particular has a very practical regime in a lot of ways. And so what they're interested in, first and foremost, is political stability near its borders. And so, Moscow doesn't want to see, a turbulent situation. It wants to see things calm down, settle down. If the Taliban demonstrates that it's willing to bring order to the region and that it shows that it can be, a stable government, well, Moscow is willing to work with them. So, it's as long as they can hold up their side of the bargain, Moscow is certainly willing to do deals with them. And, there's been a certain amount of rhetoric coming out of Moscow from various directions, from parliamentarians and from the Russian media, both to suggest a certain amount of gloating over the fact that the U.S. has definitely been humiliated through this rapid withdrawal and evacuation, but also an indication that, this is sort of the revenge of history in a way. This is showing that Western attempts to spread global values and all this sort of progressive cultural political correctness, is just not going to take in the rest of the world. And this is a demonstration that traditional values are going to hold strong. And of course, Putin's regime is very much presenting itself as the bastion of traditional values. So there's an interesting kind of combination of geopolitics, sort of ideology, tradition, and a lot of very pragmatic politics going on here as Russia looks towards, post-Western control over Afghanistan.
Dr. Mathers, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Lovely to speak to you. Dr. Jenny Mathers, Senior Lecturer in International Politics at Aberystwyth University, and as you heard, an expert on Russian security and politics. It's 7:26, and in the next hour and 20 minutes or so, President Joe Biden will speak at the White House about the situation in Afghanistan. The Taliban's rapid conquest of Kabul follows US President Biden's decision to withdraw US forces after 20 years of war that cost billions of dollars. Elizabeth Landers is Chief Political Correspondent at Vice News in Washington, D.C. Elizabeth, welcome to the programme.
Hi, thanks for having me.
First of all, then, to President Biden, who has been accused of hiding at Camp David over the weekend as the situation in Afghanistan deteriorated. He has now emerged at what feels like, Elizabeth, the beginning of a particularly difficult chapter for President Biden.
Yeah, I think this is probably the biggest crisis that President Biden has faced in terms of a breaking news situation during his first, it's been about 7 months now that he's been president. He inherited coronavirus, but we knew what COVID was when he took office and that there were going to be vaccines that would be coming. This Afghanistan situation has, as we have seen in just the last few days, deteriorated so rapidly that the president and his top, national security advisors and the Secretary of State, predicted would not happen has now happened. I mean, the president said that he thought that it was very unlikely that the Taliban would be taking over the entire country in a rapid way. And that's exactly what's happened in the last, just few days that we've seen. So President Biden is now returning from the presidential retreat at Camp David. He'll be speaking and addressing the nation at 3:45. And I think that fellow politicians in D.C. who work with him, who are Democrats, have questions for him. I think Republicans in Washington are also seizing upon this moment to point, fingers and to blame President Biden for a horrible plan here that's been executed. And I think that reporters have a lot of questions. So we'll see if any of those questions are answered around the 3:45 p.m. Statement that he gives.
You will hear that statement live on Times Radio in about an hour and 15 minutes. That's 8:45 p.m. Here in the UK. So, Elizabeth, I just wonder then what we can expect to hear from President Biden. It feels like over the weekend, various administration officials, from the Secretary of State to the National Security Advisor, have largely been standing by this now quite widely condemned policy.
Well, I think we do have a preview, I think, of what the president will say. I actually obtained some talking points that the White House is circulating to their allies on Capitol Hill. This is a memo that's being circulated by Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. And in this, they have some sort of top line points. And one of them is that it says that the administration knew that there was a distinct possibility that Kabul would fall to the Taliban. It was not an inevitability, it was a possibility. I think that the president is probably going to say that he did not think that this would happen as rapidly as it did. I also think that the White House is going to try to assuage people that we are working on evacuations of not just U.S. and embassy personnel that have been already evacuated from Afghanistan, but also all of the people, the Afghan nationals who have been helping the United States for 20 years on the ground there. There are a lot of people who have applied for what are called these special immigrant visas here in the United States, that I think that the president will probably speak to that as well, saying that the U.S. is working to get those people here. How quickly that's happening, I don't think we really know that right now. And based off of the images that we're seeing from the airport in Kabul with people clinging onto American aircrafts, it certainly seems like there are people in Afghanistan on the ground in Kabul who are doing everything that they can to leave the country right now. So I think that President Biden will probably have to explain some of these images we're seeing, and also just I think that we will probably hear him place some blame at the feet of President Trump as well. This is a conflict that America has been involved in for quite some time across numerous administrations. I believe that President Biden will probably emphasize that in his remarks today.
That is a really helpful preview, Elizabeth. Thank you. Thanks for joining us this evening, and we'll let you get back to events in Washington. That's Elizabeth Landers, Chief Political Correspondent at Vice News in Washington, D.C. And so that will be, I suppose, in terms of what we can anticipate, that will be the moment of this evening when President Biden addresses the world in a little over an hour from now. We will bring that to you live on Times Radio. And as we were just hearing from Elizabeth, it sounds as though the President will largely stick by the policy that is being so widely condemned as a result of events in Afghanistan this weekend. So that coming up at 8:45 is when it's scheduled to begin. 8:45 this evening, we will cross to the White House to hear from President Biden. In the next few minutes then, we will turn to some of the other big stories of the day and catch you up on those. We will, of course, keep you up to date on events from Afghanistan as well. Right now, we will get the news headlines at 7:32.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening, I'm Rachel Jewell. The Foreign Secretary says he doesn't want to undo the gains made with British blood, sweat and loss of life in Afghanistan. The Taliban's now in control of the majority of the country, and there are reports of human rights violations. Dominic Raab's confirmed another 200 troops are being sent to Kabul to help bring British nationals home. Jack Cummings is a former Royal Engineer who lost both legs while serving there.
I had a bad day at the office, as I joke about, and, you got to laugh, you don't laugh, you cry. But just seeing, involved the past week, the devastation, the loss, just how easy the Taliban have taken over the country, I'm just lost for words.
The number of people being treated for coronavirus in hospitals in England is at its highest level since March. There are more than 5,400 patients currently receiving care. A candlelit vigil's due to take place this evening to remember the victims of the Plymouth shooting. Earlier, a minute's silence was held, where hundreds gathered to pay their respects to the 5 people who lost their lives in Kiev. Twitter's announced it's altering its new design after some users complained it was giving them headaches. The redo was introduced last week, bringing more high-contrast colours alongside a new font. The social media platform was aiming to remove visual clutter, but now accepts it'll need changes to make it easier on the eyes. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. England's cricketers have gone 1-0 down in their 5-match series with India after losing the second test at Lord's. The hosts suffered another batting collapse against some brilliant bowling as Virat Kohli's side secured a 151-run win by bowling England out for just 120 in their second innings. With the rest of the sport now, here's Toby Gillis.
There have been more positive COVID-19 tests in the last week in the Premier League than at any time since January. The league says 11 have been confirmed in the week to yesterday, that up from 9 in the 7 days before. The anti-discrimination organisation Kick It Out says a chant heard from the Liverpool section of support at Norwich on Saturday was unquestionably homophobic. Supporters were heard shouting abuse at Billy Gilmore, who's on loan from Chelsea. Kick It Out says it's also had reports of discriminatory chanting at other matches this week, but will comment further on those when they've clarified the details. One of the world's greatest ever footballers has retired. USA legend Carly Lloyd, who played 312 times for her country, is hanging up her boots after a career spanning 22 years. She won the World Cup and Olympics twice and scored 128 international goals. And the Paralympic Games organisers have announced that they'll allow some school children to attend events, despite it being declared mostly a spectator-free event. Tokyo is still in a state of emergency as it deals with the COVID-19 spike a week out from the start of the Games. But Tokyo 2020 President Seiko Hashimoto has explained through a translator that they'll let some local kids in.
We think that it will have a big educational influence to realising a symbiotic society. So we will listen to the opinions of parents, but we will try to hold it by taking safety measures if local schools wish to attend.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
Good Good evening, it's 7:36 on Times Radio with Callum MacDonald this evening. Of course, keeping a close eye on developments from Afghanistan and indeed around the world. President Biden due to speak in just over an hour, presumably in some way going to respond to much anger at the US for catalysing the Taliban's swift return to power as they arrived in Kabul yesterday and are now looking to, take over in the coming days. So we'll hear from President Biden a little bit later on. In terms of what you can expect tomorrow morning on Times Radio, as well as more analysis on developments from Afghanistan. You can hear from former Deputy Commander of the International Security Assistance Force 2009-2010 and Commander of British Forces in Afghanistan. That's General Sir Nick Parker. He's joining Asmamir and Stig Abel on breakfast from 6 a.m. Of course, your morning briefing, your essential morning briefing is on early breakfast from 5 a.m. That gets you set up for the day. James Niche will look after you from 5 till 6. And then also on breakfast tomorrow, the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab just after 7 o'clock with Asma and Stig, who will definitely be worth a listen. To get the latest on the story that we've been reporting this evening from the Times, that Britain is ready to accept thousands of Afghan refugees. We brought you detail on that at 7:05, but we are expecting more info throughout this evening and into tomorrow morning as well. So you'll get all of that on early breakfast and breakfast first thing. Luke Jones sits in for Matt Chorley tomorrow from 10, and he'll be speaking to former Chief of the General Staff, Lord Dannett, all about Afghanistan, of course. So join Luke from 10 o'clock for yet more insight as well. For the next few minutes, we will just step away from events in Afghanistan and instead focus on Haiti. Rescue workers are rushing to locate survivors of the deadly earthquake that struck Haiti on Saturday as they brace themselves for a deluge from a tropical storm which is heading towards the Caribbean nation. At least 1,297 people are known to have died in the 7.2 magnitude quake. An unknown number are still missing. Peter Finlay is a security officer for the International Federation of the Red Cross, is in Port-au-Prince in Haiti, and he joins us now. Peter, thanks for joining us.
Yes, good afternoon from Port-au-Prince.
Peter,
got a little interference there from an external source.
No, that's all right. Not at all, Peter. We appreciate you joining us in what must be a chaotic situation. Can you just describe the scene, where you are, and the effect that this earthquake has had?
Well, I'm in Port-au-Prince, coordinating the operations for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent. We are supporting the Haitian Red Cross in their search and rescue efforts and providing assistance to the affected persons in the provinces that were hit by the earthquake on Saturday morning. The Haitian Red Cross has been leading along with the civil protection system. They have been leading the search and rescue efforts and trying to alleviate as much as possible the suffering of the local population.
Can you describe to us what has happened, in terms of the damage done and the chaos that is now apparent in Haiti?
Well, it was a 7.2 earthquake, very close to the coastline. The advantage was that it's a big population spread out over a large geographical area. It's mostly one-story buildings that gave people the opportunity to escape. The majority of the victims are from 2-3-story buildings, which were very, very badly affected. We have 4 hospitals that have structural damage and are totally overwhelmed. We have the city of Lecay, which has been hit the hardest with 40% of structural damage across the city. It's over 100,000 people in that city. And right now the roads are closed. The infrastructure was damaged. We have a section of the country, of the peninsula, that is totally uncommunicated because it only has one main highway, and that is totally blocked. Access right now is by air. Sea is off the table because we have the tropical depression, which is causing bad weather, so sea travel has been stopped. Right now it's mostly air, and as the depression is advancing into Haitian territory, we will have to cease air operations also. The Haitian Red Cross, which is leading this effort, along with the government, are working with their local network of Red Cross volunteers. The International Federation is striving to supply water, sanitation, health, and hygiene and shelter as much as we can. To this effect, the International Federation has launched an emergency appeal worldwide and collection points and so on at local Red Cross branches across the world to support this effort. Any other questions, sir?
Yes, absolutely. I was going to ask, given the dire situation really that you've outlined and the need for an international aid response, what is actually being done? How can you help the thousands of people that have been left homeless by this earthquake and tropical storm on the way, towns so badly affected and some places unreachable, and thousands of people without homes? Where do you even begin to try to help them?
Oh, the easiest and fastest way to help, to donate, or to collaborate in the effort is to approach the local Red Cross. The International Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, we are present in 192 countries. It's an international humanitarian movement. And each country has a Red Cross. Approach your local Red Cross branch and inquire. An emergency appeal launched by the International Federation includes the participation of every Red Cross, Red Crescent society, in the world.
And of course, from pictures that I've seen being shown here in the UK, there are people sleeping outside on the streets, for example, because they're fearful of aftershocks. And I suppose the absolutely destructive earthquake of 2010, which killed nearly 250,000 people, is actually fresh in the memories of so many who are in Haiti.
That is true. The big difference between this earthquake and the 2010 earthquake is that Port-au-Prince is built on top of marsh and different types of ground. And the peninsula that was affected is mostly mountains. So even though it was a 7.2 versus the 5.4 of 2010, the land itself absorbed a lot of the shock, and the construction is mostly one-story buildings. Here in Port-au-Prince, we had the pancake effect, where 5-6-story buildings just fell on top of themselves with everyone inside. This opportunity, thankfully, as one-story buildings, people had the chance to run outside. And yes, there were big aftershocks. After the 7.2, we had a 6.6, a 6.2, but gradually they toned down. The last one was yesterday morning, which was mostly a 4.5 as reported. And people are fearful of going back inside because the houses that didn't collapse totally are damaged.
Peter, thank you for outlining what is happening in Haiti and sending best wishes to you and those involved in the rescue efforts. That is Peter Finlay, Security Officer for the International Federation of the Red Cross, joining us live from Port-au-Prince this evening. This is Times Radio with Callum MacDonald. Coming up then, we're going to give you a look at what will be in tomorrow's Times. That comes next. It's coming up to 7:45.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
We'll be talking to political strategist Frank Luntz about his 3-decade career in US politics and hear his thoughts on the most recent developments in Afghanistan. And of course, we'll have to ask about that replica of the Oval Office in his home. Money well spent? Well, we'll let you decide. Archaeologist Dr. Rebecca Ragg-Sykes joins us to discuss her book, Kindred, which delves into her fascination with our Neanderthal ancestors and deep past. And our music reviewers will be keeping you up to date with the best releases of the week, including a new album from The Killers.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
Tomorrow's Times today on Times Radio.
This is the part of the programme where we look ahead to tomorrow's Times, bring you the headlines and stories that you can read more about in the paper or online at thetimes.co.uk. We've got Deputy Editor Tony Gallagher with us to give us a bit of an idea of the stories that are on their way. Good evening, Tony.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Yes, very well, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. We started the programme just after 7, reflecting on the story that went online a short time ago, that Britain is ready to accept thousands of Afghan refugees. Are you expecting a bit more detail from the government, from Downing Street on that as the evening goes on in time for tomorrow's paper?
We are. They are looking we believe, at a scheme that was modelled on the way that the government treated refugees from Syria when that country started to fall apart. And the plan seems to suggest that many thousands of refugees will be granted sanctuary in the United Kingdom, rather in the fashion of Syria. But as you probably realise, details of that story are still unfolding, and it's a rapidly changing situation. So probably whatever I tell you is likely to be out of date by the time one sees the paper tomorrow morning.
Yeah, sure. Well, pick up a paper, log in online to get more detail. Elsewhere then in the paper, Tony, Cherie Blair's making an appearance. What's she up to?
Yes, Cherie Blair is leading the charge for the Garrick Club to admit women as members, because 45 years ago she was turned away as a pupil barrister. Her supervisor for the pupillage that she was taking took the pair of them to the Garrick Club, but she was left standing outside in the cold because women are not admitted as members. And over the past year, there's been a growing campaign led by an Emily Bendel, the founder of a lingerie company, who was refused membership of the Garrick, to see if this can be overturned. And the petition that she has put together has now been signed by quite a distinguished cast of legal world luminaries: 115 QCs, 77 barristers, 65 solicitors, 37 partners and directors in law firms. It's significant because it's thought that as many as 1 in 4 of the senior judiciary is believed to hold membership of the Garrick, and QCs are now highlighting they think this is terribly unfair, discriminatory, and it needs to end. I don't know how well you know the story of the Garrick, but battles over admission of women as members have been going on for decades. The club has looked at this in the past and has rejected it. Women are allowed to go to the Garrick, but there are all kinds of weird rules. From memory, I think there's some sort of wretched long table they're not allowed to sit at. And I think they make it difficult for them to buy drinks, and they've got a special lavatory with a sofa and so forth. So Cherie Blair is now leading the charge against this. And rather surprisingly, you might well wonder why this is legal in the modern age. But it turns out that membership associations are permitted to discriminate in choosing their members, including some characteristics that would be otherwise protected by equality laws. So, for instance, a male gardening club could refuse to accept women, or apparently a club for deaf people can apparently reject hearing members. Nobody's allowed to select on the basis purely of skin colour, but you can select on the basis of whether you're a man and a woman. And Cherie Blair is among others who are thinking that the time has come for the Garrick to get with the 21st century.
Well, yes, high time, one might think. It's just so intriguing to consider how sustainable a position that realistically is. And you were kind of alluding to it there, I suppose, Tony. But is there any appetite from those within the club to change the rules, or is there still a bit of resistance in there?
Well, there is. They looked at this in 2015, and the vote then was very, very close. Yeah. So you might think that in 2021, with some younger members, if such things exist at the Garrick, that they might look to admit the other half of the population. As much as anything else, it seems like they're cutting themselves off from rather fabulous commercial opportunity. Although, speaking as somebody that's been there a few times as a guest, I can't see in a million years what would draw you to want to go there.
I was going to ask somebody in your position. I was sure you must have swung in the doors at some point.
I'm delighted to say I'm not a member, but I've been there as a guest and eaten their rather average food, and not been greatly thrilled by the experience.
Understood. Well, there we go. That's the only review I need, to be honest. Right, let's go on to chat about M&S next. An interesting move for M&S, going to sell other clothing brands in store for the first time.
Yes, not just an M&S website. They are. And it's been well documented that they've had some problems with their clothing line over the years, while their food continues to outperform and deliver very handsome margins. Their clothing range has been quite challenged by a number of the new entrants into the market, the likes of Zara, at the lower end, the likes of Primark and so forth. They're now looking to add new brands to their website. Among them, brands like Fat Face, Jones the Bootmaker. They acquired the Jaeger brand. You can now buy clothing from Hobbs, White Stuff, Clark's, Crag Hoppers, And what's significant about this is beyond the website, they're going to trial the idea that you can buy other branded clothing in their stores, which will be a first for Marks and Spencer. But it's a sign of how competitive the clothing market is. They're having to close 100 shops over the next year. The high street, we know, is having grave difficulties. And Marks and Spencer is hitting back by deciding it's going to stock other brands in addition to its own.
Interesting. And it kind of, I guess, in terms of perception, it makes M&S more like what you might consider a kind of traditional department store to feel like. You know, if you were to walk into one, you could pick up brands of all shapes and sizes and descriptions and whatnot. But M&S has held out for so long, but this is it kind of almost falling in line with other retailers.
Well, that's a very good question, because the chief executive of Marks and Spencer, Stephen Rowe, is suggesting that M&S is very far from being a department store, and it's a comparison that he really chafes against. Although retail analysts will tell you that department stores have reached almost an extinction point in the UK, aside from the likes of Harrods and Selfridges. Over the past year or two, the troubles of John Lewis, for instance, have been very well documented. It certainly does give you the sense that Marks and Spencer is going to be like other stores in stocking other brands, and it's lost that USP. Yeah. But if its clothing sales are continuing to outperform, I guess they have to do something.
Indeed. Tony, thank you very much. Lovely to speak to you. That is Tony Gallagher, Deputy Editor of The Times, joining us to give you a preview of what you can read in The Times tomorrow and online at thetimes.co.uk.
Tomorrow's Times today on Times Radio.
And by the way, a digital subscription to The Times and Sunday Times gives you full access to all the articles on our website and app. Plus, there are other benefits on there as well. Email newsletters, exclusive offers. And right now, the first month of a digital subscription is free. So you could read all the stories that Tony was just outlining to us for free tomorrow. It's just as quick and as easy as that. You can take advantage of the offer. You can sign up, go online to thetimes.co.uk. There are links on there to subscribe. It's very, very easy. Why not embrace 1 month for free? This is Times Radio. It's Callum MacDonald with you this evening. It's Monday evening. It's 7:53. Now, a question for you. Would you let a robot legally defend you? Yes? No? That statement might not quite be as mad as it sounds, because artificial intelligence software systems, computer programs that can update and almost think by themselves, are apparently increasingly being used by the legal community. Eleanor Weaver joins us, Chief Executive of Luminance, an artificial intelligence platform working with the legal industry. Good evening, Eleanor.
Good evening. How are you, Callum?
Yes, good, thanks. I'm going to avoid obvious comparisons between lawyers and robots and various jokes and things that might get me in trouble. But let's talk about artificial intelligence when it comes to legal defences. How does this work? Because the art of defending somebody in court is presumably quite a complex one.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about, first of all, what we mean by artificial intelligence. And when I talk about artificial intelligence, I'm talking about the use of technology to carry out tasks that are normally required by human intelligence. We're seeing AI used across the board in the legal industry. So we're not seeing them replace, or AI being used to replace judges. I think we're quite a far way off of that so far. But we are seeing it being used for things like document review. So at Luminance, we use artificial intelligence to read and form an understanding of documents, which helps lawyers to gain an insight into their documents, such as contracts and emails. Luminance and the AI highlights key information, it flags anomalies, and it finds conceptually similar results with a click of a button. So we're not replacing the judges, but what we are doing is helping the likes of the 36 group, who are a London-based barrister chambers, helping them prepare in advance of a murder trial, and allowing them to review 10,000 documents, allow them to save what they estimate to be £50,000, and able to review all their documentation within 4 weeks.
Sounds a little bit like you're on the way to replacing judges, though, doesn't it? I mean, if you're making inroads like this, it can't be long before there's a robot sat on the bench banging a hammer, a gavel at me.
I personally still think we're quite a far way off of that. Okay. So essentially, AI can definitely be used to help with the backlog of court cases due to COVID. I think it will be massively used, and it is. We're starting to see it being used to expedite the review process. It allows lawyers to shift through, a bulk of the review much more quickly. But the human brain is really complex, and we're far from tech being able to make decisions and pass judgments. So essentially, what I think AI can do is that it is doing this at the moment, is that it ensures that all information is seen, heard, and understood, which I think actually is an impossible task without technology. But the whole point of AI as it is that it helps humans understand and make more informed decisions rather than replacing their judgments.
So just in terms then of the accuracy, because that is the key question here, isn't it, as to whether the processes that AI is being used to perform and fulfill, in terms of measuring that against a human being's ability to do that task, are you content that the AI can replace humans in that way?
I always answer that by saying, how accurate are humans if you've been up until 4 a.m. reviewing the same documents?
Yeah.
So I think the best way to answer that, and I think this is what I really believe in, is that the use of both AI and humans complement each other massively. So the AI can get through that 98% of the very monotonous, very laborious task of reviewing very similar contracts. It can find that needle in a haystack, and it can do that very, very quickly. But you still need the humans, and you'll always need the humans to analyze the information and make a judgment on what the AI is presenting back to you. And you still need someone to be creative, you still need someone to negotiate, you still need someone to advise. So I don't think AI will fully replace a lawyer. And my father's a lawyer. I can't imagine he'd be very happy if he was listening into this and he heard me saying, yes, we're going to completely replace you guys.
He'll be suing you before you know it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be off your air.
So in terms of the benefits then of the AI, it's kind of an efficiency thing, and it's I guess it's freeing up human beings to do other more, if I may say, meaningful tasks. Is that fair?
That is one of the elements. I think the reason that Luminous was created in 2015 and the reason we've had such success is because there was a massive explosion in data. So, I'm dialing in today and I've got my phone and my laptop and an iPad in front of me, and I'm creating communications, every single second, every single minute. And what we started to see was that with this explosion of data, it was becoming much more unfeasible for lawyers to read all this documentation or emails manually. And so they were then moving towards this idea of sampling documents, so taking 10% of the data. And this then introduced risks of missing key information. Yeah. So what we're starting to see is that it allows lawyers to get through much more information, to get through 100% of the information and the documents. And it allows them to either be on the front foot, so to be able to negotiate really quickly, which is really, really important, and also to be able to make sure that they're advising without missing any information and being able to actually look through all the information.
Understood. Eleanor, thank you so much. Thanks for explaining it to us this evening. I appreciate that. That is Eleanor Weaver, Chief Executive of Luminance, an artificial intelligence platform that works with the legal industry. Special mention to Rob in Abingdon, who says, by the way, Callum, judges in England don't use gavels. I'm always happy to stand corrected, but there we are. I've been lured into a false sense of what courtrooms are like by TV shows. Sorry, Rob.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Hello, good evening. It's 8 o'clock on Times Radio. This is Callum MacDonald. Coming up then before 9 o'clock, we will take you live to the White House to hear from President Biden as he addresses the world on the deteriorating situation in Afghanistan. Before that, we will keep our pastimes film reviews for you between now and 8:30. And we'll start with the news at 8 o'clock. Here's Daryl Jackson.
Thank you, Callum. Good evening. The government says it will resettle Afghan refugees who flee the Taliban in Britain. It's under plans being modelled on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians to the country following the refugee crisis there. The Times is reporting this evening that ministers are determined to devise a world-leading scheme to resettle Afghan refugees. Eleni Correa is the political reporter at The Times and has the latest.
What we do know is that the government is planning to model it off the Syrian refugee resettlement programme. Now, the aim of this is to just make sure that the system isn't overwhelmed by asylum claims Afghans who are fleeing the Taliban, making sure that there's a sort of more managed way of dealing with refugees who want to come to the UK.
The Foreign Secretary says they're evacuating hundreds of British nationals from Afghanistan over the next few days as the Taliban takes control of the capital. Dominic Raab says the UK needs to rein in the worst excesses of the insurgents. Since the withdrawal of Western troops, he says they need to stabilise the gains secured through British blood, sweat, tears and loss of life over the last 20 years.
We will hold them to account for their commitment and never to allow Afghanistan to be used as a base for terror, to hold a more inclusive government and to protect the most essential human rights, including respecting the rights of women.
Russia, Pakistan and China have all indicated they are ready to transition into engaging with Taliban authorities. But Dr. Jenny Mathers, senior lecturer in international politics at Aberystwyth University, told Callum on Times Radio that the Taliban is still classed by Russia as a terrorist organisation.
Russia doesn't want to see instability coming back into the region from the Taliban. Russia doesn't want to be caught on the back foot. And so, it has been preparing with its allies, both in Central Asia, but also discussing with China, partly as a demonstration towards the Taliban to tell them, don't even think about trying to destabilize this region because we're ready for you.
7 people have died at Kabul airport while trying to flee the country. Some fell from a departing American military jet. The US president will make a live address at 8:45 tonight, which you can hear live here on Times Radio. The United Nations is calling on the international community to come together to support the people of Afghanistan. A minute's silence has been observed in Plymouth and across the country in memory of the 5 people killed in last week's mass shooting. A 3-year-old girl and her dad were among those who died when 22-year-old Jake Davison went on a rampage. Crowds gathered outside the Guildhall in the city centre earlier, including religious figures, politicians and the military. Keyham community leader Kevin Sproston addressed the mourners.
The solidarity, love and support shown across Plymouth and the UK towards Keyham has been overwhelming, and we thank you for all your kind messages. It means a lot. At the moment, Keyham is grieving. We grieve because we love. Grief is love.
The Queen says she's deeply saddened following an earthquake in Haiti, which has killed nearly 1,300 people. Her Majesty sent a message saying her thoughts and prayers are with those who've lost their lives, loved ones and homes. Officials say at least 5,700 people are injured. Geronimo, the alpaca, is safe for now after getting a reprieve from animal rights lawyers. The 6-year-old animal faces being destroyed because the government says he has bovine tuberculosis, but his owner says the tests are inaccurate. Geronimo's vet agrees and says his chances of survival are getting better every day. Dr. Ian McGill told Times Radio that the government's entire TB testing policy on cattle needs an overhaul.
The main skin test in cattle only works half the time, and so they're leaving loads of infected animals in the herds, and then they get another TB breakdown. It's really awful for farmers, and some of the diagnoses are also false positives. So we really need a sea change in bovine TB policy, and it's Geronimo that's shining a light into that deep, dark, murky world.
A final decision on Geronimo's High Court appeal is expected tomorrow. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. Our top sports stories this hour. India's cricketers need just 3 wickets to beat England in the second test at Lords, but they're running out of time. A short while ago, they were 108 for 7 with 16 overs left to bowl. But so far, Joss Butler is offering stubborn resistance as the home side try to secure a draw. We'll have a full sports roundup at 12:30.
Past Times with Phil Williams on Times Radio.
Good evening, this is Callum MacDonald in for Phil Williams this evening. It is 8:05 on Monday evening, so we are keeping past times and we are speaking to Ian Nathan, our resident film critic. Hello, Ian.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. And how are you? Everything okay?
Everything good with me. Spent the day in the cinema, saw 2 films today, so I've been very busy.
Nice, yeah, good. And have you had a good weekend? How regularly are you at the cinema at the Mo?
Not as much as you maybe think. People think I'm watching films all the time.
Yeah, that's what I picture, that you're just feasting on popcorn all day.
Always in the dark, pale-skinned like a vampire. No, usually I probably watch about 5-6 films a week, but at home and at cinemas, which probably isn't that different from a lot of what normal people do, not film critics. So not massively. I mean, I did manage to get out in the open air over the weekend, in what sunshine we had. So I do enjoy other things.
Good. Yeah, well, that's good. That's good to hear. But we have you for your film prowess and expertise, of course. So let's get to it. Shall we start with Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe Origins? Tell us about this.
Yes, as that rather long-winded title might suggest, this is another film adapted from the G.I. Joe toy chain. I knew these originally as Action Men. The American version was G.I. Joe's, and they had a long history. In fact, very interesting, I watched a documentary very quickly about G.I. Joe's. And Snake Eyes is the kind of ninja character, wears all black. And the only reason this character came about in the toy line was because originally they were running low. They weren't selling very well, and they had to cut back. And they were asked to cut back on the little gadgets and guns. And rather than do that, they decided for one in the toy line, they wouldn't bother to paint him. So they saved on paint. So that created Snake Eyes, this really cool character, because he wore all black, because he was unpainted, basically. And he became the best-selling character. So now, finally, he's made it to the movies. He had a small part in, there were some G.I. Joe films about 5 or 6 years ago, Dwayne Johnson and Channing Tatum. I think Bruce Willis was in them. So it's sort of an ongoing franchise, but it's had a bit of a hiatus. Now it comes back with the intention of expanding this world in a rather superhero fashion. So this is, as the title suggests, the story of Snake Eyes, that all-black toy. He's played by Henry Golding. And at the beginning of the film, he watches his father get killed under very mysterious circumstances. So it sort of sets him up on this kind of trail of vengeance. Should we hear the trailer?
Yes, let's. Here it is.
Should we be worried?
About Scarlet?
No. Major O'Hara is with the Joes. What?
An elite global counter-terrorism unit. They're the good guys. Cobra.
Okay, wow. I mean, it sounds violent. I can see that much.
Yes, I know what you got from that. There's a lot of fighting. This is a kind of a Hollywood action movie with kind of 1 foot in what you might call the martial arts arena, the Hong Kong, Chinese, Japanese cinema. The idea is that Henry Golding's Snake Eyes ends up in Japan and gets involved with this feud between rival clans, and he gets tested. He goes on this he becomes a blood brother. He saves the life of the head of a clan and becomes a blood brother to him, and must do this very complicated initiation. So there's sort of a lot of the film is rather like a martial arts movie, a ninja movie, and the characters are strong. Henry Golding as Snake Eyes is interesting because he's slightly unpredictable. He's not necessarily a good guy. He's got this kind of vengeance that hangs over him, and there's a lot of betrayals and counter-betrayals. The problem for me, and maybe it sounds like an old man talking, is every time it slips into action, it is so chaotic. It is so full of shaky cam. It's nearly unwatchable. You cannot tell what is going on in these action scenes. You're kind of with it when it's kind of on the ground in this kind of atmospheric Japanese setting and loosely builds in the kind of Cobra versus G.I. Joe's backstory. That's sort of put in the background a little bit. But every time someone draws a sword, your heart sinks. You think, I've got to sit through another ridiculous action scene. And it's not that I don't like action scenes. I just like to know what's going on in an action scene. I like to know where the people are in relation to one another.
Yes, that's
what
reasonable.
The geography of a scene is, and where the potential peril might lie within this action scene. And it's so fast, it's so chaotic, and it's been edited, within an inch of its life that you can't tell what's going on in those sequences. There's a kind of a lot of explosions at the end. It builds up to a big finale. So it's a bit of half and half. There's kind of a decent movie trying to get out with some good characters and some quirky humor, and I think quite a nice mix of American ideas and martial arts ideas, with just some really bad action, some really kind of overdone, overcooked action. And there are some giant anacondas who can tell whether you've got a dark heart or not. You get those as well. They're quite fun. But you just somewhere to slow down. It's a funny thing to ask of an action movie. You say, just steady yourself and just let's see the characters fight. Let's not have a dizzying blur.
Yeah, absolutely fair. I totally get you on that. Well, I feel if action is like shoehorned in and then done badly, it just always feels a bit ugh when you're watching a movie. Anyway, that is Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe Origins, in cinemas from Wednesday, August the 18th, so in a couple of days' time. Right, Ian, let's go on to The Night House next, which, as soon as I saw the title, wondered if it was a bit of a haunted house movie.
Yes, very much so. And this is a very poised, very dark, very somber film. It can be more different from Snake Eyes. It is, as you suspect from the title, a haunted house story, quite a modern one, rather in the Stephen King style. It's not written by Stephen King, but it's got a feel of what he does. So you have Rebecca Hall, who's been recently bereaved, and she lives in this architecturally beautiful house, as you tend to do in these kind of movies, right on the shores of this lovely lake. It's sort of upstate New York. It's a beautiful part of the world. And she's a terrific performance from Rebecca Hall. She's devastated, but she has that quality in her performance you rarely get in bereaved characters. She's angry with the world. She's furious about what's happened to her. And as you might suspect, the ghost of her recently bereaved husband, who's been left a widow, starts to potentially revisit. It starts with all the cliches, the knocks and the noises at night, the shadows at the back of the scene, all the things you kind of think that would happen in a haunted house movie, but amped up a little bit, played with a bit more of a darker hand, a bit more sort of ambition. Should we hear the trailer?
All houses wherein men have lived and died are haunted houses. Through the open doors, the harmless phantoms on their errands glide, with feet that make no sound upon the floors. We meet them at the doorway, on the stair, along the passages they come and go. Palpable impressions on the air, a sense of something moving to and fro.
Ooh, it is a bit intimidating, isn't it?
It is. It's as I say, really well done. The atmospherics, while obvious, are so kind of state of the art. I mean, there's a fantastic use of sound in the film. You don't often credit a film for its sound rather than its visuals, but this way of using music. Like the couple had a favourite song, but rather than just turning on the hi-fi spookily in the middle of the night, they turn up the volume within the film. So you're sort of sitting there in the cinema, and suddenly the volume gets yanked up. And you're just sort of shocked. Literally, it's a really powerful effect. And of course, a plot emerges. There's this kind of secret sort of that her husband left behind that she starts to follow the trail of and realizes he wasn't the man she knew. And there are very dark things he was involved in. And in a way, the plot is the worst thing about it. It's so well put together and has such a strong central performance. And it's a study of grief, and the idea of ghosts as almost as a function of grief, a way of coping. But once it gets on with being a horror movie, it starts to falter a little bit, partly because what the story evolves to be, and I won't say what it is so over the top, and it's so strong, it's very occult, that you just don't really buy it. You buy the ghost stuff, but you think, well, this is just, where's it gone, this film? Why is it so overwritten at the end? And they didn't have to have faith with the kind of the power of what they had. But I would recommend it. I think it does something familiar in a very sort of sensitive and provocative way. If you don't quite sort of walk out with that sort of the satisfaction of a great ghost story, you get nearly there. And I think Rebecca Hall just carries that film because there's only about 4 or 5 characters in it, and she does all the heavy lifting to take you right through to the end.
That is The Night House in cinemas from Friday, the 20th of August. Let us stick with horror, shall we?
Yes.
And this is Censor that we're going on to talk about next.
Okay, should we start with the trailer?
Yes, okay, here it is.
This way. Please stop. I don't like it. Can we go back? No, it'll be fun. Let's play a game. Come on. Summon my shadow. Spin.
Okay, so immediately it feels a bit more surreal.
It's a night of the least informative trailers in the history of trailers, really. Isn't it?
I was thinking,
what is going on in these trailers?
They really need to make them a bit more audio friendly, but anyway, there we are.
And this is Censor, and it's a British horror movie, and it's set in that era of the 80s when video nasties were all the talk. Mary Whitehouse was complaining. All these titles were banned. And there was a kind of sensationalism around horror, as if it was having a knock-on effect in society and was causing people to be violent and ultimately to kill. So it's a very interesting sort of almost self-reflexive idea of setting a horror movie against the backdrop of horror movies being banned. And the central character, played by Niamh Algar, is a censor, as the title suggests. She sits down and watches mainly horror movies by the sounds of it and what we see, and ticks off what they think is permissible. But she's not quite right. There's clearly something quite disturbed about her. And it's sort of, we discover she has a backstory in which her sister went missing, presumed killed. And she's heavily involved in this. And she thinks she sees her sister in one of these horror movies she's watching. So it becomes her awakening to the fact that she thinks her sister can be found, and follows the trail to where this horror movie was made and who was involved in making it. And it becomes increasingly a surreal journey into the night. It becomes about her kind of unreliable vision of what's going on. We come to understand she might be kind of going mad herself. Again, very good atmospherics, a really interesting time to set a horror film in. Lots of kind of lovely details about the clamminess of the 80s. People were smoking in screenings. Well, that lovely kind of touch. For me, what frustrates me, and this is a real problem I have with a lot of horror movies, is because they're supernatural or can be supernatural, they think the rules don't apply to them anymore to be logical or even understandable. And the film just gets increasingly strange and odd and offbeat, and the scenes don't really add up to anything in the end. It's like it gets very into dream logic and nightmare. And by the end of it, I was just thinking, I just want it to end. I just don't get this anymore. This kind of nice satire about the schlock industry has turned into this kind of pseudo parable about our own nightmares and our own psyches. And this film, which got great reviews along the kind of the festival circuit, left me cold. I didn't get it. A lot of my peers love it. So it's a cult item in the making, but it didn't work for me.
Yeah, okay. So we've done two horror films then tonight, The Night House and Censor. It sounds as though you preferred The Night House. Is that fair to say? I did. I think it was clearer-headed, if that makes sense. You knew what it was about more. I think the director had much more control of the narrative. What I felt with Censor was a director just trying everything, throwing it all at the screen, with obviously a much more limited budget. And not enough sticking, not enough coming through. And when you get to the horror scenes, and it's very gruesome towards the end, you're not even quite sure why it's being gruesome, why people are getting killed, or even who they are. I mean, it's that kind of film where nothing makes a lot of sense by the end of it, and it's entirely deliberate. And you might find that disturbing. I just found it a bit frustrating. Understood. So, Censor is the last movie we reviewed. It's in cinemas from Friday, August the 20th. The Night House is in cinemas as well from Friday the 20th. And we started with Snake Eyes, with much punching. That is in cinemas from Wednesday the 18th. So all those movies out this week. Ian is staying with us. We'll chat to him a bit more about some of the issues of the week and get his film of the week as well. It's coming up to 8:20 now.
Stories of our times from the Times and the Sunday Times.
One agenda-setting story told in depth by experts.
I'm Manveen Rana.
I'm David Aronovich. Go beyond the headlines with original quality journalism and exclusive interviews.
What happens in the next year may define this country for the next 40 years.
We take you to the heart of the stories that matter. With exclusive access and reporting, you'll hear from the best and most informed journalists from the UK's most trusted newspaper. It's published for the start of your day, and you can listen for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search The Stories of Our Times.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
And Ian Nathan here talking us through movies, movie news and movie issues. Ian, let's go on to chat about Marvel next, and the next Marvel film, which is causing a bit of a stir.
Yeah, Marvel can't seem to move now without being controversial. They've been the most successful set of films, probably in film history. For the last 20 years, they've been making billions. And it seems they've made some odd steps. There's the whole controversy about Black Widow and Scarlett Johansson that's gone on recently, that she's suing them because they weren't meant to be released both at the cinema and home entertainment at the same time, and her contract didn't cover that. And now that the next film coming along, and this is something of a risky film already for Marvel. It's called Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. And rather like Snake Eyes, it has a kind of martial arts vibe to it. But it's an unusual character. It's not a particularly well-known comic book character, Shang-Chi. I think the Marvel routines will be very similar, but it's a different idiom if you want different kinds of characters. And this Marvel film won't be released in cinemas and on Disney Plus at the same time. This will just be released in cinemas. And the heads at Disney have said the reason for this is it's an experiment. We will test the waters on how well a Marvel film will play without having the backup of Disney Plus. All this against the backdrop of the pandemic and the rise of the Delta variant and the kind of wavering in cinema audience attendance. And this comment from the bosses at Disney didn't go down very well with Simu Liu. I hope I pronounced that right. I probably got it completely wrong. Who is the star of Shang-Chi. He was in a very good sitcom on Netflix called Kim's Convenience. He's a very charming, funny guy. And now he's stepped up to being to lead a Marvel film. So it's a big deal for him. You know, his breakout Hollywood role. And he's quite an outspoken actor anyway. And he was straight on social media saying, we're not an experiment. You know, we're a fully fledged movie. He says we're an underdog movie. He gets that. We're kind of the ceiling breakers, as he called it. But I think he took offence at this idea that they're being sort of testing the waters with this film. You know, they've been putting a lot of effort into it, and it's just sort of put another shadow across the Marvel universe, which seemed so confident. It seemed to, whatever it did, it made billions, and everybody loved it. It's a huge fan base. Now suddenly, it seems like they're having to work, over time to try and sort of bring the publicity around. I'm looking forward to a change of pace in the Marvel universe, but it's interesting that all this whole thing, and it's what we've talked about before, this whole thing about cinema versus home entertainment and what's working and what isn't working, is going right down into the fabric of the individual films and the image they're putting out in the industry.
It's really fascinating, actually, in terms of, I guess, just the longevity, the future, what it holds. And I suppose it's something that will only become clearer with time, I guess, is the other part of this. That, you love going to the cinema a few times a week. Normal people love going to the cinema here and there as well. But does that kind of fade out? Does it dissipate? Interesting. And it's interesting that Marvel is the one that's kind of, very obviously stirring people up as well. That is notable. Right, shall we go on to Dune as well? And now, you were already talking about the kind of audio of movies earlier on in our review section. And actually, this has got Hans Zimmer involved.
Yes, this just made me laugh. And obviously Dune is coming up, and it's this huge science fiction spectacle based on a huge novel. Obviously a lot of money. Denis Villeneuve directing, Timothée Chalamet starring. They're hoping it's the new Lord of the Rings, the new Star Wars. So a lot of effort's gone into Dune to be the big autumn spectacle. We'll all go and see the cinemas, hopefully. Anyway, they've got Hans Zimmer in to do the score. Hans Zimmer is probably the leading composer of film scores there is at the moment. He's kind of the top-notch guy you go to. And Dune is so epic, this film, that not only has Hans Zimmer written a score for the film, as you would hope he would do, a huge, with his kind of mystical variations. There's some tracks already available online. He's also written a score to accompany the making of book of Dune. So if you're so into Dune, you go out and buy the making of book to find out how they made it and the lovely pictures. You will also get a score to accompany your reading of that book.
Wow.
So this is, a lot of effort put in by Hans Zimmer. I did also note that the writer of the making of book is the director's wife. So it's all on a big deal going on here. But Dune is not coming small. Dune is coming big. And you can have your score, you can listen to, and when you get the book, if you so wish, I mean, they should have a score to go with reading the novel as well, but you can read the making of book with its own particular score. This is what's going on. It's made me laugh, I thought.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back. There was someone a while ago, a couple of years ago, who suggested, in terms of making movies and things, they said they could imagine nothing worse than somebody sitting watching their movie on a phone screen, for example, when they have designed it to be on a massive cinema screen and to be spectacular and exuberant, and you're part of that world for the couple of hours you're watching it. And I imagine composers must battle with this slightly as well, because imagine you're listening to it on a rubbish old phone speaker or something, and you lose some of the magic, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. And sound, we've already mentioned this evening, is so important, so integral to the emotion of films. And how films create emotion is often through the sound effects and through the music. So it's doubly important. And cinemas are so state of the art now that the sound comes all around you and sweeps you up and carries you along. But you're right. If you're watching it on a phone, on the underground or on a bus, it's not quite the same thing. And some film music, some of the most beautiful music ever written. And it's a wonderful industry in and of itself. I once, a long time ago, was at Watford Town Hall, where they were recording the music for Return of the King, the final Lord of the Rings film. And I got to sit there in the middle of the London Philharmonic Orchestra, and it made me cry. It was so amazing. Yeah. I mean, I had tears. I wasn't sort of falling about. Sure. I had to sit very still. I had to make sure my phone was switched off. But I watched the unfinished footage on the screen. They had a big screen they were playing to. And just got to hear it swelling around me. And I thought, and there's 200 strong, this orchestra. And I thought, what an amazing thing that goes into a film score. So much effort and so much creativity. The best musicians. It was just an amazing experience. And I've always appreciated film music. I've always loved it anyway, but I appreciated it so much more from seeing it being put together.
Really fascinating. So that is June, which will be coming soon, courtesy of Hans Zimmer and his magnificent composing. Right, Ian, I think it is high time we get your film of the week now.
Well, yeah, I thought this is a film probably a lot of people have already seen. It's The Matrix.
Love it.
But there's a fourth Matrix coming. How, I don't know. So it all kind of signed off at the end of Matrix 3. But by the end of this year, we're going to get Matrix 4, and we'll have to see how it all reinvents itself. But I thought in the meantime, it's really worth going back to look at how brilliant the original Matrix was and what a game changer it was. In terms of science fiction, we're talking about, it was such a visual and kind of oral and mind-bending concept. It's kind of half film noir, half science fiction, kind of a comic book idea as well, in which reality is tested. There's kind of the world of the Matrix and this dystopian future. It managed to make Keanu Reeves, its hero, cool and interesting and kind of still Keanu Reeves, which always works. It threw in martial arts elements, but it threw in this thing called bullet time, this slow-mo. I remember I was on a film magazine at the time I was on, and we all went to see it. We didn't really know what it was about. It sort of came out of nowhere, The Matrix. And that opening sequence where Trinity runs across the rooftops and jumps in through a window, and then these kind of cops corner her, and suddenly she jumps up like a mantis, and the camera sort of stopped and span around her, sort of defying the laws of physics. And honestly, I don't think we'd ever seen anything like that. Yeah. I remember the whole audience kind of gasped and went, we didn't know movies could do this. This is new. No one had told us about this. It was just incredible. And it's so unusual, as good as films are, to see something technically so different. So it kind of reshapes the way visually a narrative and a science fiction narrative could work. And that really was central to what a revolution the original Matrix was. It was just a brilliant experience. It's really worth going back and just remembering the first time you saw it and how fascinating it was.
And speaking of that, surely one of the most quoted scenes from The Matrix is this.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Here's Mike, who's texted saying Matrix is still one of the most groundbreaking films in my view. And I have to say, Ian, for me, it came out in 1999, and so for many, many years, my parents rightly did not let me watch it. But it was always the film that my brother got to watch that I never got to watch. And the day that suddenly I was allowed to sit and watch The Matrix was a huge moment. And I've watched it, I can't even... It became a very much a go-to, day off school movie for me. It's just remarkably good.
Yeah, just mesmerising. You watch again, just think about it technically. Just to come at a subject and a genre like that was just absolutely transforming.
Amazing. Ian, I appreciate the recommendation personally, but I'm sure many of our listeners will as well. Lovely to speak to you, Ian. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
That's Ian Nathan, our resident film critic. The Matrix is available on Amazon Prime, by the way, for those of you like Mike who think it's groundbreaking and may want to check it out at some point in the coming days. This is Times Radio. Now, in the next few minutes, in about 15 minutes' time, in fact, we're expecting President Biden to address the nation, address the world on the situation in Afghanistan and his response to the Taliban moving in on Kabul and really taking charge, it would appear. So we'll hear from President Biden in the next few minutes. We'll look ahead to that shortly as well with a couple of guests to sort of try to anticipate what President Biden will say. What can he say? What impact can he have? We'll speak to them shortly. Let's get the news headlines now with Daryl. It's 8:32.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good evening. The government will resettle thousands of Afghan refugees who flee the Taliban in Britain. It's under plans being modelled on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians to the country. The Times has learned that Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, is drawing up a specific system to enable Afghans to claim asylum in the UK. Elena Correa is a political reporter at The Times and has the story.
The Syrian resettlement programme did manage to resettle tens of thousands of refugees from Syria after the war there, and this is a scheme that will aim to do something similar for refugees from Afghanistan. And we're expecting the government to announce some more details about that and how that would work later tonight into tomorrow.
The Foreign Secretary says he doesn't want to undo the gains made with British blood, sweat and loss of life in Afghanistan. The Taliban's now in control of the majority of the country and there are reports of human rights violations. Dominic Raab's confirmed another 200 troops are being sent to Kabul to help bring British nationals home. Jack Cummings is a former Royal Engineer who lost both legs while serving there.
I had a bad day at the office, as I joke about, and, you got to laugh, you don't laugh, you cry. But just seeing... just involved the past week, the devastation, the loss, just how easy the Taliban have taken over the country. I'm just lost for words.
The number of people being treated in hospital for coronavirus in England is at its highest level since March. There are more than 5,400 patients currently receiving care. A candlelit vigil is due to take place this evening to remember the victims of the Plymouth shooting. Earlier, a minute's silence was held where hundreds gathered to pay their respects to the 5 people who lost their lives in Kayham. Twitter's announced it's altering its new design after some users complained it was giving them headaches. The redo was introduced last week, bringing more high-contrast colours alongside a new font. The social media platform was aiming to remove visual clutter, but now accepts it'll need changes to make it easier on the eyes. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells as well, mainly in the southwest. On to sport, and England's cricketers have gone 1-0 down in their 5-match series with India after losing the second test at Lord's. The hosts suffered another batting collapse against some brilliant bowling as India secured a 151-run win by bowling England out for just 120 in their second innings. Now, with the rest of the sport, here's Toby Gillies.
There have been more positive COVID-19 tests in the last week in the Premier League than at any time since January. The league says 11 have been confirmed in the week to yesterday, that up from 9 in the 7 days before. The anti-discrimination organisation Kick It Out says a chant heard from the Liverpool section of support at Norwich on Saturday was unquestionably homophobic. Supporters were heard shouting abuse at Billy Gilmore, who's on loan from Chelsea. Kick It Out says it's also had reports of discriminatory chanting at other matches this week, but will comment further on those when they've clarified the details. One of the world's greatest ever football footballers has retired. USA legend Carly Lloyd, who played 312 times for her country, is hanging up her boots after a career spanning 22 years. She won the World Cup and Olympics twice and scored 128 international goals. And the Paralympic Games organisers have announced that they'll allow some school children to attend events, despite it being declared mostly a spectator-free event. Tokyo is still in a state of emergency as it deals with the COVID-19 spike a week out from the start of the Games. But Tokyo 2020 President Seiko Hashimoto has explained through a translator that they'll let some local kids in.
We think that it will have a big educational influence to realising a symbiotic society. So we will listen to the opinions of parents, but we will try to hold it by taking safety measures if local schools wish to attend.
This is Times Radio.
It's 8:36 on Times Radio, so in approximately 10 minutes we're expecting President Biden to address the nation and address the world after days of criticism over withdrawing troops from Afghanistan while the Taliban, in the meantime, has overrun the country. It'll be the first time we hear from the President since the Taliban took control. We're standing by to bring you that live. Between now and then, let's speak to Edward Isaac Duvert, staff writer at The Atlantic and author of Battle for the Soul, Inside the Democrats' Campaign to Defeat Trump. Isaac, good evening. Welcome to the programme. Hello, Isaac. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you now. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you for joining us. First of all, then, let's try to anticipate what President Biden is likely to say in the next few minutes. I guess he's going to stand by his policy and try to appear resolute in the face of really overwhelming criticism.
Well, there's no way to track back on this now. The United States is withdrawn from Afghanistan. What Biden's task is to try to make the case that his aides have been making over the last day or so, which is that what this withdrawal shows is that at any point, the withdrawal would have looked like this. The problem that he has is that he and his aides and others, including people on the complete opposite side of the political spectrum, had been predicting that the Taliban would not be nearly as strong as it's shown to be.
So there's very much, I think it's fair to say, been a determination from Joe Biden to, as the fourth president to sort of have to preside, I suppose, over this war. He didn't want to hand it over to a fifth. And I suppose, does that in some way tee up basically him for failure? He was only ever going to be the president who, in some way, lost Afghanistan.
The question is whether any president won Afghanistan or was making any progress there. The amount of money over 20 years that the United States has spent there, the number of troops who've been stationed there and killed there and injured there is enormous compared to the fact that it looks like the situation in Afghanistan was not affected all that much by the American presence there at all, right? That there's no lasting impact from it. And therefore, the question for Biden is, how does he make this clear to the American people who have very consistently said that they want the war to be over, that they don't like the endless war in Afghanistan, that this is a messy and unfortunate and tragic end to things, but that the end is actually the braver and in some ways morally better thing to do.
I noted in a piece that John Bolton wrote in the Telegraph today. Of course, he was ambassador to the UN briefly, and he was national security advisor from 2018 to 2019 as well. He was making a few points that are notable, I think, Isaac. So first of all, that Biden and Trump's policies on withdrawal from Afghanistan, he says, are not dissimilar, virtually indistinguishable from Donald Trump's, is what he says about that. And so that history will label the US withdrawal the Trump-Biden policy. Now, while that might be taking it slightly too far, the principle of that is interesting in terms of US politics, I think.
Certainly, and when Biden had said that the troops would be out and the American withdrawal would be done by September 11th, Donald Trump had criticized that decision and said, do it sooner. It doesn't seem like if the withdrawal had happened 6 weeks ago or something like that, that it would have had a materially different effect on the ground. So it is true, though, that Donald Trump and Joe Biden, who agree on pretty much nothing else, agreed on ending the war in Afghanistan and ending it with this kind of withdrawal. What we're seeing, though, is that American intelligence was not up to speed with where the Taliban was and couldn't feed the information into military leaders to have a sense of how this might have gone a little bit differently, and how the Afghanis who've helped the American presence there over the last 20 years wouldn't be left behind in the numbers they had, that they were, and that this chaos that we're seeing and the death and torture that we are understanding is likely to come for those associated with the Americans, among those who are left behind, is much higher and obviously much worse than what we had been led to believe.
Isaac, do stay with us. I just want to add to our conversation Sarah Baxter, former deputy editor for the Sunday Times and author of The American Diary, who joins us from the US. Hello, Sarah.
Yes, hello.
So as we anticipate President Biden's address in the next few minutes, I suppose one thing to reflect upon is perhaps one thing he will attempt to do is to pacify, if I may use that word, the American people and indeed people around the world by saying that there will be evacuations, including of Afghan nationals who have supported US efforts over the last 20 years. And that, of course, follows that really harrowing video, actually, of the hundreds of people at Kabul airport surrounding that US Air Force transporter plane and clinging onto it, actually, in some cases. Such was their desire to get out of Afghanistan. So this must be an area that we can expect Biden to address.
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, the Americans will be looking to impose some sort of order, at least at the airport. But honestly, it's too late now. I mean, we've heard so many hollow promises from Joe Biden about all this that whatever he says now runs the risk of being undermined on the ground within minutes. And so he has a real credibility problem here. And of course, he may indeed seek to say that the process was set in train by his predecessor, Donald Trump, but he hasn't hesitated to overturn an awful lot of Donald Trump's policies, with the switch, the flick of a pen by executive order as soon as he came in. So this one is on him. He's made that joint decision. He agreed with Donald Trump that America could no longer fight forever wars. And I think he'll try and make that point himself in the speech, because it is something that Americans do agree on after 20 years, that they probably shouldn't be there anymore. But they never imagined leaving in such a terrible pell-mell way, leaving their allies and friends behind like this.
That is an interesting point, Sarah, about the kind of where the US public is at, because I think it's fair to say that in terms of criticism from around the world of this policy decision and moreover the effects of it that have become apparent in the last few days, that actually it has certainly felt like, perhaps rightly or wrongly, the consensus has been to be critical of President Biden. Is it important here that we distinguish between support for withdrawal and horror at how it is actually unfolded?
Yes, I think so. But there is actually huge support for withdrawal. Both candidates at the last election said they wanted to get out. And I think that Americans had felt that if after 20 years Afghanistan still wasn't stabilized, then perhaps it would never be. They just didn't imagine it to be quite such a horror show. And it will live on in infamy, so to speak, and it will cause a huge blow to Joe Biden's reputation. I mean, this is the man who's supposed to be the foreign policy expert. He spent his life, being going around the think tanks of the world, discussing meetings with world leaders, etc., etc. It's his love and passion for foreign affairs. So this is a terrible blow to his reputation. But Americans, people are comparing it to the fall of Saigon. No American ever regretted getting out of Vietnam by the end of the war. And I think there's some of that same feeling. Where I feel so devastated, along with many Americans, is I was present as the New York correspondent for the Sunday Times at 9/11 and witnessed that shock and horror of everything that happened that day. And, it really is sort of seared on my soul as well as that of many Americans, just from having been there. And what was very obvious to me by the Biden timetable is that he wanted to say on September 11th, on the anniversary of the attacks, Afghanistan is now in the hands of its own government, and we are leaving with honor. And that is that is definitely on him, that decision to sort of time this withdrawal to September 11th, which is coming up very fast, so that he could make a, really sort of proud speech about events. I mean, all that it now lies in tatters, and people are looking at the restoration of the Taliban and everything being undone. And it feels really hurtful coming right at the time of the anniversary of September 11th. It would always be bad, but the optics are particularly terrible.
Yeah. Just to remind you then that President Biden, had been expected to address the nation and the world now at 8:45 UK time. So we're standing by for him to speak from the White House. We'll bring you that live as and when it happens. Let's go back to Isaac Duvert, staff writer at The Atlantic. Isaac, I'm keen to just get your take on, I suppose, memories and reflections for President Biden from his time as Vice President, when he was at President Obama's side, as he oversaw what has been referred to in one piece I read today as the Syrian debacle, when Obama failed to act when Bashar al-Assad crossed the US president's red lines and used chemical weapons on the Syrian people. And that became very much a part of Obama's legacy. Presumably, Joe Biden would have been keen to avoid a similar stain, yet here we are.
Well, a big part of the reason why Obama was reluctant to get involved in Syria is because he felt that Americans had signaled that they didn't want to be involved in yet another conflict in the Middle East. And in some sort of alternative history where America hadn't been in Afghanistan and Iraq, but the situation in Syria had been where it was, maybe you would have seen Americans go in there. But what Obama was responding to was the same thing already 6 years ago that Joe Biden is essentially responding to here, which is Americans would like to be out of the foreign entanglements. They would not like it to look the way that this last 3 or 4 days has looked in Afghanistan, but they don't want to have American troops stationed interminably overseas. And one of the things that I think you're likely to hear, if not out of Biden himself, but out of people who work for him over the next couple of days more, and you started to hear it a little bit with the Secretary of State speaking on Sunday, is this idea that if American troops had stayed there, then American troops would have been killed by the Taliban forces that have been moving. And that is something that is going to be held up as a reason in itself for America to not be there. The question that they're going to face then, in addition to the humanitarian crisis, is does this allow Afghanistan to reemerge as a place where terrorists can train and have the freedom to move around as they did in the lead up to the September 11th attacks? That was officially the reason why America went into Afghanistan in the first place, to stop that from happening. And does that now just pick right back up 20 years later is something that we will maybe not know for a couple of years.
Sarah Baxter, is it fair to say that in this address and in perhaps afterwards, in the behaviour and the actions of Joe Biden, that this is actually going to let us discover who Joe Biden as president really is?
Well, he's going to have to make the speech of his life. I don't know whether he's going to offer, the tone is going to be very important. People say that Joe Biden's so empathetic, and of course he does come across that way. And yet at the same time, he was quite cold not very long ago in his attitude to what's going on in Afghanistan. He was taking the view basically, and this was sort of put out as well by the people, doing the rounds on the media for him, that in the end, the Afghans are going to have to fight for their own country, that America can't do it for them. And, how does he strike the balance between delivering that kind of message, avoiding the impression that he's just ratting on all his friends and allies, people who risked everything to help America over 20 years in Afghanistan, and maintain some sort of reputation for being an empathetic human being? I mean, I'm going to be fascinated to see how he squares that circle.
Yeah, Isaac, what about you on that? As Sarah's pointing to, the sort of feeling of an empathetic Biden, yet we're anticipating this address. Just reflect on that with us for a moment. The tone is going to be so crucial, as Sarah says.
And that's certainly true. Of course, as coarse as this may sound, Biden wants to make sure that the empathy is felt by Americans and that he can feel empathetic to the Afghanis. But what he wants to say is that for Americans, for American money, American lives more than anything else, American soldiers, that they are the ones who need to feel the best out of this decision, and that it's about, again, not making this argument that if America continued there to be there, it would be Americans who would be in the sights of the Taliban guns, and that he's removing that, and that is something that is in America's best interest. And it's terrible to see these images, and America will work to do whatever it can to improve the situation, which is obviously much worse than Biden talked about and believed would be the case. But it's about parsing that empathy in a way that is very tricky to do.
So we are standing by for US President Joe Biden, who is due to speak at the White House about the situation in Afghanistan after the Taliban takeover there over the weekend. We'll bring you that live. Sarah, just then to pick up on another sort of theme that perhaps he may address, perhaps he may not, but certainly one that has dominated conversations in the last couple of days is around the so-called enemies of the US and whether they will now exploit weakness, whether this is an open door for enemies to sort of rebuild, regroup, and threaten the United States once again. Is this something that the president may need to work at in terms of reassuring the American people?
Well, one of the things that his Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, said only yesterday, things were going from bad to worse, is that, the worst potential outcome, the one that would have America's enemies salivating, would be for America to remain indefinitely in Afghanistan. Well, that's maybe, that's speculation, I'd say. What we do know is that Russia, China, and very probably Iran are all getting involved and with the new Taliban de facto regime. So certainly the open door seems to be extended to Americans' enemies. The other people with who seem to be greeting the new regime are the Chinese. So it doesn't look very good for America's standing in the world, not at all.
Yeah. Isaac, your take on that then, the kind of security concerns and America's standing in the world as well?
Well, certainly, and as I was saying, some of this is if 5 years from now there's some terrorist attack that can be traced to Afghanistan and what's going on now, then in the scope of history, this looks even darker for Joe Biden. This it seems that they are hoping for is to say this was going to be terrible no matter what. We needed to do it at some point, to do it now and move past it with the rest of this presidency. And if that works, and if a couple of years from now Afghanistan is just a mess of a place still and the Taliban is in control, but it's contained within Afghanistan, then that's the way that it goes, essentially. Yeah. But if there is some consequence of this, which would take some time to get to, obviously, then in the full scope of history, that's where the problem may be.
There was a suggestion here in the UK over the weekend as well, Isaac. We heard on the programme I was presenting on this station yesterday from, I think it was Tom Tugendhat, who is the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, who suggested that the UK's foreign policy is being dictated by Washington. Now, I just want to kind of address that principle, actually, in terms of what Joe Biden's actions here, what his address is about to say, and what he does afterwards, what it does to relationships with nations like the UK's and others around the world, and the influence and ability to persuade, in terms of the US's standing. Does that get eroded by all that's going on right now?
Well, I think it depends on, again, not just these couple of days, but in that situation, or in that respect, rather, over the next couple of weeks and months and years here, America is always going to be one of the ways that the rest of the world sets its pace. But this question that is set, I think, in a lot of ways by not just this decision, but by Donald Trump's presidency, and this feeling that America was turning away from a lot of its traditional alliances. That's a big piece of this, and even the way that Barack Obama was trying to reset American policy. And you can go to George Bush and what he did in getting into Afghanistan and pushing forward with the invasion of Iraq despite the United Nations resistance. This is 20 years of American foreign policy clearly shifting and clearly reflecting differences in how the American people themselves see their role around the world.
We're standing by for President Biden to appear. He is currently 10 minutes late, or certainly later than the advertised scheduled time for his address. We will bring you it live as and when. Sarah Baxter is still with us as well. Sarah, just in terms of, I guess, foreign policy and the priority that Biden places on it, I mean, without doubt, this is about to dominate his entire agenda, isn't it? It's going to gazump even things like COVID for at least the next few days, one would have thought.
Yeah. One of the things that Biden came to power promising was a democracy summit, where America was going to set an example to the world about the importance of democracy. Well, I don't even see how this summit can even get off the ground at the moment in these circumstances. Maybe I'm being too pessimistic, but honestly, at the moment, that sounds just like a huge, embarrassing promise. I thought that Isaac made a very good point about having to see where we are, in terms of the long-term impact on Biden's popularity. But I'm reminded of when George Bush got re-elected to a second term in office, partly because people were very supportive of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. There was huge debate. Obviously, not everybody was supportive, but by and large, that helped him to win a second term. And very quickly after his election was the shattering event of Hurricane Katrina, and his reputation did not recover from that. And his reputation for competence actually sank very badly. And people who've been the most supportive of the so-called war on terror, the name he gave it, which encompassed Afghanistan and Iraq, then became disenchanted with the whole project. And among Donald Trump and Joe Biden supporters, but among the most vociferous supporters of Donald Trump have been some very disillusioned vets who've been in Afghanistan and, felt it was a good idea to abandon the forever war. But they'll also be very critical about they're already saying, well, what did their friends, their fellow soldiers, fellow people in uniform die for? Because it all in hindsight seems so ill-judged, and it's extremely unfortunate. I mean, I'd like to think there were achievements. I'd like to point to a whole generation of women who were able to get educated, that not everything was in vain, but the way you leave is always going to affect the reasons for going in the first place. History won't be kind.
Isaac, it is potentially worth mentioning that one of the elements of this has been Joe Biden's staying at Camp David, at the presidential retreat at Camp David, as the situation in Afghanistan deteriorated over the last few days. We've kind of mentioned the idea of optics already, but it hasn't played well, has it, that he didn't return, that we've had to wait till Monday afternoon US time, Monday evening here in the UK, to actually hear from the president?
Yeah, that question of optics is always one that gets wrapped up in situations like these. Biden has been at Camp David. He is certainly not unplugged from what's going on at Camp David. There's a full connection to everything going on at the White House. But the image that was circulated by the White House of his sitting in a conference room by himself at Camp David and speaking by video to people all around the world in his administration and people in Afghanistan made it look like he was detached. And that's something that he's obviously going to have to combat here when it comes to the political piece of this.
Yeah, sure. For now, Isaac Duvert, staff writer at The Atlantic and author of Battle for the Soul, Inside the Democrats' Campaigns to Defeat Trump. Thank you for your time. And Sarah Baxter, former deputy editor for the Sunday Times and author of The American Diary. Thank you as well. We may well return to you in the next few minutes. This is Times Radio, and just to let you know that we are standing standing by for President Biden to speak on the situation in Afghanistan. That address was due to start 15 minutes ago. We're anticipating it imminently as a result of that schedule. We will cross live to the White House as and when the President delivers his address and begins his address on the situation in Afghanistan. So with the warning that we may interrupt, let's pause for the headlines from Daryl. It's 9 o'clock.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good evening. The Ministry of Defence has confirmed 200 more UK troops will be sent to Afghanistan to help with the evacuation efforts. The Foreign Secretary says the government is focusing on not losing the gains made by troops over the last 20 years as the Taliban takes control of most of the country. But Dominic Raab admitted the UK didn't predict the insurgents' advances.
Well, everyone, I think, has been surprised by the scale and the pace at which the Taliban have taken over in Afghanistan. And that's a lesson that we've all got to learn from. But the truth is, what matters right now is focusing on getting British nationals out, getting out those who have so loyally served the UK.
Well, Dominic Raab would not be drawn on the number of refugees the UK would take from Afghanistan. Tobias Elwood, chair of the Defence Select Committee, has told Times Radio we need a full foreign policy review on migration.
Any male that was involved in supporting ISAF, the international coalition, any female who's got any form of education is now going to be is going to be pursued by the Taliban. They rightly could claim asylum, and because this is on our watch, then the international community, including Britain, in fact, Britain should lead on this, should be ready to receive these people.
This is Times Radio. Let's cross live now to Washington, D.C. and hear from the President of the United States.
And I have been closely monitoring the situation on the ground in Afghanistan and moving quickly to execute the plans we had put in place to respond to every constituency, including and contingency, including the rapid collapse we're seeing now. I'll speak more in a moment about the specific steps we're taking, but I want to remind everyone how we got here and what America's interests are in Afghanistan. We went to Afghanistan almost 20 years ago with clear goals. Get those who attacked us on September 11, 2001, and make sure al-Qaeda could not use Afghanistan as a base from which to attack us again. We did that. We severely degraded al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. We never gave up the hunt for Osama bin Laden, and we got him. That was a decade ago. Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been: preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland. I've argued for many years that our mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's why I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant that we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats. Today, the terrorist threat has metastasized well beyond Afghanistan. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Nusra in Syria, ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. These threats warrant our attention and our resources. We conduct effective counterterrorism missions against terrorist groups in multiple countries where we don't have permanent military presence. If necessary, we'll do the same in Afghanistan. We've developed counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on the direct threats to the United States in the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. When I came into office, I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. Under his agreement, U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just a little over 3 months after I took office. U.S. forces had already drawn down during the Trump administration from roughly 15,500 American forces to 2,500 troops in country. And the Taliban was at its strongest militarily since 2001. The choice I had to make as your president was either to follow through on that agreement or be prepared to go back to fighting the Taliban in the middle of the spring fighting season. There would have been no ceasefire after May 1. There was no agreement protecting our forces after May 1. There was no status quo of stability without American casualties after May 1. There was only the cold reality of either following through on the agreement to withdraw our forces or escalating the conflict and sending thousands more American troops back into combat in Afghanistan, lurching into the third decade of conflict. I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risks. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. So what's happened? Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force with some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. What we could not provide them was the will to fight for that future. There's some very brave and capable Afghan special forces units and soldiers. But if Afghanistan is unable to mount any real resistance to the Taliban now, there is no chance that 1 year, 1 more year, 5 more years, or 20 more years of U.S. military boots on the ground would have made any difference. And here's what I believe to my core. It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not. If the political leaders of Afghanistan were unable to come together for the good of their people, unable to negotiate for the future of their country when the chips were down, they would never have done so while U.S. troops remained in Afghanistan, bearing the brunt of the fighting for them. And our true strategic competitors, China and Russia, would love nothing more than the United States to continue to funnel billions of dollars in resources and attention into stabilizing Afghanistan indefinitely. When I hosted President Ghani and Chairman Abdullah at the White House in June, and again when I spoke by phone to Ghani in July, we had very frank conversations. We talked about how Afghanistan should prepare to fight their civil wars after the U.S. military departed, to clean up the corruption in government so that the government could function for the Afghan people. We talked extensively about the need for Afghan leaders to unite politically. They fail to do any of that. I also urged them to engage in diplomacy, to seek a political settlement with the Taliban. This advice was flatly refused. Mr. Ghani insisted that the Afghan forces would fight, but obviously he was wrong. So I'm left again to ask of those who argue that we should stay, how many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery? I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat because we have significant vital interest in the world that we cannot afford to ignore. I also want to acknowledge how painful this is to so many of us. The scenes we're seeing in Afghanistan, they're gut-wrenching, particularly for our veterans, our diplomats, humanitarian workers, for anyone who has spent time on the ground working to support the Afghan people, for those who have lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and for Americans who have fought and served in the country, serve our country in Afghanistan. This is deeply, deeply personal. It is for me as well. I've worked on these issues as long as anyone. I've been throughout Afghanistan during this war, while the war was going on, from Kabul to Kandahar to the Kunar Valley. I've traveled there on 4 different occasions. I met with the people. I've spoken to the leaders. I spent time with our troops. And I came to understand firsthand what was and was not possible in Afghanistan. So now we're focused on what is possible. We will continue to support the Afghan people. We will lead with our diplomacy, our international influence, and our humanitarian aid. We'll continue to push for regional diplomacy and engagement to prevent violence and instability. We'll continue to speak out for the basic rights of the Afghan people, of women and girls, just as we speak out all over the world. I've been clear that human rights must be the center of our foreign policy, not the periphery. But the way to do it is not through endless military deployments. It's with our diplomacy, our economic tools, and rallying the world to join us. Now, let me lay out the current mission in Afghanistan. I was asked to authorize, and I did, 6,000 U.S. troops to deploy to Afghanistan for the purpose of assisting in the departure of U.S. and allied civilian personnel from Afghanistan, and to evacuate our Afghan allies and vulnerable Afghans to safety outside of Afghanistan. Our troops are working to secure the airfield and to ensure continued operation of both the civilian and military flights. We're taking over air traffic control. We have safely shut down our embassy and transferred our diplomats. Our diplomatic presence is now consolidated at the airport as well. Over the coming days, we intend to transport out thousands of American citizens who have been living and working in Afghanistan. We'll also continue to support the safe departure of civilian personnel, the civilian personnel of our allies who are still serving in Afghanistan. Operation Allies Refugee, which I announced back in July, has already moved 2,000 Afghans who are eligible for special immigration visas and their families to the United States. In the coming days, the U.S. military will provide assistance to move more SIV-eligible Afghans and their families out of Afghanistan. We're also expanding refugee access to cover other vulnerable Afghans who worked for our embassy. U.S. non-governmental agencies or U.S. non-governmental organizations, and Afghans who otherwise are at great risk, in U.S. news agencies. I know there are concerns about why we did not begin evacuating Afghan civilians sooner. Part of the answer is some of the Afghans did not want to leave earlier, still hopeful for their country. And part of it because the Afghan government and its supporters discouraged us from organizing a mass exodus to avoid triggering, as they said, a crisis of confidence. American troops are performing this mission as professionally and as effectively as they always do, but it is not without risks. As we carry out this departure, we have made it clear to the Taliban, if they attack our personnel or disrupt our operation, the U.S. presence will be swift and the response will be swift and forceful. We will defend our people with devastating force if necessary. Our current military mission will be short in time, limited in scope, and focused in its objectives. Get our people and our allies as safely as quickly as possible. And once we have completed this mission, we will conclude our military withdrawal. We will end America's longest war after 20 long years of bloodshed. The events we're seeing now are sadly proof that no amount of military force would ever deliver a stable, united, secure Afghanistan, as known in history as the graveyard of empires. What's happening now could just as easily happen 5 years ago or 15 years in the future. We have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan has taken many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president. I will not mislead the American people by claiming that just a little more time in Afghanistan will make all the difference. Nor will I shrink from my share of responsibility for where we are today and how we must move forward from here. I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face. But I do not regret my decision to end America's warfighting in Afghanistan and maintain a laser focus on our counterterrorism missions there and other parts of the world. Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan was not, and I wrote and believed it never could be. I cannot and will not ask our troops to fight on endlessly in another country's civil war, taking casualties, suffering life-shattering injuries, leaving families broken by grief and loss. This is not in our national security interest. It is not what the American people want. It is not what our troops, who have sacrificed so much over the past 2 decades, deserve. I made a commitment to the American people when I ran for president that I would bring America's military involvement in Afghanistan to an end. While it's been hard and messy, and yes, far from perfect, I've honored that commitment. More importantly, I made a commitment to the brave men and women who serve this nation that I wasn't going to ask them to continue to risk their lives in a military action that should have ended long ago. Our leaders did that in Vietnam when I got here as a young man. I will not do it in Afghanistan. I know my decision will be criticized, but I would rather take all that criticism than pass this decision on to another president of the United States, yet another one, a 5th one, because it's the right one, it's the right decision for our people, the right one for our brave service members who risk their lives serving our nation. And it's the right one for America. Thank you. May God protect our troops, our diplomats, and all brave Americans serving in harm's way.
President Biden steps away from the lectern at the White House. As you hear, reporters are keen to ask him more questions after his address, which has lasted, I would say, just short of 20 minutes, in which it is fair to say he has resoundingly placed the blame for the current situation, the current deterioration of the situation in Afghanistan. He has placed the blame for that squarely at the feet of Afghans. President Biden says, "I stand squarely behind my decision. There would never be a good time to withdraw US forces from Afghanistan." The message from President Biden over the last 20 minutes there was that he thinks that he does not want to commit the US military to fight and die in a war that Afghans aren't willing to fight themselves. That is a direct quote, that Afghans aren't willing to fight themselves. It is wrong to ask the US military to step up when Afghans would not, President Biden says. He said he spoke to President Ghani not long ago, and they had discussed how Afghans should prepare to fight, how they should clean up corruption in government, how they should unite politically. President Biden said they have failed to do that. He said Afghan leaders gave up and fled in reference to President Ghani departing from Kabul yesterday, we believe, to Tajikistan. He said the Afghan military gave up in the face of the Taliban takeover of the last few weeks. But the message very, very firmly from President Biden is that he stands by his decision to withdraw US troops from Afghanistan, and that the issues, the current, deterioration, I think is the best word, of the situation in Afghanistan is the fault of people in Afghanistan. Right, well, for some immediate reaction, let us bring in Sarah Baxter, former deputy editor for the Sunday Times and author of The American Diary. Sarah, President Biden very, very resolute that this is the right decision, he will not deviate, and that it is the Afghan people's responsibility that the situation in Afghanistan is as it is.
Yes, I mean, his message was aimed squarely at the American people, the American voters. He has this reputation, as he sees it, for being honest, Joe. So he's actually said during the speech, you have to be honest. There was no point staying any longer. It was as if he was saying to the American people, look, you know and I know we didn't want to be there. We'd never intended to be there for 20 years. We certainly don't want to be there for a third decade. We don't want a fifth president to have to deal with this crisis. So I'm pulling the plug. I'm responsible for that. Yes, I wish that our departure hadn't been so chaotic, but then he spread a lot of the blame for that on the Afghans themselves and on the Afghan government, and even implied that people themselves didn't want to get out because they were hoping to stay on and rebuild their country, and sort of almost blaming the victims there for being late to apply to leave. I thought that actually struck a slightly odd tone. But as far as trying to appeal to the American people, this was quite well pitched. Will it work? Well, you have to contrast it with the scenes that people are watching on the TV, because he was saying, look, you know, we didn't want to stay there. You know that this thing wasn't going to be solved if we stayed another year, another 5 years. The same thing would have happened if we'd left 5 years ago, as I would have liked, or 10 years ago, etc. But why did it have to be such a distressing departure? Why did it have to be so ill-timed and badly planned? And he tried to make out that they did have contingency plans for this, but even he, as part of his honest Joe strategy, had to admit that they were caught by surprise by the sheer rapidity of the Afghan government collapse.
Isaac Duver still with us as well, staff writer at The Atlantic. Isaac, keen to bring you in on this. I note on the military front, Joe Biden saying things like the Afghan military gave up. We had provided for the Afghan army, we had given them every chance to fight for their future. But actually, the analysis of this has been that the Afghan army were trained and supported by the US Army in such a way that as soon as you remove that support, the Afghan army wouldn't function without the air support, without the intelligence. And actually, the White House knew this. So it's interesting to consider how President Biden is blaming the Afghan military in that context.
Right, and but part of what he's facing is that to retrain the Afghan military would maybe be another 20-year investment, right? And it seems to me the key line of what he said in explaining what's happening was he said, "How many more American lives is it worth?" Right, and that is he'd spoken about the generations of. There's already been a whole generation of troops that have been in Afghanistan. We're at the point where someone who was not alive on September 11th could be serving in Afghanistan, and saying to the American people, it's not for us to be there anymore. And it is about, he said, if the Afghanis are not willing to fight their own civil war, the Americans can't fight it for them. That's the argument that he's making, and that's how he is trying to explain this, again, to America.
We mentioned in the build-up, Isaac, that the tone that President Biden would have to strike as part of this address. Analyse that for us. Has he delivered as Commander-in-Chief? Where would you place him in the kind of presidential voice scale?
He was very calm and reasonable about it, and saying that, as Sarah was saying, that there were mistakes made in assessing what this was going to be like, and trying to say, I'm just being honest with you, I'm just being transparent with you. This was something that I'm the fourth president to be dealing with. I'm not going to pass it on to the fifth president. What he's trying to do is to capture that space to say that being strong and being resolute is not in continuing to do what American presidents have been doing, not in staying in Afghanistan, but to, even in the face of the chaos that we're seeing, the humanitarian crisis that we're seeing, that he says is essentially inevitable. That point can obviously be argued, but that even in the face of that, to say we are continuing to withdraw because that is the right thing for America and that is what Americans want. That's how Biden is trying to make this argument, and that's what he was hoping the speech would do.
So just a reminder then, we have heard in the last 25 minutes or so from President Biden speaking live from the White House on the situation in Afghanistan. He says he stands squarely behind his decision, that it is the right decision for our people. As you're hearing, he said, basically it was kind of, the tone was very much how many more US lives would it be worth to stay in? He said, we should not fight and die in a war that Afghans are not willing to fight themselves. On a couple of other notes then, President Biden did also say that he would continue to support the civilian evacuations from Afghanistan, that thousands of Afghans and families have already departed over the course of his scheme to rehome refugees, and more will be moved in the coming days. Indeed, that refugee programme will be expanded. He did also say that what America, the United States, will continue to do is to support the Afghan people, to work on diplomacy to prevent violence, and to speak out for the rights of Afghan people. Let's bring in Mariam Wardak, Afghan women's rights activist and former advisor to the Afghan National Security Council. Mariam, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Do you find reassurance in President Biden's words there that the US will continue to speak out for the rights of the Afghan people while withdrawing from Afghanistan?
Absolutely not. I say this because of as soon as he announced that their military has taken hold of the airport to evacuate the American citizens, really struck a chord with me, because due to that, many civilians are not able to take commercial flights. They have canceled all commercial flights coming into Afghanistan, leaving other thousands of Afghans behind who need to get back home, whether that's in the region or in Europe. So placing the American interests on Afghan soil first, which was absolutely wrong, especially if this was his plan for a while. He should have evacuated his people, and not even through the commercial airport, but through his the military airport that is designated to them. Now that if he will speak out against any injustice that might take place on women and young girls or the minority group, he should have stated it directly there, because many of the Americans who are human rights advocates, who did serve in the military in Afghanistan, need to understand that they did not waste their time serving there, or they did not give up their time being there or representing these people. He did not speak to that. He completely ignored it. aside from that, this speech also gave recognition to the Taliban. Giving recognition to the Taliban without putting any benchmarks on how they need to uphold their form of governance is extremely naive and ignorant in my perspective.
Mariam, we spoke over the weekend and already you'd been reporting sort of changes in the living situation for women across Afghanistan. I wonder if you can give us an insight into how those that you know are feeling today, given events continuing to unfold. For example, had there been any optimism at all that actually the US, for example, may sort of step back, as it were, on the policy and intervene and help after the Taliban overran the country? Was there any optimism at all going into this address from President Biden?
Well, absolutely not. There hasn't been any address to how it's going to be handled. Afghanistan is still left without a leader or without an operating government. The young girls have informed me that Taliban are policing the street for theft and making sure criminal activity is not on the rise. The Taliban, however, are enforcing young girls to apply the burqa. There have been incidents where they have been asked to return home from schools and universities. So what the political leadership is implying and what the military commanders are doing on the ground are quite, it's not on the same line. And how is President Biden going to speak to that? Because again, if we go back in time, then all of the lives by American or NATO ally troops are going to be wasted, not only of the troops, but all the others who have advocated for Afghanistan to gain what it has in the past 20 years.
With President Biden saying then this evening in his address that he stands squarely behind his decision to withdraw US forces, he also said that there would never have been a good time really to do this. This could have gone on for 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, and actually the situation would have been no different. Do you agree with that? In terms of the progress that you report from the last 20 years, do you think there could have been a more viable end date, actually?
I think I agree with him on that aspect, but I disagree on how he had managed the governance aspect of it. There were on-the-ground rumors that President Ghani was a selection of the American government. And now the fact that President Ghani was evacuated from the presidential palace and at the U.S. Embassy, and then from the U.S. Embassy was taken to the airport to flee, it's quite evident that the American leadership had no interest in what is going to happen to the Afghan civilians. Yes, the leadership fled, but mostly so because of the opportunities that the West has provided and the spoiler effects. What are the spoiler effects that I'm talking about? One of the things that we just talked about was the military. Afghanistan is a ground approach military function, structure. When we fought the Soviets, when there was a civil war, it was all ground-based. One thing that Americans did uphold was air support, and that is how they had won the battle mostly against the Afghan Taliban. However, when they withdrew, many of the Afghans, especially when there were large civilian casualties in airstrikes, were the lack of ability to be able to function that, especially with the type of planes that Afghans had. So training them on air support is one thing, and then training them on the ground are two different things. So there is a lack of responsibility on his aspect, putting the blame all on the Afghan soldiers. I understand there are flaws within Afghanistan, within its political structure, and within its military. In the past 10 years, it seems that the Afghan National Defense Security Forces were taking operations. The confusion here is, why did you allow the leadership to flee? Why did you assist that process, especially without any transition government in place? You are the one that allowed America to speak directly to the Taliban. That pretty much gave them that confidence. The confusion and the sadness and the concern that I hold right now is, okay, the Taliban want international legitimacy. When will you speak to that? When will you place benchmarks that, okay, we will be able to give you legitimacy if X, Y, and Z are upheld. So that is no more human rights violation, allowing women to have a proper stance in society, whether that's education or economic opportunity or the political structure. That needs to be spoken to, because aside from that, it's chaos, and it's chaos because of what's going to happen tomorrow, the unknown. And we need to understand that if the psyche of the situation in Afghanistan is not controlled, then things will deteriorate very quickly.
Mariam, I appreciate you joining us and reflecting on President Biden's address. Thank you so much. That's Mariam Wardak, Afghan women's rights activist and former advisor to the Afghan National Security Council. So in the last half hour, President Biden has spoken. He says he stands squarely behind his decision to withdraw US troops from Afghanistan. Notably saying that US military, US forces should not fight and die in a war that Afghans aren't willing to fight themselves. He did say the US will continue to support the Afghan people, to speak out for the rights of the Afghan people, and to rally the world to join us, he said, and having human rights at the core of US foreign policy. Notably as well, President Biden saying this is the right decision for our people. Lots of commentary around how this will appeal to the domestic audience in the United States, if not necessarily a global one. The reaction remains to be seen from around the world, of course. But interesting to hear from Mariam, certainly in the last few minutes. My thanks as well to Isaac Duvert, who joined us, and Sarah Baxter, former deputy editor for the Sunday Times and author of The American Diary. Lots more reaction to what Joe Biden's had to say coming up after 10 o'clock with Carol Walker on Times Radio. She will dissect the president's comments with you and analyse them and explain them and look forward from here. What happens next for Afghanistan? Lots more to come on Times Radio. Now, the news headlines, it's 9:36.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening, I'm Daryl Jackson. Joe Biden says he stands behind his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan.
I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States.
The US president has been speaking at the White House, saying that Afghan political leaders and the military gave up and refused to fight the insurgents. He added that American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves.
How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery?
The UK government says it will resettle thousands of Afghan refugees who flee the Taliban in Britain. It's under plans being modelled on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians to the country. The Times has learned that Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, is drawing up a specific system to enable Afghans to claim asylum in the UK. Eleni Correa is political reporter at The Times and has the story.
The Syrian resettlement programme did manage to resettle tens of thousands of refugees from Syria after the war there, and this is a scheme that will aim to do something similar for refugees from Afghanistan. And we're expecting the government to announce some more details about that and how that would work later tonight into tomorrow.
A collision between a car and pedestrians has resulted in 7 people being hurt, including a child who's critically injured. 6 others, including 5 children, are being checked by medics after the incident in Ardingly this afternoon. Victims of the Plymouth shooting have been remembered at a candlelit vigil this evening. 5 people died when 22-year-old Jake Davison opened fire in Kiev last week. And a storm's just hit off the coast of Haiti as the country tries to recover from an earthquake which killed nearly 1,300 people. Earlier, the Queen sent a message to the people there saying she's deeply saddened by the loss of life. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells, mainly in the southwest.
Extra Times with Phil Williams on Times Radio.
This is Callum MacDonald on Times Radio. So, between now and Carol Walker's programme at 10 o'clock, we will step back a little and we will, we'll think about some of the big sports issues of the moment. And in fact, we're going to begin by reflecting on the weekend that's just been. This weekend, for you, football fans, and indeed maybe non-football fans, had 10 games, had a winner. 7 were by the home team. There were goals galore as well, 34 in 10 games as the Premier League got underway. Manchester United hit 5, West Ham scored 4, Chelsea, Everton, Watford and Liverpool, they all got 3. Only once in Premier League history have there been more goals on the opening weekend. That was in 2003 to 2004. To look back over the beginning of the Premier League season, I spoke to none other than Harry Redknapp.
Well, yeah, so it's a great start for Tottenham. I mean, Tottenham have got a good squad. People underestimate. They badly underachieved last year, Tottenham, but they've got a very, very good squad of players, good group of players there. And so on their day, they're a match for anybody, you know. But for Man City, I mean, it was difficult, you know. No Walker, you know, no De Bruyne starting. You know, you can't take. I don't care what team you are. You take 4 or 5 of your best players out. You're not going to be anywhere near as good. And every time Man City tend to do that, they do come unstuck. So, and Man City need a centre forward. There's no doubt about that, in my opinion. You know, they didn't. Last week they've got beat by Leicester fair and square. They got beat by Tottenham. They got beat in the Champions League final. You know, they need a. They've lost their main. You know, lost Aguero, and they're badly short of a striker. So they do need to get somebody, and I still think that they'll push the boat out and they'll pay the money for Harry Kane.
And yeah, so speaking of Harry Kane, bit of a sort of shadow, I suppose, over Spurs' weekend and over that victory because of the, I don't know, what would you say it is, uncertainty over Harry Kane's future at this point?
Yeah, it is uncertain what's going to happen to Harry for sure. You know, I do think he will move. I would be surprised if he didn't get the move, and if Tottenham didn't sell him now. You know, they bought a player. It looks like they're trying to bring a couple of players in Tottenham. You know, they're not going to spend big money unless they sell Harry's. Obviously, you know, they're relying on Harry's money to finance the deal. So I would be surprised if Harry wasn't a Man City player before the window closes.
And that's to add to Jack Grealish, of course, who was a cool £100 million for City.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 massive signings for them.
Yeah,
but they need, you know, but they do need a striker. They are short of a front man for sure.
Yeah, and just a final one on Spurs then. Actually, a new manager, Nuno Espirito Santo, and as you've kind of already alluded to, a promising start for the team. And I mean that comes back to the manager at the end of the day. It looks like he's settled in reasonably well.
Yeah, obviously he's had a good start, you know, and. As I say, they've got a very, very good group of players there. So it's a great job for him. Fantastic opportunity for him to manage a good, you know, everything is in place at Tottenham. The stadium's fantastic. The training ground's amazing. You know, last year, as I say, I felt they had a squad that should have been top 4, but they badly underachieved. But yeah, this year, I still think they're going to miss out on top 4. I mean, but I do think they'll be very, very close to it this year. You know, if anyone's going to break into the top 4, you know, into the Liverpool, Man City, Man United, Chelsea, it will be, for me, there's 2 teams that can do it, and that will be Tottenham and Leicester if anyone's going to break in.
Okay. Should we go on to Chelsea next then? I mean, it's been a pretty perfect week actually for Chelsea. They've managed to bag Lukaku. They've begun the Premier League season this weekend with a 3-0 win over Crystal Palace as well. And I mean, even before the season started, they were being tipped as contenders to challenge for the top.
Yeah, I think they're definitely contenders. Now they've signed Lukaku, I think that's a massive signing for them. Their leading goal scorer last year was 7 or 8 goals, nearly all penalties. You know, so it's incredible that you could finish in the top 4 and your leading goal scorer has only scored, as I said, it was either 7 or 8 goals. It's beyond belief, really, that you could do that. So now they've got a striker who can get 20 goals plus. It's going to give them a massive chance. The amount of points that will make a difference to last year can push them certainly. I think they're a real contender this year to win the league. I really do. I think they've, you know, although I think all 4 teams at the top, I wouldn't like to pick. This is going to be a very, very tight division this year, and there's 4 genuine title contenders. Any of the four could win it. Man City are slight favourites, and if they get Harry Kane, massive, that'll be make them even stronger favourites. But the other three teams, Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool, any of them three it wouldn't surprise me in the least if they end up winning the league.
Yeah. I want to just borrow a bit of your managerial experience as well, Harry, if that's all right, and just mention Rafa Benitez, who, of course, took over at Everton. And it's kind of been largely talked about as being controversial. Clearly, he's the former Liverpool manager. But actually, when he walked out, he got really quite an amazing response. And so, I don't know, the kind of talk of controversy and what sort of reception he's going to get kind of faded pretty quickly.
Yeah, listen, you know what the game's like. He's come in. He's a top manager. So and results, you know how fickle fans are. If the results continue to be good, they'd absolutely love him, and that's the way the game is. So yeah, if it's important he got off to a good start Saturday, and if he continues in that vein for the next 8-9 weeks or whatever, the crowd are going to take to him and he'll be very, very popular. And if he wins something for them this year, they'll absolutely love him.
Just a couple of sort of the issues as well of the weekend then. First of all, the fact that stadiums are packed again. There's just something quite joyful about that, isn't there?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, the football without the fans was better than nothing to sit and watch it on TV, but it was slightly better than nothing. I mean, no atmosphere, no intensity. The games were just like training matches. They were boring. You see games where two fierce rivals would play and there wouldn't be a booking in the game because there was no tackling. There was just nothing happening. The crowd just makes they make the game. I've always said over the years, there's lots of good players in the lower divisions who play in front of very small crowds every week. If you gave them the opportunity and put them into a top Premier League club in front of 35, 40, 50,000 people, there's no reason. The improvement in their performance could be amazing. What the difference is, and I've seen it. I've seen lads go from lower divisions who people, oh my God, I can't believe it. And they go and suddenly get in that top division or going to sing in some working men's club somewhere. Your performance at the Albert Hall will rise so much. And it's the same with football. So the crowds make the game. And it's great to see them back in.
Yeah, I want to just mention we're having a little bit of dropout on your line, Harry. So we'll sort of wrap things up pretty sharpish. But I just want to mention VAR as well, which of course has changed for this season. I saw that Alan Shearer said it was a much better performance from all the officials in every game, and it worked perfectly. Do we feel like we've managed to refine VAR to be a bit more, whatever the word is, I suppose less criticised this season?
Hopefully we have. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we do see. We do see a change. I still worry about the handball rule, where people are throwing themselves into block shots. I don't know what you're supposed to do with your arms or with your hands, where they're supposed to go. I don't know how you can, and I see people jockeying people and just inside the penalty box with their hands behind their back. How you can do that, it's impossible. How you can get balanced, with your hands behind your back. That is still a problem one for me. That's the one I can't stand. You kick a ball at someone's hand who's standing a yard or so away from you and they're jockeying you and it hits them on the arm and it's a pen. I don't see that. I think that is the rule that really bothers me, and what they're going to do with that one, I don't know. But no, VAR this week has been better. We haven't had no big problems. And fans want to see goals, and if it errs slightly on the side of the attacking player, I'm all for that.
And just a final one, I saw that all 6 Premier League clubs involved in the failed European Super League, they've been allowed to retain their European Club Association membership, which is interesting mainly because Barcelona, Real Madrid and Juventus have not been reinstated. And I just wonder how you feel about the punishment, or indeed lack of punishment, for those clubs that tried to break free a few months ago.
Well, I don't know, really. I mean, listen, it's only a matter of time, I think, before there will be big changes. The clubs are all owned now by very, very powerful billionaires, and they all come from foreign lands. And so, I don't know. I'm just pleased it didn't happen, but I'm sure in years to come, they will be looking to find ways of. I think there'll eventually be more games played abroad. I think we'll end up like the NFL, where they'll take games. If you're an owner from Saudi Arabia or from Russia or China, you want to take your team out there and show them off, and the financial rewards would be incredible. So I'm sure we're going to eventually see teams playing Premier League games in foreign countries. But I'm just, I'm glad it's all over. And the punishments, well, what do you do? I don't know, really. I'm just glad football's back. The fans are back in, and we're in for a very exciting season. I think it's going to be a great season at both ends of the table. Great to see Brentford get off to a wonderful start. Great atmosphere to see them in the Premier League was wonderful. I can't wait, we've got a night off tonight, but tomorrow night we're back into Championship football, which I enjoy as well. Division 1, Division 2, I love watching it all. So with the fans back, it's been amazing.
Harry Redknapp there reflecting on the opening weekend for the Premier League season. Lovely to hear from him. Right, just a quick mention then. If you fancy the idea of getting away for some Mediterranean sunshine, and let's be honest, who doesn't fancy that idea, then Times Radio has a great competition for you. We've teamed up with the Malta Tourism Authority to give one listener the chance to win a 4-night getaway for 2 people, all right, to Malta. Plus you get some spending money as well. That's not so bad, is it? And here is the sell. As the most vaccinated country in Europe, Malta is an excellent place to visit. So there you are, reassurance if ever it were needed. You can get all the details, you can enter the competition, try and win yourself a trip to Malta. Go to the competitions page of the Times Radio website, click times.radio, there's a little tab across the top that says competitions. Go on there, you'll find all the info and you can enter. Good luck to you. Send us a postcard, won't you, when you end up in Malta? Thanks very much. This is Times Radio, it's 9:51.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
We'll continue to examine the fallout of the Taliban claiming victory in Afghanistan and what this development means for global politics.
The former Director General of the UK Border Force will continue our series by telling us how he'd use £1 billion to tackle the number of migrants dangerously crossing the Channel to Britain.
And former Culture Minister Ed Vaizey joins former Scottish Labour leader Kezia Dugdale to discuss the stories of the morning.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
This is Times Radio.
And we're doing extra times for you where we look through the day's big sports news. Let's go to cricket, shall we, where England fans experience really a roller coaster of emotions on what is written here as a dramatic final day of the first test against India. There was optimism in the morning session, but that was soon dashed as India's resilient tail end frustrated the Lord's crowd. My cricket friend Elizabeth Ammon, sports reporter at the Times and Sunday Times, joins us. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, I'm good, thanks. I'm just trying to understand what a resilient tail end means. Probably means a different thing in my world, but there we are. Shall we talk about England being slight favourites this morning? What went wrong after them being favourites?
Well, yeah, they went into the morning in a really strong position, and then an even stronger position when Ollie Robinson took 2 early wickets, and then the wheels came off really quite spectacularly, allowing the lower order tailenders, the ninth wicket partnership of 81 runs, which took them to a lead of 270. It allowed Virat Kohli to declare, leaving England 60 overs to try and battle through to save the game. They'd gone from, with victory in their grasp, it was theirs for the taking, to the wheels completely off, and then they had to try and see out 60 overs. England's batting is so fragile at the moment. They are so utterly reliant on the captain, Joe Root, who is, of course, shouldering the responsibility of all sorts of things on and off the pitch. And he had a fairly rare failure today, and they were all out with 9 overs to spare. Poor old Jimmy Anderson coming in trying to battle it out at the end, which is absolutely not his job. It was a gripping day of Test cricket. There was some needle on the pitch. The two teams were sort of bantering, as they would call it, away, but it was a bit more than banter. They were going at each other, but that's the heat of battle in a Test match for you. After 5 days of it sort of swinging backwards and forwards. But England have got some real problems. They've now got a break between now and the third Test, which is at Headingley, starting a week on Wednesday, but there aren't really any short-term solutions.
With that in mind, then, is some credit for the Indian team as well?
Oh, absolutely. They, those two tailenders batted so well. They were given freedom to sort of swing their bat because of some bizarre bowling tactics, sort of banging the ball in halfway down the pitch instead of just sticking to the basics of line and length, trying to get them out in the way that you would get a top order batsman out. Slightly bizarre tactical decisions in terms of field placing, which Joe Root did a sort of mea culpa at the end of the day when we were talking to him. He said, I shoulder the responsibility, I got it wrong. Right. But they batted really well, and then India's seamers were relentless. Really, they were really fired up, and they made it very, very difficult. But England were pretty much the architects of their own downfall.
Yeah, okay. What about then changes to the England squad? I mean, you're saying it's fragile, that there's such huge dependence on Joe Root. Do they have options?
Well, I mean, yes, but they don't have any options that there's no silver bullet at all. I think it's very clear that we will have some at least one change in the top order. I don't think that England can persist with Dom Sibley at number 2 anymore. Hasib Hamid came in for Zach Crawley at number 3 and had a brutal a reminder of how brutal Test cricket can be. It was pretty hard for him, but I think they'll stick with him. I think they see quite a lot in him. What they might do is move him up to 2 and then bring someone in at number 3. Now, who that someone is absolutely anyone's guess. It could be they bring in someone who's not in the squad at the moment, like Dawid Malan. It could be that they return Ollie Pope, who doesn't normally bat as high as 3, and it's a very specialist role batting at number 3. And of course, with England being so fragile, you're normally in within the first 20 minutes. So yes, there's not really any obvious solution. Some of this is much more to do with much deeper seated issues to do with preparation and when we play first class cricket in the season, and the fact that there's white ball cricket left, right, and centre, as we know with the 100. And all of those things are much bigger than who you do or don't select in the team. But of course, there's also one eye on the Ashes. I mean, the last thing that England need, this is their last Test series before they go down under for what is always a brutal series. That the last thing they need is to get hammered in their own backyard by India. That does not breed confidence as you go into what's a tough Test series. So, yeah, it's lots of questions and not a lot of answers.
Understood. You mentioned the 100, Lizzie. I know you've been writing about the 100 as well as we head towards the knockout phase. So does that mean we can step back a bit and assess how the 100 has been, and has it been successful, and has it won people over?
Yes, indeed. I mean, I wrote something in this morning's paper, just having a look at kind of what's worked and what hasn't. I think the numbers speak for themselves. The crowds have been very good. The television audiences have been very good. The women's competition has been a particular success. Sort of an average crowd of 8,000 to 9,000 when a domestic women's game in previous competitions would only get, less than 4 figures, to be honest. Yeah. So the women's competition has been brilliant. It has put the players who were not very well known up front and centre. They've now become names, and it's worked really well having double headers with the men. There are some things that haven't worked, I don't think, very well at all. The crowds have been pretty diverse for the women's game. Lots of families, lots of kids, all of that. In the evening, they've become a little bit more of a boozy stag do. It's sort of to be expected after people have been locked up for a year. They want to go and have a night out of the cricket, and 6 hours drinking means that you're not going to be very sober at the end of it, are you? But it doesn't actually, it isn't the audience that they wanted, I don't think. The other thing, that there are some things that haven't worked in terms of in the ground. They've had bands and DJs, but the way that they've set up the stage means that the bands and the DJs are playing to an empty outfield rather than to anyone in the stands. So that's going to need looking at. Again, the ticket prices have been fabulous. £5 for children, no more than £30 for adults, which for 6 hours entertainment is pretty good. I think there are a number of things that they're going to probably have to tweak going forward. But overall, the cricket's been really good. For traditionalists, it is a problem in the impact it will have on the rest of cricket, particularly red ball cricket, and we are already seeing those chickens come home to roost, in the sense that the Test team have come into this Test series undercooked because there hasn't been any first-class cricket because we've had the 100. Understood.
Well, it enticed me out to my first ever cricket match, Lizzie. I realised it was a work assignment, but I was there nonetheless. So, you
enjoyed it?
I didn't mind it at all. Yeah, I didn't mind it at all. That is fair to say. It was a lovely evening, and lovely to speak to you just now, Lizzie. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
That is Elizabeth Ammon, sports reporter at The Times and The Sunday Times as well. That just about does it for us for this evening. Thank you very much for being with us throughout tonight. We got President Biden live for you a little while ago. I know there'll be lots more analysis on what President Biden's had to say with Carol coming up next on Times Radio as that fluid situation in Afghanistan continues to develop. It requires all the analysis and reflection on what happens next. I will be back tomorrow evening from 7 o'clock with thanks to the hardest working team in British radio who worked hard on writing that script. Producer Sean Brown, thank you. Assistant producer Matt Jones, thank you. And technical operator Rufus Gray, thank you as well. I will leave you to enjoy the company of Carol Walker now on Times Radio, and I'll chat to you again tomorrow. Have a lovely evening.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 10 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good evening to you. President Biden defends his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan.
I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces.
How did the Taliban sweep to power so rapidly, and what next for the country?
The final fall of the government is astonishing in its rapidity and raises real questions about how US and other intelligence services must have been asleep on the job.
Lord Malloch Brown, former Deputy Secretary-General of the United Nations. Much more on that after the news from Daryl Jackson.
Thank you. Good evening. Joe Biden says he stands squarely behind his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan.
It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not.
The Taliban's taken control of the majority of the country, with the United Nations saying it's received chilling reports of human rights violations. But the US president says local political leaders fled the country and the Afghan military refused to fight the insurgents. Mr. Biden says America stuck to its agenda abroad.
American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. We could not provide them was the will to fight for that future.
Oh, here the Foreign Secretary says they're evacuating hundreds of British nationals from Afghanistan over the next few days as the Taliban takes control of the capital. Dominic Raab says the UK needs to rein in the worst excesses of the insurgents. Since the withdrawal of Western troops, he says they need to stabilise the gains secured through British blood, sweat, tears and loss of life over the last 20 years.
We will hold them to account for their commitment and never to allow Afghanistan to be used as a base for terror, to hold a more inclusive government and to protect the most essential human rights, including respecting the rights of women.
Well, it's understood this evening that the government says it will resettle Afghan refugees who flee the Taliban in Britain. It's understood plans are being modelled on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians to the country following the refugee crisis there. The Times is reporting that ministers are determined to devise a world-leading scheme to resettle Afghan refugees. Elena Correa, political reporter at The Times, has the latest.
What we do know is that the government is planning to model it off the Syrian refugee resettlement program. Now, the aim of this is to just make sure that the system isn't overwhelmed by asylum claims from Afghans who are fleeing the Taliban, making sure that there's a sort of more managed way of dealing with refugees who want to come to the UK.
Russia, Pakistan and China have all indicated they are ready to transition into engaging with Taliban authorities. But Dr. Jenny Mathers, senior lecturer in international politics at Aberystwyth University, told Times Radio that the Taliban is still classed by Russia as a terrorist organisation.
Russia doesn't want to see instability coming back into the region from the Taliban. Russia doesn't want to be caught on the back foot. And so, it has been preparing with its allies, both in Central Asia, but also discussing with China, partly as a demonstration towards the Taliban to tell them, don't even think about trying to destabilize this region because we're ready for you.
7 people have been hurt, among them a child who's been critically injured following a collision between a car and pedestrians in West Sussex. An air ambulance was called to the scene in Ardingly early this afternoon to take the youngster to hospital. Geronimo, the alpaca, is safe for now after getting a reprieve from animal rights lawyers. The 6-year-old animal faces being destroyed because the government says he has bovine tuberculosis, but his owner says the tests are inaccurate. Geronimo's vet agrees and says his chances of survival are getting better every day. Dr. Ian McGill told Times Radio the government's entire TB testing policy on cattle needs an overhaul.
The main skin test in cattle only works half the time. And so they're leaving loads of infected animals in the herds. And then they get another TB breakdown. It's really awful for farmers. And some of the diagnoses are also false positives. So we really need a sea change in bovine TB policy. And it's Geronimo that's shining a light into that deep, dark, murky world.
A final decision on Geronimo's High Court appeal is expected tomorrow. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light drizzle and rain, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. And our top sports story this hour, England's cricketers were unable to hang on to draw the second test with India, who've taken a 1-0 series lead with a 150-run victory at Lord's. And we'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
A very good evening to you and welcome to the programme. Tonight, President Biden has defended his decision to pull US troops out of Afghanistan, saying they should not fight a war the Afghan forces would not fight themselves. There have been desperate scenes at Kabul airport as thousands try to flee the country. What next for Afghanistan under Taliban rule? In a moment, we'll hear from Lord Malloch Brown, former Deputy Secretary-General of the United Nations. Here, the rules on self-isolation are eased from today, but will this add to the pressure on the health service? I'll be talking to the British Medical Association shortly. And in half an hour, we'll find out how these and other stories are covered in tomorrow's papers. Tonight, I'll be joined by Polly Mackenzie, Chief Executive of the Demos think tank, and John McTernan, a commentator, political strategist and former special advisor to Tony Blair. So do stay with us for all of that. But first tonight, the chaotic scenes at Kabul airport provide a dramatic illustration of the fear and desperation in Afghanistan as Taliban leaders pose for pictures in the presidential palace. Flights had to be halted as thousands tried to flee the country, some attempting to cling to departing US planes. Both the British and Americans have sent troops back to evacuate their own citizens and some of those who work for them. Tonight, President Biden addressed the nation and defended the American withdrawal.
I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risks. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated.
He appeared to blame the Afghan forces who'd been trained and armed by the US and its allies.
Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves.
Well, earlier, the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab said the Taliban would be challenged if they allowed Afghanistan to become a base for international terrorism once again.
We will hold them to account for their commitment and never to allow Afghanistan to be used as a base for terror, to hold a more inclusive government and to protect the most essential human rights, including respecting the rights of women.
Well, he was unable to say how that would be enforced once the withdrawal of foreign troops had been completed. Well, just before we came on air, I spoke to Lord Malloch Brown, former Deputy Secretary-General of the United Nations, and was co-chair of the first official donors conference for the post-Taliban Afghanistan in 2002. And he gave me his assessment of the rapid fall of Kabul to the Taliban.
From the very beginning, after the overthrow of the Taliban, they kind of never went away. And there were always challenges to the sort of legitimacy and depth of support that the subsequent governments had, despite the fact there were elections, but always highly disputed, contested elections. And above all, the politics of both post-Taliban Afghanistan never seemed to rise above the sort of tribal divisions and the urban-rural divisions of the country. So while the final fall of the government is astonishing in its rapidity and raises real questions about how US and other intelligence services must have been asleep on the job, nevertheless, ultimately, I think the historians will conclude the seeds of this moment were there from the very beginning. There was never success in building the sort of deep, legitimate government with deep roots into Afghan society that would really have and enjoy a license to govern amongst Afghans at large.
Do you think President Biden should take much of the blame for the chaotic and humiliating scenes that are unfolding now?
Well, look, I do. I mean, I think that both President Biden and his predecessor, President Trump, have badly mishandled the need to condition withdrawal on a political settlement preceding it. President Trump first gave the Taliban status by letting them into negotiations without that precondition. And then subsequently, President Biden has not used the prospect of the final withdrawal to again try and sort of encourage that kind of agreement. Having said that, both presidents were deeply aware that the Taliban strategy was to wait them out. And, it is the case that America was tiring of its never-ending wars. So I think it was a huge tactical miscalculation on both men's parts. But the strategic outcome that the US could not indefinitely support a government that didn't enjoy the support of all of its people and couldn't contain an armed insurrection, was that writing had been on the wall going back to President Obama's time, at least.
The UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, has said we cannot and must not abandon the people of Afghanistan, but many of them clearly already do feel abandoned by the US and the UK.
Well, yes, and the Open Society Foundations that I'm president of, we have a large number of staff but even more of grantees and partners in Afghanistan who've been working on democracy and human rights issues, and we're now racing to get them out of the country. And it is very clear in discussions with them, and I last had a call with my office just a couple of days ago, there is a sense that that they've been betrayed, that they'd signed up for this great project of building a modern, open Afghanistan, and that now their sponsors are disappearing. And so, the obligation on the US and the UK to extend asylum to those who went on this journey, 20-year journey with them, is very real and immediate. And we don't yet see from the UK the numbers we should see in terms of refugee pledges. We're seeing it from the US, Canadians, Germans, but not from the UK. But above all, also the US and UK must not disengage from the diplomacy of Afghanistan. They're not going to be able to do it directly. They've obviously very much burnt their welcome mats in Kabul itself at this point. But through the UN and the Security Council, they've got to continue pressing for a broad, inclusive government that respects the human rights of its citizens and, not go off tail between their legs and start plotting some replacement government down the world. the Taliban got there by the worst of possible ways, the barrel of the gun. But we've now got to try and make it into the beginnings of a government that meets the test that other governments haven't in Afghanistan of really representing its people.
Do you think there was more that Britain could have done, or once the US, through President Trump and then President Biden, had made that decision, had set that deadline for withdrawal, was the UK really left powerless to do anything more in terms of maintaining the sort of support that the Afghan forces so clearly relied on, and without which they have completely collapsed?
Well, I think we all rue that really highly unilateralized decision-making by the White House now over 2 presidencies, because after all, there were British lives lost and British lives and other NATO lives, engaged in this, and very significant amounts of money from our different taxpayers. So, it wasn't done right. But once the US made this decision, they so much held the kind of logistics platform and the basic security platform on which, others operated, that there was no practical alternative for the UK and others to stay in any significant way. The US presence had become so much the totemic one in terms of the psychology of this war that, once the US announcement was made, in a sense, the psychological sort of momentum passed so strongly to the Taliban that I think this would have been hard for any outside forces to have contained or stopped.
As you well know, that mission was first launched back in 2001 to try to prevent Afghanistan continuing to be, as it was then, a haven for terrorists. Do you fear that it will simply become that once again now, despite those assurances that we've had from some of the Taliban leadership?
Well, I think that's the great billion-dollar question, really, because, if it does just repeat the old story, it will end as badly as the first time round. But the power to sort of kick this onto a different, more optimistic track lies both with the Taliban, but with Western and regional governments as well. Either we construct a set of incentives and disincentives, which we all agree on, to try and condition Taliban behavior towards that more broad, inclusive, non-vengeance-seeking government, in which case the rewards for it are not just humanitarian assistance and over time potentially development assistance and international recognition. But, if the Taliban either chooses to throw those carrots aside, then the international community, including Russia and China and Pakistan, need to be willing to go along with a, much bigger stick approach, because, I don't think anybody, not neighbors, not the US, certainly not asylum countries in Europe, can sit idly by and watch the late 1990s repeat themselves.
But what sort of big stick can be wielded now that we've left the country?
Well, I think it requires, and this is the key bit, it requires China and Russia and others, Iran, others, to all agree that a stable, well-governed Afghanistan is in all our interests. And therefore, if the Taliban refuses to produce that, then, it will pay the economic price of it. There will not be economic assistance. There will be, very limited trade with neighbors. And, it just won't have the economic means to run the country. Afghanistan, has for many years been one of the most aid-dependent economies in the world. It simply does not have the domestic revenues to sustain itself.
Well, that was Lord Malloch Brown, former Deputy Secretary-General of the United Nations, speaking to me just a little earlier. And we'll have lots more reaction to President Biden's statement tonight after 11. And coming up after 10:30, we'll take a first look at tomorrow's papers. You're listening to Times Radio with me, Carol Walker.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup. Tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
We'll be talking to political strategist Frank Luntz about his 3-decade career in US politics and hear his thoughts on the most recent developments in Afghanistan. And of course, we'll have to ask about that replica of the Oval Office in his home. Money well spent? Well, we'll let you decide. Archaeologist Dr. Rebecca Ragg-Sykes joins us to discuss her book, Kindred, which delves into her fascination with our Neanderthal ancestors and deep past. And our music reviewers will be keeping you up to date with the best releases of the week, including a new album from The Killers.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup. Tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, online and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
Now, from today, people who've had both vaccinations no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. People who are pinged will now be advised to take a free PCR test, but they won't have to self-isolate while waiting for the result. Well, the Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, said it was a cautious step back towards normality. But what does it mean for the healthcare system already under severe pressure? Well, Dr. Emma Coombe is chair of the BMA's Severn Regional Junior Doctors Committee and joins me now. Good evening, Dr. Emma Coombe.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, thanks so much for talking to us tonight. What do you think is going to be the effect of this change, which will clearly reduce the number of people who are self-isolating because they've been pinged?
Well, we know that the simple matter is that our policy of self-isolation for people who have been COVID contacts has saved lives, and it is continuing to save lives. And I think it's concerning to hear the government come out with a rhetoric that we're returning towards normality. If we look at the last 7 days alone, still 633 people in the UK lost their lives with coronavirus. And this rule relaxation is undoubtedly going to lead to more cases, more hospital admissions.
I mean, what the Health Secretary seemed to be saying is that because of the vaccination, which of course does largely protect people from serious illness, though of course not completely, that was why the government was able to take this further step. But of course, we also know that people who have been vaccinated can still pass on the virus, can't they?
Exactly. The vaccine definitely significantly reduces your chance of being infected and passing on the virus, but it doesn't totally eliminate it. And remember, this change isn't just for adults who have been double vaccinated. It's for under 18s as well. And we know that the majority of under 18s are completely unvaccinated still. And we've got teenagers reporting significant difficulties accessing vaccines, particularly those in the 12 to 15-year-old group with health vulnerabilities that have been recommended for vaccination. But many of them remain unprotected after the government have failed to put in appropriate logistics for getting those vaccine appointments booked. So for those of us in the healthcare service, it is a serious concern. And you've got to ask yourself, will this result in hospitals being overwhelmed? Well, if you consider that means providing care of a standard that's not good enough, that's not what we would expect, then we're already there. We've got people waiting 8 or 9 hours for an ambulance in some cases, then waiting a further 8 hours to be seen by a doctor or nurse once they reach A&E. And we've got GPs struggling to keep up with a tsunami of patients now trying to see a doctor with a backlog of issues that they've been suffering with for 18 months. So the NHS is in a really precarious position at the moment, and it's difficult as a doctor to understand how we could take any more pressure and what impact that might have on our patients.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about the pressures on the health service in a moment. But first of all, you talked about the difficulties of young people, particularly those young people who've got other conditions, which means that they are particularly vulnerable. They have already been recommended to get vaccinated. But is the difficulty the availability of vaccines, or is it the availability of appointments? I'm just trying to get a little bit more clarity about why many of those who've been recommended to get the jab have not done so far.
It's my understanding that there's not a problem with vaccine supply and there's not a problem with clinicians available to give the vaccine, but it's simply that this announcement has been made without any communication to those of us who are working in the health service that administer those vaccines as to how that service will take place. The systems that have been available for booking vaccine appointments so far have worked for over 18s, and still we've got some vaccine centres that aren't able to offer vaccines for 16 and 17-year-olds. So it's just to do with the technology and the logistics around booking for people who are under 18, and these children and parents have been left hanging. And yet again, it's another example of where children and young people have been at the bottom of the pile when it comes to the impact of this pandemic. They've been an afterthought, and the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health has called it a shambles, I think, the way that the vaccination for children and young people has been handled.
So to go back to what you were telling us about the pressures on the health service, do you fear now that this change that was introduced from today will mean additional COVID patients, and that will put really severe pressures on you and many other people working in the healthcare system?
Well, I certainly don't think it's going to have a positive impact on COVID cases, let's just say that. And, you know, we've seen already from the relaxations that took place towards the end of July, the government is trying to devolve responsibility to individuals and asking people to use their common sense. But, of course, it's human nature to want to not wear masks and not have restrictions or inconveniences on your lives. And it's times like this that we need really strong leadership to remind people of what's at stake, and it's people's lives. And it is really concerning, and we're not starting from a position of low COVID rates in our community. If you look at what's happened with the COVID rates over the last few weeks, they've stopped falling, they've started plateauing, and in some areas they are rising again.
And how difficult is it for doctors at the moment, facing, as you say, many people who perhaps put off getting treatment for other conditions for many months, who are now being encouraged to come forward?
Yeah, it's so desperately sad when you're dealing with a patient that you think, you know, the outcome could have been different, or they could have not gone through such a period of pain and suffering if they had presented earlier. But this is the natural consequence of running a healthcare service on a shoestring. If you compare us to our counterparts in other European countries, we've got far less doctors per 1,000 people than other comparable countries. We've got less hospital beds, we've got less intensive care beds. So we were not in a good position before the pandemic. We were short of 10,000 doctors, we were short of 40,000 nurses, and now we've pushed our healthcare service even further. So it's difficult to see how we'll ever claw things back.
We know that there have been a lot of warnings for people to continue to be cautious, to wear masks if they're in crowded spaces, to maintain social distancing wherever possible, and so on. But do you fear that when people like Sajid Javid talk about a return to normality, when we see football matches being held in front of full crowds, when we've got nightclubs reopened again, that all of that is simply going to go out of the window for many people, and that will also lead to a further increase in infections?
Yeah, it's difficult to square what we're seeing in the media and coming from ministers with what's happening in our hospitals. And I think, you know, perhaps the government have caved to pressure from big business, but again, they seem to be just ignoring the huge pressures that our hospitals are under, and putting their heads in the sand until things get out of hand. And that's a pattern that we've seen, you know, since the start of this pandemic. And you know, it's really difficult as a member of NHS staff to feel that actually your efforts are not being valued, and people are happy to keep pushing and asking more and more of the NHS, and staff are really at breaking point now.
Do you think this measure taken today was a mistake?
I do. I do think it was a mistake, and if you look at what other countries are doing, there are very I don't think there are any other countries taking the approach that our government is taking. They're effectively letting rip with the virus, and we were really getting there with vaccinations. 75% of the adult population having 2 jabs is a really fantastic achievement, but it's not going to be enough to prevent the hundreds of deaths that will keep occurring over the next weeks and months because of the approach that has been taken with the lifting of restrictions over the past few weeks and months.
But of course, what the government says is that this is about learning to live with coronavirus, that we've got this vaccination system. We've now got 75% of people double jabbed. There are plans to roll the jabs out to teenagers, and we simply have to learn to live with this.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct to think that COVID is not going away anytime soon. We certainly do have to learn to live with it, but I think it's naive to think that we can live our lives as we previously did without there being a consequence to that. And if we don't continue to do the simple things like wear a mask, wash your hands, work in a well-ventilated space, work from home where possible, and self-isolate after you've been in direct contact with somebody who's a positive case, then that's going to have consequences for people's health. And we haven't got enough people vaccinated yet that it's going to prevent the number of deaths that we're seeing at the moment. Those deaths will continue unless, people continue to take those precautions that we all know work.
Dr. Emma Coombe, Chair of the BMA's 7 Regional Junior Doctors Committee. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Carol.
Now, we are just getting the front pages of tomorrow's papers. We'll be back to take you through all of them after the latest news and sport. From Daryl Jackson.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good evening. Joe Biden says he stands behind his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan.
I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States.
The US president has been speaking at the White House, saying that Afghan political leaders and the military gave up and refused to fight the insurgents. He added that American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves.
How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery?
The UK government says it will resettle thousands of Afghan refugees who flee the Taliban in Britain. It's understood plans being modelled on the scheme that brought tens of thousands of Syrians to the country. The Times has learned that Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, is drawing up specific systems to enable Afghans to claim asylum in the UK. Elena Correa is the political reporter at the Times and has the story.
The Syrian resettlement programme did manage to resettle tens of thousands of refugees from Syria after the war there, and this is a scheme that will aim to do something similar for refugees from Afghanistan. And we're expecting the government to announce some more details about that and how that would work later tonight into tomorrow.
A collision between a car and pedestrians has resulted in 7 people being hurt, including a child who's critically injured. 6 others, including 5 children, are being checked by medics after the incident in Ardingly this afternoon. Victims of the Plymouth shooting have been remembered at a candlelit vigil this evening. 5 people died when 22-year-old Jake Davidson opened fire in Kiev last week. And a storm's just hit off the coast of Haiti as the country tries to recover from an earthquake which killed nearly 1,300 people. Earlier, the Queen's sent a message to people there saying she's deeply saddened by the loss of life. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells, mainly in the southwest. And now with the sport, here's John Jackson.
India have gone 1-0 up in the Test series against England after bowling Joe Root's side out for 120 on the final afternoon at Lord's. After declaring on 298 for 8 after lunch, Virat Kohli's side looked unlikely to bowl England out in the remaining 2 sessions. While the hosts chased 272 runs to win, the Indian bowlers slowly started to pick up wickets in the 60 overs remaining. Mohammad Siraj took 4 while Jasprit Bumrah came away with 3. Eventually, England were bowled out and lost by 151 runs. England captain Joe Root says a lot of the defeat was down to his tactics.
Even after that first hour, I felt like we were in command of the game, we were in control of things. I think a lot falls on my shoulders. As captain, tactically, I think I've done things slightly differently given the time again. But, I think from a bowling perspective throughout this game, the lads put everything into it. They performed very well. For large periods of that second innings, they were outstanding. And it's just disappointing that we didn't manage to close out that innings how we could have. As I said, tactically, I don't think I dealt with that well enough as captain. And, off the back of it, put us in a difficult position. So, as I said, a lot falls on my shoulders in that respect.
The third test starts next week at Headingley. In the hundreds, Southern Brave are through to the knockout stage in the men's tournament after coming out on top in their winner-takes-it-all match with Oval Invincibles. They beat the London-based side by 6 wickets at the Ageas Bowl, meaning they'll at least play in Friday's eliminator between 2nd and 3rd place. In the women's competition, Brave were already through to the final before their 30-run win over the Invincibles. And US soccer star Carly Lloyd is to retire after making 312 appearances for her national side. She also won the World Cup and the Olympics twice and scored 128 international goals. Millwall host Fulham in the Championship tomorrow night. That game is live over on TalkSport 2 from 7:45pm.
Tomorrow's papers today with Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Welcome back to the programme. We've just got the front pages of most of tomorrow's papers, and joining me to take you through them all is Polly Mackenzie, Chief Executive of the Demos think tank. Good evening, Polly. Good evening, Polly. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Good to have you with us. Also joining us tonight is John McTernan, commentator, political strategist, and a former special advisor to Tony Blair. Hello, John.
Oh, hi. Good to be here.
Good evening. Thanks so much for coming on the show tonight. Let me just take you through a few of the headlines. The Times race to escape Kabul carnage, one of many papers to cover the pictures of hundreds of Afghans surrounding an American transport plane as it accelerated down the runway in Kabul. The Times also headlining, push for hydrogen energy will increase household bills. The Guardian, chaos in Kabul as thousands struggle to flee the Taliban. That same picture of desperate Afghans trying to get on an American plane. The Telegraph, Biden defends America's flight. Also talking about how energy bills could soar under green gas, hydrogen homes plan. The Metro headlines, the flight from hell. The Financial Times, chaos engulfs Kabul airport amid panic to flee Taliban rule. And the Express front page, PM sends 200 extra paras in race against time. Those extra troops, of course, going in to help the evacuation of British personnel. Polly, these desperate scenes at Kabul airport really symbolising the chaotic situation in Afghanistan as the Taliban have swept into power.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking to see these individuals putting themselves at so much risk. But it's just, it's the compelling images. But we know there is so much, so many lives at risk, so many people who gave their service to Western allies, who won't be getting out, won't be safe. So many women, including women who served in academia or in politics, who are terrified for their lives tonight. And there is pretty much nothing we can do. I mean, it's heartbreaking to think that it has come to this, but I think the reality is this was always an unwinnable war.
John McTernan, those scenes, very dramatic, but they do capture the fear and the panic amongst many Afghans.
Yes, absolutely. And some of them are going to be iconic pictures, aren't they, about the end of the US presence and the Allied presence in Afghanistan. The pictures of the people who clung to the wheels falling from the airplane, I think, are terrible and terrifying, and show how scared people in Afghanistan are about the change of government.
And President Biden's been speaking in the last hour or so, defending his decision, saying it was right to end the US involvement. I stand squarely behind my decision. He certainly wasn't apologising, was he, Polly?
No, he wasn't. And, he has come in for a lot of criticism, a lot of partisan criticism. And I, there were hopes when Biden took office. He said that America is back, and that the retrenchment and the isolationism of President Trump was something that would end. On the other hand, given that Trump had made this agreement with the Taliban to withdraw US troops by May the 1st, a date which Biden extended, and given the reality of 20 years of attritional warfare, of efforts to train and develop the Afghan army that just hadn't been successful, it's a lot easier to criticize President Biden than it is to come up with a credible plan for what the alternative might be, other than an eternal and unwinnable war.
Yeah, the Daily Mail front page have just got Biden, it's Afghans' own fault. As brave translators hide in fear for lives amid scenes of carnage at the airport, defiant president washes hands over abandoning the nation. And the Sun front page, Afghan crisis, joke Biden is at the big headline on the Sun front page. Prez surprised by rout, and also mentions the UK pledge to aid refugees. I mean, John, in his address to the nation tonight, President Biden said that American forces shouldn't be expected to fight a war that the Afghan troops themselves were not prepared to pursue.
Well, I think that he made a number of very, very powerful points. I think that may well have been the most powerful one, which is that America can't fight wars that the troops of the country they're meant to be supporting won't fight themselves. I think that's that was absolutely a Biden position. I think the other thing he said was he was not going to hand Afghanistan on to a fifth president. He said, I'm not going to make the mistakes of those who double down in a situation. And I think the thing that the UK needs to take seriously, the European Union needs to take seriously, NATO allies need to take seriously is Biden's been very clear about this. He thinks that US troops are there not to police other countries and their behaviors internally. They are there to defend America's strategic interests. And that he's not. He said that, but when he was running as candidate, he said it as president. And people need to understand that when the debate about NATO burden sharing, about the how much military spending there is as a percentage of GDP across NATO countries, it's a serious point that. America is not going to do it all. British forces, French forces, other NATO forces have to be able to do this. But we also have to know why we're doing things. Because again, do we think that British troops should be in Afghanistan to fight a battle that Afghan military don't want to fight? What would that be for?
I mean, Polly, the other thing that President Biden said was, look, we went into Afghanistan in order to prevent it being a base for international terrorism. We were never there as nation builders, is how he put it. But I mean, certainly the papers seem to be delivering a pretty damning verdict on his speech. The Daily Mail, across its banner, it says the war on terror has ended as it began on 9/11. Bodies falling from the sky and America humiliated. And that's Richard Littlejohn's verdict in the Mail. How do you think Biden's explanation of his decision is going to go down?
Well, I mean, US politics being what it is, I think we will primarily see simply partisan criticism. Trump supporters who encouraged Trump to withdraw from Afghanistan, saying that somehow this is all Biden's fault, and Biden supporters suggesting that it's all Trump's fault, and there'll be a lot more heat than light. People will go through, I think, as well, 20 years of comments by Biden, who was a leading thinker in US foreign policy through his roles in the Senate and as vice president, and come up with statements that contradict what he has said today. They already have, it's in some of the papers, about exactly what the purpose and mission was there. And I think this is certainly, it's the end of an era of liberal interventionism, and those who opposed that doctrine, the idea that the West might go to other countries where atrocities are in many cases being perpetrated on citizens and seek to establish liberal democracy and women's rights and freedom. That ambition, I still share. The problem is that what we've discovered from these expeditionary kind of instincts behind that is that it's almost impossible to do so. All you do is create worse conflict and kind of just cause total chaos behind ambitions that are actually now put back, I think, a long way. We are stuck now with those who oppose the idea that the West might have anything right, might have any moral force or integrity, are crowing about the fact that the US has been defeated and its allies have been defeated. And all we are left with is the sense that we are capable of offering some humanitarian aid or support. And unfortunately, so much money has been spent and so much blood spilt on all sides that even enthusiasm for humanitarian aid, for pathways for refugees, is relatively limited. We are seeing the Home Office restricting access. We are seeing President Macron talking about how the EU must coordinate action to prevent flows of irregular migration from Afghanistan. So it just feels like a devastating defeat, not just for the US, but for the concept that liberal democracy might be an aspirational goal for humankind.
Yeah, I mean, John, you advised Tony Blair, and I mean, already his doctrine of liberal intervention, of humanitarian intervention to try to improve the lives of people who are oppressed. I mean, that had already been dealt some pretty devastating blows by the events that have unfolded in Iraq and so on. But the mission in Afghanistan did evolve, didn't it, from one of trying to simply suppress the insurgents to one of trying to provide at least the framework for a democratic system and basic rights for women and so on.
Yeah, look, I think the lesson, one of the lessons of Afghanistan is clearly that it takes as long to restore a society as it took to destroy it. And so since Afghanistan has been at war since 1978, at least, you might have predicted that it would take decades to actually create the kind of institutions that are required. But that requires long strategic patience, but it also requires a huge outlay of cash. Was it the Americans have spent over the period $2 trillion? And if, in the end of it, $2 trillion ends up with an army that won't fight for their own government, it's very hard to see the case you can make logically, let alone politically, to an American president that against the will of the American people, he should spend another £2 trillion. And when we have, wouldn't we rather have £2 trillion spent on the climate crisis? And the issue, I was a strong supporter of Tony Blair's Chicago speech when he set out the doctrine of liberal intervention, progressive intervention. That was set aside really in Syria, wasn't it? When there was no attempt to rescue people, to prevent Assad gassing his own and using chemical warfare against his own people. And so we are finding that we're returning to a period of pragmatic, great powers politics, and that China are going to be the country who are responsible for ensuring that Afghanistan doesn't become a center for Islamic jihadists, primarily because China's got its own threats of internal terrorism and doesn't want to see a safe haven for anybody who wants to attack them. So we're moving to a situation where the Americans are saying no strategic interest in Afghanistan, but India and China and Pakistan and Russia are all significant and powerful countries around there, and that it's in a sense a regional issue. Now, it may sound cynical, but Biden sounded proud and principled in what he said this afternoon. Tough, but absolutely clear and direct.
Polly, what about the British position? We heard Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, now back from his holiday, and saying that Afghanistan would be held to account if there were any attempts to allow the country to once again become a haven for international terrorists. The Times is reporting that Boris Johnson told President Macron he intends to hold a virtual meeting of G7 leaders to discuss the deteriorating situation in Afghanistan. But I mean, it's very hard indeed to see how they're going to impose any of their own will or desires now that the only focus of the British forces seems to be to get their own personnel out.
I mean, the UK, given our relative military strength, was powerless to do really anything but what we have done in terms of getting our troops out, given that the Americans had decided that they were going. And it seems that some efforts were made to persuade the Americans to delay a little or to change their tack. But, the reality is that these threats seem pretty hollow. You have the UN suggesting that the Taliban should have an inclusive form of government and should care about human rights. On the one hand, what else can they say? It's, they're obviously not going to encourage the Taliban to go for medieval torture and oppression. Nevertheless, if the doctrine of intervention that suggests the West might do something about atrocities or oppression is gone, then what does it mean? The UN is unlikely to act at any point for a generation in those kinds of situations. So, as John says, we're talking about the likelihood that it will be regional powers, as he's mentioned, Pakistan or China, who are able to exert any kind of realistic threat against the new Afghan government, should it stray beyond what they consider acceptable.
Okay.
And they tend to have different expectations and different rules than those in the West.
Polly Mackenzie, John McTernan, stay with us. We'll be back some more of the front pages in just a moment. Just a reminder, if you've been thinking about getting a digital subscription to The Times, we're offering your first month free. This gives you full access to all the articles on the website or smartphone app, lots of updates throughout the day. And other subscriber benefits include exclusive email newsletters, special offers and online events. To take out a digital subscription and find out more, just head online to the Times website.
John Pienaar at Drive. Tomorrow afternoon from 4 till 7 on Times Radio. Join John Pienaar for the Drive Time show dedicated to the news that matters.
Well, now we wait to see how and whether we get through this painful part of this COVID obstacle course.
And the views that need to be heard.
I was somebody that thought depression was an excuse. It's really not nice. You lose your identity, you lose every emotion you could imagine.
Quality journalism, analysis and opinion that speaks for itself.
And let me just bring you a bit of breaking news. The government's confirmed a 3% pay rise for nurses and health workers.
We have a really big problem and we have not been able to fill the massive gaps in the nursing workforce.
John Pienaar at Drive. Tomorrow afternoon from 4 till 7 on Times Radio.
Carol Walker on Times Radio.
And with me, Polly Mackenzie and John McTernan, taking you through the front pages of tomorrow's papers. Lots of them, of course, focusing on events in Afghanistan. The Mirror has a picture with the headline "Desperate." It shows 640 Afghans on a US plane which left Kabul yesterday. There are some other stories, though. The Times push for hydrogen energy will increase household bills. That story also picked up on the Daily Telegraph, talking about how energy bills could soar under green gas hydrogen homes plan. John, this is part of the effort to try and get us all to switch to new green boilers.
Well, it has to be part of an effort to get us to insulate our houses better and to make sure that we reduce the amount of energy we use, so that over the long run, we do decarbonize the whole of the country, including the way we heat our homes. And it is, sometimes it feels as though climate change is the new Brexit within the Tory party. It causes deep concern amongst some of the Tory backbenchers, the ones who formed the European Research Group have now got, I think, a climate change research group. And it is, the question of costs. But I think you have a public who, whenever offered any green opportunities, grasp it with both hands, because they do want to save the planet. And so it's a question of not just costs, but of leadership and of practicality and reality, because it's not clear to me how close we are to actually being able to run hydrogen into homes. And how close we are to handling the other issue around hydrogen, which is safety, and people's concerns about the safety of hydrogen as opposed to natural gas coming into their homes.
Yeah, I mean, Polly, this is a consultation launched tomorrow, which looks at ways of encouraging people to switch to low-carbon hydrogen gas. But, I mean, the problem, as John points out, is that, John's talking about how most people say that they want to reduce their carbon footprint, they want to tackle emissions, they want to live cleaner, greener lives. But when it comes to, ditching the car, buy a new electric one, get rid of the boiler, get one of these new hydrogen ones, the costs of that are huge, and many voters don't want to pay that sort of money. And that's why you've got this movement within the Conservative Party, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's two different policy stories jumbled up in here. The one is around what the best approach for renewable heat is. Should we be trying to replace our gas supplies with hydrogen supplies, or should we be moving towards renewable heat that comes from ground source or air source heat pumps? The answer is going to be a bit of both, but there's a concerted movement to express real concern, actually, about particularly blue hydrogen, which is produced from methane and is actually, currently at least, very carbon intensive to produce, and it's actually not a green transition at all. The hope is that alternative sources of hydrogen will be better in the future. So what precisely is the right technology is a genuine uncertainty at the moment. But whatever you do, there's cost and disruption. There's even more cost and disruption if we choose the wrong technology. And Conservatives are getting cold feet. I think the crucial thing for us all to focus our minds on is that the costs of not acting are very directly worse to us, to our economy, to our long-term prosperity. And, in the end, it's the state that has the ability to borrow money cheaply and help people to conquer the short-term costs, to help deal with the ameliorating the risks and the long-term costs of not acting. And that means there just have to be better subsidies, essentially, to help people go through that transition. And of course, that that sends shivers of fear down a low-tax Conservative spine. The alternative, though, we have to remind even Conservatives, is that the alternative is, climate devastation, which will lead to much worse opportunities for our economy. And in the end, much more tax, much more regulation to prevent the harm later down the line.
John, did you want to come in on that?
Yeah, look, I think the in a way, we're looking at a transition, and there's a challenge to finance that transition. And it's exactly what Polly said. It's the deep pockets of government, the ability to borrow finance at low expense is the key, I think, to the transition. Because sometimes the debate is like, who's going to pay, and when they're going to pay. And the answer is, if my house, which is a 1930s semi, if my house is going to have a new form of heating, it's going to have to be better insulated. Now that's a cost to me and to my family, but the house will be permanently a better house for heating. Okay. So how do you share the burden of that between me as an owner now and somebody who might buy the house in 20 years' time? And the answer is, you must have a way of creating a financial instrument that shares the burden of that and shares the saving, because and finances it in that way. Nobody has to pay the upfront cost of an electric vehicle necessarily, because how many people pay the upfront costs in one go for a car? The total cost of a car is the running cost, is the insurance, it's the parts, and an EV, electric vehicle, doesn't have an engine like an internal combustion engine, so it doesn't have parts, doesn't have cost so much for MOTs. There's all kinds of different ways of cutting this, but it's communications are the key as well as financing.
I just wanted to squeeze in one more story. Union wants freedom for pinged to isolate, says the Telegraph. Union leaders have told workers they'll support them if they ignore rules aimed at ending the pingdemic, after businesses said the government's new guidance was confusing them. Polly, briefly, your thoughts on that?
Oh, well, there's one thing you can rely on government guidance to be. It's confusing. They're desperate to get people back to work. But if you have been pinged and you ought to be isolating, that actually that's the way to keep case numbers low. And so in the long run, it's better to let people isolate, including for businesses.
Polly Mackenzie, Chief Executive of Demos, and John McTernan, political strategist, former advisor to Tony Blair. Thank you both so much for being with us tonight.
Well, that's great. Bye.
We didn't have enough time to discuss the Matt cartoon on the front page on that same issue we were just talking about. Two cows speaking together. I knew I should have deleted the app. It seems I've been in close contact with a sickly alpaca. Stay with us here on Times Radio. More reaction to President Biden's speech coming up very shortly here on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good evening to you. President Biden defends his decision to pull out of Afghanistan.
I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces.
Much more on that and all the latest reaction from the United States after the news from Daryl Jackson.
Thank you. Good evening. As you've just heard, Joe Biden says he stands squarely behind his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan. The Taliban's taken control of the majority of the country, with the United Nations saying it's received chilling reports of human rights violations. But the US president says local political leaders gave up and the Afghan military refused to fight the insurgents. Mr. Biden says America stuck to its agenda abroad.
Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been: preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland.
Well, a senior MP and former soldier who served in Afghanistan says America's decision to withdraw from Afghanistan calls into question the wisdom of the current administration of the United States. Tom Tugendhat, now chairman of the Defence Select Committee, thinks President Joe Biden was looking at the past when he should have been looking at the future.
I think the US president was very keen to avoid another Vietnam. He was very keen to get the troops out by 9/11, the 20th anniversary of course, the terrorist attack in New York. And what we've seen he, by trying to avoid Vietnam, he's run straight into Saigon.
The Ministry of Defence has confirmed 200 more UK troops will be sent to Afghanistan to help with evacuation efforts. The Foreign Secretary says the government is focusing on not losing the gains made by troops over the last 20 years as the Taliban takes control of most of the country. But Dominic Raab admitted the UK didn't predict the insurgents' advances.
Well, everyone, I think, has been surprised by the scale and the pace at which the Taliban have taken over in Afghanistan. And that's a lesson that we've all got to learn from. But the truth is, what matters right now is focusing on getting British nationals out, getting out those who have so loyally served the UK.
A new resettlement scheme is being launched to help vulnerable Afghans who fled the Taliban. The insurgents have taken control of the majority of the country, including the capital. The UK government now says it'll do whatever it can to help those most in need. Kadria Saidi, who lives in West London, says her dad in Kabul had this bleak update for her.
Yesterday, when I talked to my dad said, "Maybe I don't see you again." For me, it was really hard to hear that. It's devastated.
In other news, 7 people have been hurt, among them a child who's been seriously injured following a collision between a car and pedestrians. It happened in Ardingly in West Sussex this afternoon. A storm is just off the coast of Haiti, where it could dump up to 10 inches of rain on a country that's still recovering from a damaging earthquake. Nearly 1,300 people have been killed and thousands left homeless. Winds have been fanning new wildfires outside the Greek capital. 11 villages southeast and northwest of Athens have been evacuated because of 2 fires. There's been a temporary reprieve for an alpaca that faces being destroyed by the government, who claim he has bovine tuberculosis. Geronimo's owner says tests for the disease are returning false positives. Lawyers for the Department of Food, Environment and Rural Affairs have agreed to defer a decision. The animal's vet, Dr. Ian McGill, told Times Radio Geronimo's chances of survival are looking better and the testing is inaccurate.
So in previous High Court cases that lawyers have been involved in, they failed to reveal the fact that there are at least 9 other alpacas who tested positive with this Enfaplex test after priming. And then at post-mortem, they simply didn't have TB. There was no TB culture. There was no TB lesions. They were TB-free.
Well, a judge has been assigned to make a final call on the alpaca's fate by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. And our top sports story this hour, England's cricketers were unable to hang on to draw the second test with India, who've taken a 1-0 series lead with a 151-run victory at Lord's. And we'll have a full sports update at past.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
A very good evening to you and welcome back to the programme. President Biden has defended his decision to pull out of Afghanistan, telling the American people he will not repeat the mistakes of the past. In a moment, we'll get the latest reaction to his statement as the scramble to flee Kabul continues. Later this hour, we'll find out more about the prospects for Afghanistan under Taliban rule from a former minister who's negotiated with those now in power. And with just 6 weeks to go to the COP26 climate change conference, we'll find out about 2 of the people jointly campaigning to be the next co-leaders of the Green Party. But first this hour, President Biden has spoken for the first time since the Taliban swept to power in Afghanistan. He's faced a backlash over his decision to withdraw American troops and the chaotic scenes as the insurgents took control of the capital. In an address to the American people tonight, he said the mission, which began 20 years ago, was in response to the 9/11 attacks, not to dictate how the country should be run.
Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been: preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland. I've argued for many years that our mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's why I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant that we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats.
Well, President Biden didn't back down or apologise for the decision to withdraw US troops.
I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves.
And he appeared to blame the Afghan forces who'd been trained and armed by the US and its allies.
We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force with some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. We could not provide them was the will to fight for that future.
And President Biden said he'd opposed previous surges of US forces and would not repeat the mistakes of the past.
How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery? I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat.
Well, let's get some more on this from Conan Nolan, who's a political correspondent for NBC and joins us live now. Hello, Conan.
Good evening.
Good evening. Great to have you with us tonight. I mean, that was a pretty robust defence by President Biden, and he clearly wasn't backing away in any way whatsoever from the decisions that he'd made.
It certainly was, and of course it's obviously for a domestic audience. Remember that public opinion polls have shown repeatedly that the American public support the withdrawal from Afghanistan. They did under President Trump, who started it. He wanted an immediate withdrawal. He told the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, he wanted them out, negotiated with the Taliban, certainly restrained the ability of the Biden administration to navigate forward, but Joe Biden has long been opposed to interventionist American military policy. And so it was not a surprise, frankly, Carol, that he was as adamant as he was today in his defense of the policy. What people were surprised with was that he didn't speak at all. He only spoke made brief reference to the calamity of the pullout itself. It was obviously poorly planned. And I think that's the problem, is that I think most of the American people support the idea of getting out of Afghanistan, but they didn't anticipate it was going to look like this.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, President Biden has faced a lot of criticism from Democrats as well as from some Republicans over the way that this was conducted, over the way he set that deadline, pulled American troops out, didn't appear to have taken part in any negotiations as to how they were going to be replaced. I mean, how do you think the message that he conveyed tonight is going to go down?
Well, I think to a certain part of the American public, it's sort of a bifurcated response. They support the policy, but the administration of that policy. You know, remember, Americans don't spend a lot of time thinking about geopolitical issues overseas and America's engagement, other than the fact that we do have a warrior class here, as you have in the United Kingdom, of families that sacrifice disproportionately for the nation's defense. That said, most Americans trust policymakers to sort of know what they're doing. They pay them to understand the situation overseas and to make the right decisions. This is obvious to, I think, millions of Americans. That didn't happen here. And we're still starting to find out whether or not the president was so headstrong in his desire to disengage from Afghanistan. He didn't listen to his national security advisors or his Pentagon advisors who said, listen, this is quite possibly what's going to happen, and that you need more time. He wanted it out, and I think that's part of the concern we have going forward, is how much we're going to hear about the warnings that were apparent to the White House that they simply ignored.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've just got the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers here in the UK. The Daily Mail, Biden, it's Afghans' own fault. And The Sun, which is a large circulation tabloid paper, joke Biden, Prez surprised by rout. Do you think that ultimately public opinion, which, as you pointed out, was weary of these endless wars, 20 years, the loss of life, the costs and so on, will accept that stance adopted by President Biden?
It's a good question. We can look to history a little bit about that. John F. Kennedy, following the Cuban Missile Crisis, spoke to the American public, not the Cuban Missile Crisis, excuse me, that was a success. It was the Bay of Pigs, when the disastrous reinvasion of Cuba, that he went before the American public and said, the buck stops here and that's my fault, and essentially apologized for it and said, we'll do better. His numbers, his popularity soared after that. We have seen others in the past be somewhat contrite and take responsibility. The president said, the responsibility was with me, but then he went on to blame others. He blamed Donald Trump. My hands were tied based on the policy that he negotiated. He blamed the Afghan leadership for pulling out, for fleeing the country. He blamed the Afghan forces for not fighting. And a lot of people, I think, were interested in the president saying, listen, ultimately this policy is important. We need to follow through. We're not going to go with another 20 years of intervention here. But yes, we miscalculated, and I apologize for that. Because I tell you, we're afraid of what we're astonished as to what we've seen thus far. We're afraid of what we're going to see next. The Taliban has held back from any revenge killings, reprisals, retribution. That could be around the corner. And if you're a woman or a girl in Afghanistan, in Kabul, or any of the urban centers of Afghanistan, this is a very, very bleak period for you. And we may be hearing more about what they are going to be going through over the next weeks and months. And that's going to be very difficult, I think, for the American people. Although they're backing the withdrawal of Afghanistan, this is something they did not anticipate, and may be an indication of the kind of images we may be seeing in the near future.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we've been hearing some reports of the atrocities and killings that have gone on in some cities, which do not certainly chime with the reassurances we've been hearing from some Taliban leaders saying that they're going to protect human rights. Do you think that President Biden is perhaps being shielded from too much political flack because President Trump, his predecessor, as he was very quick to point out, had signed the deal which set these events in train? So we certainly haven't heard President Trump utter, I don't think, a word since the Taliban onslaught began. And do you think that, in a sense, helps Joe Biden politically?
You would think so, certainly. But, hypocrisy and politics in America are frequent bedfellows, of course. You have a lot of Republicans, members of Donald Trump's party, who were supportive of his declaration to pull out of Afghanistan, who are now roundly criticizing Joe Biden for essentially following up on that policy. That said, I've already heard some Trump supporters and members of Congress who, again, were supportive of what Donald Trump did, rationalize and say that Donald Trump would have never sanctioned the kind of pullout that we're seeing now without any plan B and a poorly planned A. And so, and keep in mind, we have midterm elections next year. It's all about that, and I can assure you that there will be plenty of Republicans who think that the public and the constituents have a bad memory. They won't be bringing up Donald Trump's support for the withdrawal, but they will be bringing up the disaster that we're seeing over the past several days, and it's likely this is going to very much hurt the president's party come those elections next year.
And this comes, of course, after President Biden came to power saying very much, America's back on the world stage. He made a big point of re-engaging with all those global gatherings and so on. But this appears to be withdrawing from international commitments.
It does, and Carol, I have to make one other point. The president's stock and trade is empathy. On the campaign trail, the way he deals with individuals, deals with American policy, he has an empathetic element to his demeanor. Even his critics believe that he has a sound heart, and does try to understand the positions that individuals are in, regardless of their standing in society. This is a case where he seems to be putting that aside. We expected a little bit more empathy, not only for the innocent victims of what we're seeing in Afghanistan, instead of just blaming the politics and blaming the army, but understanding the horror that women and girls are going through at this time, but also those GIs and families that sacrificed so much during that conflict and now see the enemy that was vanquished 20 years ago reclaiming the entire country and stronger than ever. So, yes, I have to tell you, there's the international scope, which is he wanted to re-engage, but all of a sudden he has laid a real problem on the doorstep of Europe with a potential refugee issue that will have to be dealt with over the next several months. But he sort of chipped away at his own personality equation here, in that it just seemed like he was a little too defensive. He pointed a little too many fingers, and he wasn't as empathetic as we expected Joe Biden to be.
Conan Nolan, political correspondent for NBC. Thanks very much indeed.
The pleasure is all mine. Have a good evening.
Great to have you. Thanks so much. The time now is fast approaching 11:20. Well, the rugby league star Rob Burrow has got motor neurone disease and is now fighting for his life. In Tuesday's Times, he questions whether his sporting career led to the diagnosis. You can read that honest interview in tomorrow's paper or on our website. You'll need a digital subscription, but we're offering the first month free. Just head online to find out more.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
We'll continue to examine the fallout of the Taliban claiming victory in Afghanistan and what this development means for global politics.
The former Director General of the UK Border Force will continue our series by telling us how he'd use £1 billion to tackle the number of migrants dangerously crossing the Channel to Britain.
And former Culture Minister Ed Vaizey joins former Scottish Labour leader Kezia Dugdale to discuss the stories of the morning.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio. Across the UK on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
Well, the Taliban leaders now in power in Afghanistan have said they intend to respect human rights and the rights of women. But it's clear they will impose strict Sharia law, and there are already reports of brutality and atrocities in some of the Afghan cities where they've taken control. Before I came on air, I spoke to Dr. Omar Zakilwal, former Afghanistan finance minister who's negotiated with the Taliban and is also a former Afghan ambassador to Pakistan. He was out of the country as President Ghani fled, but is about to fly back to Kabul.
I wish I was there. I was out already on a family visit, and right now, as we speak, I'm trying to return back to my country. I want to be with my people at this really tough time.
And what are your family telling you about what the situation is like where they are?
Well, it's fear. It's extremely sort of uncertainty, and it's a total disbelief. So my friends and family back home, I'm trying to reassure them, and they need to be reassured. And we hope that we do work towards a situation where we lead to stability and peace in our country. There's still hope that we must not give up on.
Do you think there is a realistic possibility of that under the Taliban, given what we've been hearing from some parts of the country about the brutal treatment, the killings, the murders of people who've been singled out by the Taliban forces?
I do. Not every information is so accurate, and not every act carried out is done by the Taliban. They have shown considerable restraint, particularly compared to the Taliban of the 1990s. So that's reassuring. But certainly, they need to be talked to. You can talk to them, and we will talk to them. And it's not just about the treatment. I think it's also about the future of the country that could not fall into a controlling and monopolized hands. That's not something that will lead to stability and peace. So it's a broader discussion that we need to have with the Taliban.
You seem to be reasonably reassured by what you're hearing from the Taliban. Their spokesman has, for example, said that he wants to respect basic rights, human rights, the rights of women and so on. But the stories we're hearing from some parts of the country suggest that, for example, women have been sent home, women have been told they shouldn't be at universities and so on. I mean, do you really believe those assurances that the Taliban appear to be giving?
Well, the thing is that the dust needs to settle down. It's still extremely new. I've had numerous discussions, intensive discussions with Taliban leadership, both when I was in Pakistan as an ambassador and also in the past couple of years when I played a round role with the U.S. Taliban talks in Qatar and all that. We've had intensive discussions, and those discussions certainly gave me reassurances. Back in Moscow, February 2019, where there was the intra-Afghan conference, and also in July 2019, the intra-Afghan conference of Doha, I was the author of the joint communique between the Taliban and the Afghan side. And there are lots of reassuring sentences to which the Taliban leaders have raised their hands, and we are going to hold them to those words. Reassurances about women's rights, education rights, work rights, basic human rights, freedom of media and all that. Those are the things that they have committed themselves to, and then we are going to push them in that direction.
But how are they going to be held? But how are they going to be held to those commitments when British, American, and other forces have left? The Afghan army seems to have collapsed.
Indeed, and that is a tough situation in which we are. We are now not negotiating as two stalemated sides, but one is victor, and the other side has collapsed, no doubt about it. But it's about the future that the Taliban needs to worry. Non-recognition of their government, or the government in Kabul, of which they're a significant part, is not something that they should cheer up about. So that sort of discussion, and also, in the longer term, it's not just security, the Taliban style that the government, the people want. It is opportunities, it is rights, it's the freedoms they have enjoyed and that they want to keep. And if those are restricted, you are not going to have stability, and they're not going to have peace either. So now the Taliban
do you not fear
in a different role?
Do you not fear, as many of those in Afghanistan do fear, that they will carry out brutal Sharia law, that women will lose their rights to education, to professional achievements, to taking part in the democracy of the country?
I'm concerned, but I'm also optimistic that the Taliban of today are not the Taliban of the 1990s. Already we see that. They know that they cannot push this country back to the 1990s, in which we had a government of 4 centuries ago. So that's an impossibility, and that's a reality that I believe has sunk in with many of the Taliban leaders, in particular, and that certainly gives me hope and optimism. And I'm basing what I say on many intensive discussions with the Taliban leaders. So I'm not too worried. No.
We are hearing that former President Hamid Karzai, who I know you worked with quite closely, is in contact with the Taliban. Do you think he could form a part of the future government of the country?
Well, he can play an extremely constructive role. He is certainly the most prominent and most respected national leader. He is right now in a position where I think whatever calm, not that we have a lot of calm in Kabul, but whatever it is, a lot has to do with former President Karzai remaining in Kabul, and it's extremely courageous of him. So he certainly can play an extremely constructive role. He is a man who can speak with the Taliban leaders as well as language that is understood by the Taliban. And we will also be, I cannot wait to be back in Kabul and work closely with former President Karzai in that mission. And I do remain optimistic that we are going to be able to push forward with reassurances and with an environment in which people will not have to fear. Certainly, we are not going to have what we had. There is a price that we know we have to pay. What that will be determined by time. But like again, I remain optimistic.
What do you think of the way President Ashraf Ghani fled the country?
I think it was utterly disgusting. It was. I knew Ashraf Ghani was. I parted ways with him close to 3 years ago, and I parted ways with him because I knew that he could not manage any element of the government. He led us to this situation. He mismanaged, not only mismanaged, sabotaged the opportunity for peace, every opportunity for peace, because of extreme greed and thirst for power. So he is going to go down in the history of this country as an extremely dark dot, and he is already people, even the strongest supporters who were fooled by him. I wasn't one of them. Are speaking out against him. So what he did to this country and where he brought us to it is unforgivable.
Let me ask you, how do you think that the Taliban managed to achieve such a rapid advance, so many cities taken without a fight? There are talks of some fighters from Pakistan being part of the force. There are talks of perhaps the ground being laid with some warlords. How do you think the Taliban achieved that?
I don't think it was so much the strategy of the Taliban, so much the strength of the Taliban, as it was the weakness and disconnect between President Ghani and the rest of the government, particularly security forces. At the end, the security forces had to ask whether what they were fighting for. And the way Ghani had managed, it seemed they were fighting for the continuation of Ghani in power, and that he was not worth it. It was just an extremely simple calculation for them. So the lack of the will to fight and the lack of morale was the main reason for the sudden collapse.
And what is going to happen to the country now? I mean, will the Taliban possibly be able to unite this country, get all those different factions, all those different warlords to work with them?
I think the one thing it showed that those warlords were paper tigers. They didn't have any strength, any followers within the population, any confidence and trust left. So they are pretty much history. But there is leadership, no doubt, newly emerging leadership, and there are wants, particularly by the younger generation. So you are going to see the emergence of new leadership, and they're going to matter. They need to be taken with seriousness, particularly by Taliban. And we are going to push the Taliban in their direction, that they are taken seriously and they're included in the government, that we have an inclusive government, of which the Taliban, no doubt, will be a significant part, no doubt. But we need to have that. I'm optimistic that we are going to be able to push what that, given the history of the failures of the past 40 years, in which so many sides try to monopolize power, and at the end they themselves paid an extremely heavy price for it, and Taliban are one of the groups once as well. So those examples are plenty that could be used to persuade Taliban to become more inclusive.
That was Dr. Omar Zakrilwal, a former Afghanistan finance minister who's negotiated with the Taliban, speaking to me just a little earlier this evening. Now, let's catch up with the latest news and the sport from Daryl Jackson.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good evening. Joe Biden says he stands behind his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan.
I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States.
The US president has been speaking at the White House, saying that Afghan political leaders and the military gave up and refused to fight the insurgents. He added that American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves.
How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery?
Conan Nolan, political correspondent for NBC, told Carol Walker on Times Radio this evening that parts of Biden's speech were quite surprising.
He only made brief reference to the calamity of the pullout itself. It was obviously poorly planned. And I think that's the problem, is that I think most of the American people support the idea of getting out of Afghanistan, but they didn't anticipate it was going to look like this.
The Prime Minister is preparing to announce a new resettlement scheme for Afghans most in need. Downing Street says it'll provide whatever support it can to those who have helped to make the country a better place. A collision between a car and pedestrians has resulted in 7 people being hurt, including a child who's critically injured. 6 others, including 5 children, are being checked by medics after the incident in Ardingly this afternoon in West Sussex. Victims of the Plymouth shooting have been remembered at a candlelit vigil this evening. 5 people died when 22-year-old Jake Davison opened fire in Keyham this week. A storm's just hit off the coast of Haiti as the country tries to recover from an earthquake which killed nearly 1,300 people. Earlier, the Queen sent a message to the people there saying she's deeply saddened by the loss of life. Looking ahead to tomorrow, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzles, some sunny spells, mainly in the southwest. Now with the sport, here's John Jackson.
India have gone 1-0 up in the Test series against England after bowling Joe Root's side out for 120 on the final afternoon at Lord's. After declaring on 298 for 8 after lunch, Virat Kohli's side looked unlikely to bowl England out in the remaining 2 sessions. While the hosts chased 272 runs to win, the Indian bowlers slowly started to pick up wickets in the 60 overs remaining. Mohammad Siraj took 4 while Jasprit Bumrah came away with 3. Eventually, England were bowled out and lost by 151 runs. England captain Joe Root says a lot of the defeat was down to his tactics.
Even after that first hour, I felt like we were in command of the game, we were in control of things. I think a lot falls on my shoulders. As captain, tactically, I think I've done things slightly differently given the time again. But, I think from a bowling perspective throughout this game, they put everything into it. They performed very well. For large periods of that second innings, they were outstanding. And it's just disappointing that we didn't manage to close out that innings how we could have. As I say, tactically, I don't think I dealt with that well enough as captain. and off the back of it, put us in a difficult position. So, as I said, a lot falls on my shoulders in that respect.
The third test starts next week at Headingley. In the hundreds, Southern Brave are through to the knockout stage in the men's tournament after coming out on top in their winner-takes-it-all match with Oval Invincibles. They beat the London-based side by 6 wickets at the Ageas Bowl, meaning they'll at least play in Friday's eliminator between second and third place. In the women's competition, Brave were already through to the final before their 30-run win over the Invincibles. And US soccer star Carly Lloyd is to retire after making 312 appearances for her national side. She also won the World Cup and the Olympics twice and scored 128 international goals. Millwall host Fulham in the Championship tomorrow night. That game is live over on TalkSport 2 from 7:45pm.
This is Times Radio.
Welcome back to the programme. Carol Walker with you through till 1am. Now, nominations for the leadership of the Green Party closed today after co-leaders Jonathan Bartley and Sian Berry both decided to stand down. Well, it's a critical time for the party as we approach the COP26 climate conference in the autumn. Earlier this evening, I spoke to Amelia Womack and Tamsin Omand, who are standing jointly to replace them, offering young intersectional feminist leadership. Tamsin told me more about what they stood for.
So I think for us, we are very aware that COP is on the horizon and that right now we are living through a climate emergency, that we've just been given another warning by the IPCC saying that it really is code red for humanity. And I think citizens and the media are more alive to the climate emergency than at any other point, which means that there is a moment for the Green Party to step into this space of increased public awareness, and to really be the party that answers a need, a hunger in the electorate for people who are talking about the climate emergency and, more importantly, delivering action on the climate emergency.
Amelia, neither of you are particularly well known on the national political stage. Why do you think that you could be the people to lead the Green Party?
I have 7 years' experience working as deputy leader for the Green Party and have worked to get the green gains that we've seen up and down the country, with over 450 councillors and the green surges that we've seen from 2015 onwards. The opportunities to get more Green MPs elected off the back of our huge successes. That's a time and a strategy that I've overseen within my leadership. And I have taken on a lot of these big moments within the party itself, having played a role in influencing the media as well as on political conversations around climate and even around women's rights as well. So this really is a building. I feel like I've led the building blocks to a foundation for a really secure future for the party. And I know that working with Tamsin is a chance to really ensure that we are building on that in a whole new way that isn't just about incremental change, but about bringing people with us and proving that the Green Party has the vision for all of those people that want to tackle the biggest problems of our time.
Tamsin, given that the environment, green issues, tackling climate change are now such huge issues, do you think that the Green Party has perhaps underperformed? You've still only got one Green MP. I know you've got more councillors, more members in Scotland and so on. But are you worried that the other mainstream parties are stealing your clothes?
I'd say that this isn't a new issue. The climate emergency has been coming down. It's been coming since we started burning fossil fuels in the Industrial Revolution. And our political leaders, the ones who are better known than Amelia and I, have known about this problem for decades, and they have failed to act on it. And now we are at a time where we're receiving frankly terrifying reports from the IPCC. And not only are we receiving these reports from the scientists, we're also seeing the impacts of the climate emergency in our world. The floods in London, the floods in Germany, the wildfires in Turkey. It feels like a very scary world to be a young person in. And I really think about the kind of who's been failed by this current kind of political elite, by the national leaders of other political parties. And so when I think about the Green Party, the Green Party is is really unfairly affected by first past the post. And, Amelia can talk to this better than I at how many wins we've had up and down the country, what it would look like if there were proportional representation in terms of our share of the vote. And unfortunately, because of the way this kind of outdated electoral model that we have, it means indeed, as you say, we've only managed to secure so far one Green MP. Under our leadership, we will be very excited about securing our next MP and our next MP. And I think something that, maybe your listeners don't know about me is that I am an expert in moments of nonlinear change. So I was a founding member of Extinction Rebellion. I've been a founding member of a number of movements, including the movements that stopped the expansion of Heathrow Airport. And so when I kind of look at the bigger picture, I look at the context and I look at the political forces in play, there has never been a moment for the sort of soaring success that we could expect from the Green Party. This really is the moment to join the Green Party, to elect us, to vote Green. And I'll let Amelia speak to the issue of first past the post.
Amelia, no, the point is, though, we're stuck with first past the post for the foreseeable future. We had a referendum on that not so long ago. There doesn't seem to be any realistic prospect that that's going to change in the near future. And if you are portraying yourselves as people who are proud to have been part of Extinction Rebellion, are you concerned that you may put off a lot of mainstream voters who are perhaps concerned about the costs of cutting emissions, about the costs of switching to electric cars, to greener heating systems for their homes and so on?
I'd just like to highlight that the referendum was on AV and not on proportional representation, and they are very different.
Yeah, I don't want to get too tracked down voting systems, because I don't think that's likely to change in the meantime. So you have to cope with the system you've got.
Effectively, we are beating first past the post when it comes to council seats, and that's what across the country. What I see is hard-working councillors in their communities, hard-working activists representing those communities, and that's why we've gained councillors, and that's how we'll gain MPs as well. But then this whole, I think that, when it comes to how we build the movement, we can see from the IPCC report that there are bigger risks than cost alone about not acting to these demands of the environment. We know way back in 2007, Lord Stern told us that the longer we wait, the more it will cost for us to mitigate against the worst effects of climate change. And yet here we are, all of these years later, having not taken serious action. Not taking action will cost. But what we need right now is to ensure that we're investing into a Green New Deal that tackles inequality while keeping us below 1.5 degrees of warming, that's about sustainable public transport networks, not simply buying electric cars, but making sure that there's a public transport network that works for everyone, that makes things like car travel redundant. Being green doesn't mean being more expensive, especially if we have the genuine investment and vision in place to achieve that.
OK. Tamsin, you identify as trans and non-binary. You have said that you're offering young intersectional feminist leadership. I mean, what exactly does that mean, and how important is that in your vision for what the Green Party should stand for?
I think what it means is that we will stand up for people who have been hurt by a system that hasn't served them. I mean, I think, it kind of connects to the last question that you gave, which was about how do we respond to crises? Right now, we seem to be in kind of perpetual crisis, and our national leadership is reacting and reacting and reacting, and there doesn't seem to be any clear vision of where we're going, why the choices are being made, what value that will bring to our lives, and indeed what sacrifices we will have to make. And so when we react to things, what often happens is that the poorest, the most marginalized, the most oppressed people, the most vulnerable people in our communities get left out, they get cast aside, they get shoved to one side because they don't have the money or the privilege to be able to protect themselves when crises come. And
so what about this issue of trans rights? How important is that to you?
I mean, I'm a trans person, so it's really important that I feel like I'm allowed to exist, that I feel that there's space for me, yes, in the Green Party, of course, but also in the wider world, that I don't feel like I'm making life difficult for someone just by virtue of me living out my true self.
So, Amelia, when it comes to the issue of trans rights, does that mean that you think that people should be able to self-identify and that should apply universally everywhere, including in institutions such as women's refuges, prisons and so on?
I think what we're getting into is the kind of the points of the argument that have been used against trans people for far too long. And I'm really proud of the courage that Tamsin has to put themselves forward and say, yes, I'm a climate activist. Yes, I've done all of these things and I'm trans. And I think what's really important at the moment is that we are championing trans voices. Of course, when we talk about self-ID and all of these policies that create stronger rights and liberation for trans people, not just I, but the Green Party support those, because as we've learnt more about trans people and trans people's rights to exist, we've realised that our policies simply haven't been fit for purpose. This is an important issue of our time to make sure that we are creating an equal society. And I think that when it comes to our campaign, we've got such a powerful message. And as I said, I really applaud the courage that Tamsin has had to put themselves out there, represent trans people, but not be talking purely about trans rights, talking about everything they have done in their entire lifetime on climate and in environmental justice, social justice, because that's who they are. All of these things are who Tamsin is, and that's why they're incredibly powerful, successful and inspirational.
Tamsin, you and Amelia are putting yourselves forward as co-leaders. The Greens have obviously had co-leaders in recent years. You're the only political party in the UK, though, that does this. Do you think it does work having two leaders, or do you think in our political system, which I know you have your own frustrations with, that perhaps it makes it more difficult to enter into the wider political debates when there are two people there at the top of a party, when we've traditionally been very used to having a single leader for each of our mainstream parties?
I feel that it is incredibly enlightened, really, to share power and to share power at the top of the party and indeed throughout the party. And to really, what it allows is for both of us to be representing the different kind of spheres of experience that we represent, but also for us both to be bringing the different skills and the different networks, the different connections that we both can bring. So I think it just means more talent at the top, which feels like a really good thing. What we see, when I kind of look around the leadership of national political parties at the moment, and I just see exhausted people who probably could really do with somebody to collaborate with and to work alongside. I think leadership and the ideas around leadership are changing. I think they need to change. I think they're not fit for purpose. I think they celebrate and support a certain elite who can kind of manage that time, or who can have that time to be, and there are so many hidden people behind those leaders who have to support them in those roles. So I think that the Green Party has so many good ideas about how to do things differently, and this is just one of those many ideas.
Well, that was Tamsin Omand and Amelia Womack, two of the candidates vying to become next co-leaders of the Greens, and the vote on that comes this autumn, with the result announced at the end of September. You're listening to Times Radio, and after last week's terrible shooting in Plymouth, the spotlight has again shone on the hate-filled world of incels. And in tomorrow's Times, Catherine Denkinson looks at how the internet is a breeding ground for misogyny with deadly consequences. You can read that by picking up a copy of the paper or get it online. To get yourself a digital subscription, just head to the Times website, where you'll find that the first month is free.
Stories of our times from the Times and the Sunday Times.
One agenda-setting story told in depth by experts.
I'm Manveen Rana.
I'm David Aronovich. Go beyond the headlines with original quality journalism and exclusive interviews.
What happens in the next year may define this country for the next 40 years.
We take you to the heart of the stories that matter. With exclusive access and reporting, you'll hear from the best and most informed journalists from the UK's most trusted newspaper. It's published for the start of your day, and you can listen for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search The Stories of Our Times.
Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Now, President Biden has said he stands squarely behind the decision to withdraw US troops from Afghanistan as he faces criticism over the Taliban's lightning conquest of the war-torn country. This is despite reports of atrocities in some of the cities seized by Taliban forces and the chaotic scenes at Kabul airport as desperate locals scrambled to try to flee the country, some of them clinging onto planes moving down the runway. Well, we can speak now to Jason H. Campbell, former country director for Afghanistan in the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Policy and a former Pentagon official now at the Rand Corporation. Good evening to you, Jason Campbell.
Good evening, Carol. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much for joining us. President Biden mounted a pretty robust defence of his decision to pull US troops out, saying that he didn't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. What did you make of his explanation?
Well, I thought he, remained certainly steadfast to the policy decision he made months back when he elected to largely abide by the agreement that his predecessor had signed to remove U.S. forces from the country, a bit delayed when he extended that to September rather than May. And he reiterated, I think, some of the justifiable arguments that, there was never going to be a good time to redeploy forces, and that ultimately the political situation in Afghanistan had really, lost a lot of legitimacy and contributed to what we've seen as the collapse of the security forces, as well as other parts of the government. I think where it was lacking was in its acknowledgement and really empathy for the Afghan people, and particularly those who, despite his messaging, have indeed been fighting for a number of years now and really taking very high casualties, and for literally the tens of thousands of Afghans who over the years have provided direct support not only to the United States, but also to NATO partners and allies, as well as other elements of the international community, many of whom are now stuck in a terrible situation with a pretty unclear path to safety. I think he could have been, more acknowledging of this terrible situation.
Well, you put it very diplomatically, but President Biden appeared to be blaming the Afghan forces. He was saying, I don't see why American forces should fight if the Afghans aren't going to.
Yes, I think he really was pushing that point very hard, but I think it was a bit myopic and very kind of focused just on sort of these events of the last few days and weeks, and again, not acknowledging the sacrifices that they have indeed made over the years, even if ultimately, there were a number of frustrations, I think, more with, Afghan leadership in general, not just in the security forces, but also among some of the political elite in Kabul that, again, really lost a lot of legitimacy over time and contributed to what we saw as the rapid dissipation of the Afghan forces.
Do you think he was right to pull the US troops out and to do it so rapidly?
Well, I think history is going to be looking at this for a very long time. I think, things probably could have, the assumptions perhaps undergirding this decision could have been a bit more precise and clearer, and I think will show that, quite frankly, that the necessary steps were not, in fact, in place for a more orderly withdrawal, obviously, given the sights we're seeing now from Kabul, and in particular, the steps necessary to ensure that as many Afghans as possible who, again, have for years put their life on the line for the United States and the broader international community, that situation was a bit more settled before deciding to complete the withdrawal. One point that could be arguably made is that, in Afghanistan, obviously this is an environment where you have seasonal fighting, and had he perhaps, waited until the winter months for the full complete withdrawal, that might have stymied an advance by the Taliban and provided a little more time for some of these bureaucratic issues to be dealt with.
Do you think, though, given what has happened in the country now, it appears that President Biden is looking at those opinion polls in the US that show that the majority of Americans do want American troops to come back, and deciding that that's more important than the Afghan people. And many of those now do feel they've been betrayed, don't they, by the US and the UK and others?
No, I think there's absolutely a palpable sense of that coming from Afghanistan. And I think any elected official always has to maintain that balance between what he is sort of hearing through his constituents and what is sort of the obligation of his country and what is best for the security and also sort of the moral obligations. And I think that he tried to achieve that balance and may not have done so. And again, history will continue to watch us very closely.
I mean, the papers here in the UK, some of them are pretty damning on it. If I look at some of the big circulation, Biden, it's Afghans' own fault. The Sun, one of the big tabloid large circulation papers, joke Biden. I mean, do you think that he was ill-advised, or do you think he was just so determined to pull out? And he made it clear that he'd argued against the previous surges in troops. Do you think he was so determined to bring the forces back that he ignored the advice about what might happen if he did?
Right. Well, I don't want to get overly speculative, given that I wasn't obviously privy to some of these discussions and what the advice was. But I think as someone who's watched this country for a long time now, I think it generally was indicative of, previously Senator Biden's and Vice President Biden's and now President Biden's views on Afghanistan and some of the frustrations that he held, more towards, I think, Afghan leadership, who I know, was well known that he was, persistently frustrated with what he felt were corrupt and vapid leaders who were not looking out for the best of the country. And I think, you see some of that translating into his words this afternoon. And again, clearly the acknowledgement and empathy for those Afghans that were not among the political elite and who did try to contribute and support, again, the U.S. and the international community to build a better society. I think, somewhat justifiably do feel some sense of betrayal.
Jason H. Campbell, a former Country Director for Afghanistan in the Office of the Secretary of Defence for Policy, former Pentagon official. Thanks very much indeed for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Carol. My pleasure.
Stay with us here on Times Radio. We will be looking more at Joe Biden's announcements, the rest of all tonight's big stories with the broadcaster and journalist Robin Lustig. Stay with us for that.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's midnight. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good morning to you. President Biden has defended his decision to pull out of Afghanistan.
American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves.
And my guest throughout this hour to discuss Joe Biden's address and all of tonight's big stories is Robin Lustig. Stay with us for all of that after the latest news from Daryl Jackson.
Thank you. Good morning. Joe Biden says he stands squarely behind his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan.
It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not.
The Taliban's taken control of the majority of the country, with the United Nations saying it's received chilling reports of human rights violations. But the US president says local political leaders fled the country and the Afghan military refused to fight the insurgents. Mr. Biden says America stuck to its agenda abroad.
American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. We could not provide them was the will to fight for that future.
Well, Jason H. Campbell, former country director for Afghanistan in the Office of the Secretary of Defence for Policy, told Carol Walker on Times Radio the speech could have gone further, though.
I think where it was lacking was in its acknowledgement and really empathy for the Afghan people, and particularly those who, despite his messaging, have indeed been fighting for a number of years now and really taking very high casualties.
Here, the Foreign Secretary says they're evacuating hundreds of British nationals from Afghanistan over the next few days as the Taliban takes control of the capital. Dominic Raab says the UK needs to rein in the worst excesses of the insurgents. Since the withdrawal of Western troops, he says they need to stabilise the gains secured through British blood, sweat, tears and loss of life over the last 20 years.
We will hold them to account for their commitment and never to allow Afghanistan to be used as a base for terror, to hold a more inclusive government and to protect the most essential human rights, including respecting the rights of women.
Russia, Pakistan and China have all indicated they are ready to transition into engaging with Taliban authorities. But Dr. Jenny Mathers, senior lecturer in international politics at Aberystwyth University, told Times Radio that the Taliban is still classed by Russia as a terrorist organisation.
Russia doesn't want to see instability coming back into the region from the Taliban. Russia doesn't want to be caught on the back foot. And so, it has been preparing with its allies, both in Central Asia, but also discussing with China, partly as a demonstration towards the Taliban to tell them, don't even think about trying to destabilize this region because we're ready for you.
7 people have been hurt, among them a child who's been critically injured following a collision between a car and pedestrians in West Sussex. An air ambulance was called to the scene in Ardingly yesterday afternoon to take youngsters to hospital. Geronimo the alpaca is safe for now after getting a reprieve from animal rights lawyers. The 6-year-old animal faces being destroyed because the government says he has bovine tuberculosis, but his owner says the tests are inaccurate. Geronimo's vet agrees and says his chances of survival are getting better every day. Dr. Ian McGill told Times Radio the government's entire TB testing policy on cattle needs an overhaul.
The main skin test in cattle only works half the time. And so they're leaving loads of infected animals in the herds, and then they get another TB breakdown. It's really awful for farmers, and some of the diagnoses are also false positives. So we really need a sea change in bovine TB policy, and it's Geronimo that's shining a light into that deep, dark, murky world.
A final decision on Geronimo's High Court appeal is expected later today. Looking ahead, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle today, some sunny spells mainly in the southwest. Our top sports story this hour, England's cricketers were unable to hang on to draw the second test with India, who've taken a 1-0 series lead with a 151-run victory at Lord's. Jos Buttler was offering stubborn resistance, but the visitors secured victory with little more than 8 overs remaining on day 5, bowling the hosts out for 120. And we'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to the programme. President Biden has defended his decision to pull out of Afghanistan, telling the American people he will not repeat the mistakes of the past. He spoke as flights out of Kabul were suspended, as thousands of Afghans trying to flee the country tried to scramble onto US planes. Here, the rules on self-isolation have been eased. The BMA has warned the change will put more pressure on health workers who are already at breaking point. And with me throughout this hour is the journalist and broadcaster Robin Lustig. Robin, a very good morning to you.
Morning, Carol.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. So President Biden spoke last night for the first time since the Taliban swept to power in Afghanistan. He's faced a backlash over his decision to withdraw American troops and the chaotic scenes as the insurgents took control of the capital. In an address to the American people, he said the mission, which began 20 years ago, was in response to the 9/11 attacks, not to dictate how the country should be run.
Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been, preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland. I've argued for many years that our mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's why I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant that we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats.
Well, President Biden appeared to blame the Afghan forces who'd been trained and armed by the US and its allies.
We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force with some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. We could not provide them was the will to fight for that future.
And he said he'd opposed previous surges of US forces and would not repeat the mistakes of the past.
How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery? I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat.
Well, that was Joe Biden speaking a few hours earlier. Robin Lustig listening to that. I mean, he certainly wasn't backing away from his decision. What did you make of his explanation?
I thought it was shocking, Carol. Deeply, deeply shocking. Not because I expected him to change his mind or to say he'd been wrong or even necessarily to apologise. What I found really shocking was the total absence of any apparent understanding for what the events of the past few days mean for ordinary Afghans. I mean, every time I listen to those clips that you've been playing during the course of the programme, what comes through to me, and I can't imagine that he actually meant this to be the tone, but what came through to me was a contempt for the people of Afghanistan. I mean, look, let's be clear. He is perfectly entitled to say that the people of Afghanistan have been grievously let down by both their political and their military leaders. The leaders over many, many years have been incompetent and corrupt and in many cases venal. But the people of Afghanistan do not deserve what sounded to me like the contempt of the President of the United States. The other thing that really shocked me, Carol, I mean, there was one line in his speech where he said something to the effect that America and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not prepared to fight for themselves. That is a grotesque misrepresentation of what's actually been happening over the past few years. The Americans have not been fighting in the war. They have been advising, they have been helping, they have been providing air support, intelligence, logistics support, they've been maintaining the vehicles, they've been training. They haven't largely been fighting or indeed dying. The number of American military casualties in Afghanistan have been very, very low in recent years. The people who've been fighting and dying have been Afghans themselves. And to suggest otherwise really, really did shock me.
Yeah, I mean, there have been, as we know, thousands of casualties in every one of the thousands of Afghan casualties in every one of the 20 years of the US and UK mission. Of course, both the US, the UK and the other NATO countries have indeed themselves lost many hundreds in the US case thousands of their own people. But he was very clear about that, wasn't he? I mean, he said that he was not prepared to ask Americans to fight a war that the Afghans were not prepared to fight themselves. And he talked about that huge investment that the Americans had put into arming and training the Afghan forces. And he simply was saying that he wasn't prepared to continue to do that.
Indeed so. But what is the point of providing the Afghan army with all these amazingly high-tech vehicles in a country where general educational levels are extremely low? Finding enough people who are actually skilled enough in basic literacy or mechanical or engineering skills to maintain the vehicles is almost impossible. That's why there have been thousands of American civilian and military contractors in the country over many years to maintain the vehicles for them. Once you withdraw those contractors and those technicians, then of course the whole thing falls apart. Once you withdraw the air support, then the army is fighting with one hand, if not both hands, tied behind their backs. No wonder they decided that the only option for them was to do a deal with the Taliban. They were actually being told by the Americans, you're on your own, we've had enough, we're washing our hands of you, good luck and goodbye. And I'm not even sure that Joe Biden said good luck. He just seemed to be saying, I think it is an established fact that he was never much in favour of much of what the Americans have been doing in Afghanistan for many, many years. And I just found it really disquieting and distasteful to hear the way in which he simply didn't have any sense of sympathy or understanding specifically and particularly for Afghan women and girls, and just said, that's it, we're out. You have failed your own country.
And he's a president who is known for his empathy, for his personal understanding. But as you mentioned, he didn't mention at all the plight of women, girls, the others who were desperately trying to flee the country.
No, indeed not. And as you quite rightly say, he does have a reputation for being quite good at the sort of human sympathy stuff, the touchy-feely stuff, if you like. I don't regard myself as particularly naive when I look at the way in which political leaders behave, but I did expect more from him today. I think the policy actually was wrong, but I think the way in which it was carried out was even worse. And I thought the speech that he made this evening was the worst of all.
Well, let's just hear a little more on this, because, of course, we've had those chaotic scenes at Kabul airport, a dramatic illustration of the fear and desperation in Afghanistan as Taliban leaders have posed for pictures in the presidential palace. Flights had to be halted as thousands tried to flee the country, some attempting to cling to departing US planes. Well, earlier I spoke to Lord Malloch Brown, who's a former Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and was co-chair of the first official donors conference for the post-Taliban Afghanistan in 2002, and he gave me his assessment of the rapid fall of Kabul to the Taliban.
From the very beginning, after the overthrow of the Taliban, they kind of never went away, and there were always challenges to the sort of legitimacy and depth of support that the subsequent governments had, despite the fact there were elections, but always highly disputed, contested elections. And above all, the politics of both post-Taliban Afghanistan never seemed to rise above the sort of tribal divisions and the urban-rural divisions of the country. So while the final fall of the government is astonishing in its rapidity and raises real questions about how US and other intelligence services must have been asleep on the job, nevertheless, ultimately, I think the historians will conclude the seeds of this moment were there from the very beginning.
And I also asked Lord Malloch Brown whether there was any more that the UK could have done once the US had decided to pull out.
Well, I think we all rue that really highly unilateralized decision-making by the White House now over two presidencies, because after all, there were British lives lost and British lives in other NATO lives. It wasn't done right. And, the US presence had become so much the totemic one in terms of the psychology of this war that, once the US announcement was made, in a sense, the psychological sort of momentum passed so strongly to the Taliban that I think this would have been hard for any outside forces to have contained or stopped.
Lord Malloch Brown there. Robin Lustig, listening to that. I mean, it's a fact, isn't it, really, that the UK, there was very limited amounts that the British troops, the British presence could have achieved on its own.
Indeed. I mean, if the reports are to be believed, then the UK government did attempt to put together a coalition of NATO forces minus the Americans once it became clear that the Americans were indeed intent on pulling out completely. But neither the French nor the Germans were very interested in coming in on that. And you're quite right, of course, the UK can't do very much on its own. Just a couple of other points which I think it's worth making. It is difficult really to see why Afghan soldiers should fight to support and maintain a government which the Americans themselves didn't even include in the talks which led to the supposed deal with the Taliban, which was to lead to the American pullout. I mean, if that was the lack of respect that the Americans had for the Afghan government at that point, then why should Afghan soldiers put their lives on the line for that? The other thing which I think it's worth saying is that what I think perhaps Mark Malloch Brown didn't take on board when he said that, the seeds of this were there right from the beginning. Over the last 20 years, since the fall of the Taliban in 2001, a new generation of Afghans have grown up, a much better educated generation, certainly much better educated women and girls, with the beginnings of a civil society, with the beginnings of an educated middle class, which had been in Afghanistan many years ago before it descended into civil war and the Soviet occupation and everything that followed. But there were the seeds of a better Afghanistan being sown. And when people say, as they've been saying to me all evening on social media, well, how much longer do you think the Americans should have stayed and what difference would it have made? Well, it would have made this difference. It would have given more Afghans the chance to receive a proper education, to go to college, to take up professions and careers, and have a chance to make a difference. Nation building is a very long process, and I know Joe Biden says he doesn't believe in it, but there are many others who do believe in it, and there were many people in Afghanistan, the new generation, if you like, of Afghans, who believed that the Americans were going to help them to create a better country.
And Joe Biden, when he became president, made a big point of saying America's back, we're back on the world stage. This point about re-engaging with all those multilateral international organisations around the world. But on this, he appears to be doing the opposite. He appears to be disengaging, pulling up the drawbridge.
Yeah. Back, America's back. Well, here is America's back because they've turned around and they're going away. You could say that this is the biggest defeat for America since Vietnam in 1975. Certainly the pictures are very redolent of the pictures that those of us who are old enough to remember saw back in 1975. I think there are a couple of points. I mean, it was absolutely clear that Joe Biden was speaking tonight to American voters and to American voters alone. It is absolutely clear that there is absolutely no appetite in America for continued overseas military intervention. I understand that. They have lost many thousands of men and women in various overseas escapades, some of which were extremely ill-advised. Iraq, to name but one. Nevertheless, he is a man with immense foreign affairs experience. He is a man who prides himself and asks other Americans to take pride in his experience on the world stage, his understanding of how the world works. What has happened in the last few days, I think, really gives rise to serious questions about how serious he is about America playing a world role. What came home to me clearer than ever before tonight was that his eyes are entirely fixed on trying to save a defeat in the midterm elections in November of next year, because if he loses just one vote in the Senate, he's done for. He has a Congress that is stalemated, and his presidency, to all intents and purposes, will be at an end. And that's what he's fighting for.
Robin Lustig, many thanks for that. I know you're going to stay with us throughout this hour. Now, Chris O'Dowd, the Irish star of Bridesmaids, is going back to the stage. But in today's Times, he talks about how he's terrified he'll get pinged and bring the play down. You can read that by picking up a copy of the paper or get it online. To get a digital subscription, just head to the Times website, where you'll find the first month is free.
Mariella Frostrup returns Monday afternoon from 1 on Times Radio. The news you need to know, the views you need to hear.
We're venturing to where many men and many women fear to tread, into the heart of the menopause.
World-class lineup of guests, experts and contributors.
I have drifted a little bit from my core belief that people will act for the best.
Plus, all the hottest events and releases from the worlds of art, literature and entertainment.
I just found absolutely captivating. I felt like I was reading William Boyd's Any Human Heart or something.
Mariella Frostrup returns Monday afternoon from 1 on Times Radio. Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Welcome back to the programme. With me throughout this hour, Robin Lustig, the journalist and broadcaster. Now, Taliban leaders have said they intend to respect human rights and the rights of women, yet it's clear they will impose strict Sharia law, and there are already reports of brutality and atrocities in some of the Afghan cities where they've taken control. Before we came on air, I spoke to Dr. Omar Zakilwal, who's a former Afghan finance minister who has negotiated with the Taliban. He's also a former Afghan ambassador to Pakistan. He was out of the country as President Ghani fled, but he wants to return to Kabul.
I wish I were there. I was out already on a family visit, and right now, as we speak, I'm trying to return back to my country. I want to be with my people at this really tough time.
I asked him if he was worried about what the return to the Taliban regime would mean for the Afghan people.
I'm concerned. But I'm also optimistic that the Taliban of today are not the Taliban of the 1990s. Already we see that. They know that they cannot push this country back to the 1990s, in which we had a government of 4 centuries ago. And that certainly gives me hope and optimism. And I'm basing what I say on many intensive discussions with the Taliban leaders. So I'm not too worried, no.
And he was damning in his criticism of the former president Ashraf Ghani, who he knows well and who has fled the country.
I think it was utterly disgusting. I knew Ashraf Ghani I parted ways with him because I knew that he could not manage any element of the government. He led us to this situation. He not only mismanaged, sabotaged every opportunity for peace, because of extreme greed and thirst for power. So he is going to go down in the history of this country as an extremely dark dot, and he is already people, even the strongest supporters who were fooled by him, are speaking out against him.
Well, that was Dr. Omar Zakilwal, a former finance minister in the Afghan government. And Robin, a very different take from him. I mean, he said that he was reassured and that the Taliban are no longer the same force that they were when they were last in power 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we? I mean, what I heard listening to him was a politician who hopes to carve a role for himself in the future of his country. Now, he may or may not be able to help the country through the next few months and years. I have no way of knowing that, nor indeed do any of us really have a way of knowing whether he's right to say that the Taliban of today are different from the Taliban of the 1990s. I think it is fair to say that several thousand Afghans whom we saw in those desperate scenes at Kabul airport this morning certainly are not convinced that these are new, friendly, cuddly Taliban. I mean, those scenes at the airport of people literally hanging from the bottom of a US military transport plane, just utterly horrifying. They clearly don't think that this is going to be some benign liberal Taliban government that's about to take power. We shall see. It is not impossible that the Taliban have learnt that the way in which they governed in the 1990s gave rise to huge numbers of problems, both for them and for their allies and for the people of Afghanistan. So it is possible, although I confess I'm slightly sceptical, that they have learnt from some of their mistakes. But all the signs so far, and you've already alluded to some of the reports coming from provincial capitals in Afghanistan of some really ugly scenes already taking place, I think it's, let's just say the jury is out for now.
Yeah, indeed. There's an awful lot, though, that we don't know, isn't there, Robin? I mean, we don't know who the current leader, who they see as their political leader. And we were hearing from the guest you heard from there, Dr. Omar Zakilwal. He thinks that the former President Karzai, who was in power before Ashraf Ghani, that Karzai could indeed have a role in the next government, and that he was in touch with the Taliban leaders. I mean, there's an awful lot unfolding there that we just don't have any detail on at the moment.
Indeed. I mean, Afghan politics are notoriously complex and difficult to read. But when he referred to former President Karzai as highly respected, I did sort of gag slightly, because that's not the impression I have at all. There are many currents, both within the Taliban and within the non-Taliban political forces. Afghanistan is riven by tribal and clan differences, by religious differences indeed. There are some Afghans who, although Muslim, are regarded by the Taliban as heretics. And so that in itself is an issue which is going to have to be looked at very carefully. It is known, of course, that their interpretation of Islamic Sharia law is not the interpretation of the vast majority of Muslims around the world. The way in which they interpret the Quranic injunctions on modest dress for women are not shared by the vast majority of Muslims around the world. We don't know what's going on within the Taliban. We don't know what's going on within the different ethnic and tribal leaderships. One of the things that has become totally clear over the last 3 days is how little intelligence communities know of anything that is going on in Afghanistan. I was just reading today a piece that appeared in the Washington Post on Saturday, literally 2 days ago, suggesting that the US intelligence community believed that it would take at least 18 months for the Taliban to make a move on Kabul. The following day, Kabul fell to the Taliban. I mean, it was, as Mark Malloch Brown said to you, a grotesque failure of Western intelligence, and that in itself should give rise to some very serious doubts as to whether anybody outside the country has really any clue as to what's going to happen next.
Indeed. And President Biden, it was only just a very few weeks ago, he was saying, it's highly unlikely that the Taliban are going to be able to make it into Kabul. And it happened with that astonishing rapidity. Robin Lustig, many thanks for that. I know you're going to stay with us throughout this hour, and we'll be back to take a further look through tomorrow's papers after the news and sport from Daryl Jackson.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good morning. Joe Biden says he stands by his decision to withdraw American troops from Afghanistan.
I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States.
The US president has been speaking at the White House, saying that Afghan political leaders and the military gave up and refused to fight the insurgents. He added that American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves.
How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery?
Conan Nolan, political correspondent for NBC, told Carol Walker on Times Radio that parts of Biden's speech were surprising.
He only made brief reference to the calamity of the pullout itself. It was obviously poorly planned. And I think that's the problem, is that I think most of the American people support the idea of getting out of Afghanistan, but they didn't anticipate it was going to look like this.
The Prime Minister is preparing to announce a new resettlement scheme for Afghans most in need. Downing Street says it will provide whatever support it can to those who have helped to make the country a better place. A collision between a car and pedestrians has resulted in 7 people being hurt, including a child who's critically injured. 6 others, including 5 children, are being checked by medics after the incident in Ardingly in West Sussex yesterday afternoon. Victims of the Plymouth shooting have been remembered at a candlelit vigil last night. 5 people died when 22-year-old Jake Davidson opened fire in the Keyham last week. And a storm's just hit off the coast of Haiti as the country tries to recover from an earthquake which killed nearly 1,300 people. Earlier, the Queen sent a message to the people there saying she's deeply saddened by the loss of life. Looking ahead, many parts cloudy with some light rain and drizzle today. Some sunny spells, mainly in the southwest. Now with the sport, here's John Jackson.
India have gone 1-0 up in the Test series against England after bowling Joe Root's side out for 120 on the final afternoon at Lord's. After declaring on 298 for 8 after lunch, Virat Kohli's side looked unlikely to bowl England out in the remaining 2 sessions. While the hosts chased 272 runs to win, the Indian bowlers slowly started to pick up wickets in the 60 overs remaining. Mohammad Siraj took 4 while Jasprit Bumrah came away with 3. Eventually, England were bowled out and lost by 151 runs. England captain Joe Root says a lot of the defeat was down to his tactics.
Even after that first hour, I felt like we were in command of the game, we were in control of things. I think a lot falls on my shoulders. As captain, tactically, I think we could have done things slightly differently given the time again. But, I think from a bowling perspective throughout this game, they put everything into it. They performed very well. For large periods of that second innings, they were outstanding. And it's just disappointing that we didn't manage to close out that innings how we could have. As I said, tactically, I don't think I dealt with that well enough as captain. And, off the back of it, put us in a difficult position. So, as I said, a lot falls on my shoulders in that respect.
The third test starts next week at Headingley. In the hundreds, Southern Brave are through to the knockout stage in the men's tournament after coming out on top in their winner-takes-it-all match with Oval Invincibles. They beat the London-based side by 6 wickets at the Ageas Bowl, meaning they'll at least play in Friday's eliminator between 2nd and 3rd place. In the women's competition, Brave were already through to the final before their 30-run win over the Invincibles. And US soccer star Carly Lloyd is to retire after making 312 appearances for her national side. She also won the World Cup and the Olympics twice and scored 128 international goals. Millwall host Fulham in the Championship tomorrow night. That game is live over on TalkSport 2 from 7:45pm.
This is Times Radio.
Carol Walker with you through till 1am, and with me throughout this hour, I'm delighted to have Robin Lustig, the journalist and broadcaster. Robin, good to have you with us.
It's a pleasure, Carol.
Let's just have a reminder of the front pages of tomorrow's papers. And of course, the events in Afghanistan dominate pretty much all of them. The Times front page, race to escape Kabul carnage, one of many to carry a picture of the scenes at Kabul airport where there are hundreds of people literally running along the runway, some of them trying to scramble on board a US Air Force plane. Another headline on the front page of the Times, push for hydrogen energy will increase household bills. The Guardian, chaos in Kabul as thousands struggle to flee the Taliban. The Daily Telegraph, Biden defends America's flight, also reporting on the energy bills, saying they could soar under green gas hydrogen homes plan. The Mail front page, Biden, it's Afghans' own fault. As brave translators hide in fear for their lives amid scenes of carnage at the airport, defiant president washes hands over abandoning nation. The Sun is also damning in its verdict on President Biden. Joke Biden, Prez surprised by rout is its front page. The Metro, the flight from hell. The FT talks about how chaos engulfs Kabul airport amid panic to flee Taliban rule. The Express, PM sends 200 extra paras in race against time. And the Mirror, desperate, has an extraordinary picture of around 640 Afghans crammed on board a US transport plane leaving Kabul yesterday. We were talking lots, of course, about Afghanistan and about Joe Biden's speech, Robin. I'm struck by the very, very damning verdict to some of the papers with the Mail and the Sun, as I read out there, absolutely scathing. The Mail has, right across its banner, the war on terror has ended as it began on 9/11. Bodies falling from the sky and America humiliated. That's a line from Richard Littlejohn's column in the paper. Are you surprised that the British papers have taken such a stance on the American president?
Not really, Carol. I mean, I think there are a lot of different things going on here. I mean, there is a strand of anti-Americanism that runs through the British press at the best of times, and so they will always, I think, relish the opportunity to rub the Americans' face in it when they get something wrong. There are also, of course, some parts of the British press that are opposed to Joe Biden altogether, and so they will certainly relish the opportunity to have a go at him. But in a sense, I'm not sure that any of this really matters. I don't think Mr. Biden is going to lose any sleep at all over what the British press, or indeed anybody else's press outside the US, says about him. What matters to him is what American voters say. And I think, even though I hated the tone that he struck in his speech, I think many American voters will go for it. I think they will appreciate his robustness, his rudeness, if you like, about the people of Afghanistan. Americans are not renowned for their sympathy for foreigners. And so I think, unfortunately, politically, short term, the way in which he has conducted himself probably will do him some good. There are two big question marks in my mind. If over the coming weeks and months some grotesque atrocities occur in Afghanistan and make it onto the front pages and onto US news channels, that could have an effect. And then, even more so, and heaven forbid, if there is a terrorist attack which can be traced back to groups based in Afghanistan, as 9/11 was and Al-Qaeda in 2001, then that will certainly have an effect on the way in which American voters regard the way in which President Biden has handled this. But I think short term, what he's done probably will serve him well domestically, politically, even though it will have done immense damage to America's standing overseas, and immense damage indeed to its relations with many of its allies, who more than ever will wonder whether America can be relied upon when things get tough. Let us not forget that after 9/11, NATO forces came to America's aid. Why were so many NATO forces in Afghanistan for so many years? Because America had asked for their help in defeating Al-Qaeda. Now, if there were a similar terrorist attack on another NATO country, would America do the same for them? Under its current leadership and its current attitudes towards foreign military intervention, the question doesn't have an obvious answer.
Indeed, and just one more thought on this. As you mentioned there, of course, and as President Biden made clear, the whole purpose of going into Afghanistan in the first place was to stop it being a haven for terrorists who could attack around the globe. The Taliban leadership have said that they have no intention of allowing that to happen. But the point is now we're not going to be in much of a position to do anything much about it if that does happen.
Not in the short term, no, because we won't have troops on the ground there. Mind you, I mean, there were very few troops on the ground anyway, so I'm not quite sure how much use there would have been. But I think the impact is actually a slightly different one. To jihadi groups around the world, the scenes that they have seen on their television screens and on their smartphone screens over the last few days will have been immensely encouraging. Yet again, they will be able to say, just as they were able to say after 9/11, our movement is stronger than the most powerful military nation in the world. We can damage them. We can send them packing. We can hurt them. That will encourage jihadi movements, not just in Afghanistan, but wherever they are. And I think that is hugely damaging. It is potentially hugely dangerous. And it means that security agencies around the world are going to have to be even more vigilant to try to see what is happening in all kinds of other countries where central government is weak, where jihadi movements are taking hold. And what's happened over the last few days in Afghanistan will only serve to strengthen the appeal of those movements to young men in countries where there isn't a lot of encouragement around.
Let's just touch on a couple of the other stories in the papers. The Times, push for hydrogen energy will increase household bills. A story also picked up on the front page of the Telegraph. It appears at this moment we're into a consultation exercise, but this is all about how you can possibly persuade lots of people around the country to spend a fortune converting their old gas boilers to these new hydrogen boilers. And there's a big row going on already, as we understand it, as to how much the government is going to subsidise us to do so.
Well, I think that's the key point, really. I mean, I find there's a lot that's really rather disingenuous about the coverage of these sorts of issues. I mean, first of all, it is by no means sure that hydrogen-fuelled heating is going to be the future. It's a very problematic technology. Hydrogen is a very unstable gas. There are many other ways in which we can decarbonise the way in which we heat our homes and workplaces. The other issue, as you say, is to do with the level of subsidy that the government is prepared to make available. I don't think any government that is serious about trying to green the economy and green the way in which we live our lives expects people to pick up the bill themselves. Subsidies will, of course, be necessary. That will mean that taxes of some kind will have to go up, and I think that needs to be recognised. But, I mean, we've seen several of these stories over the last few weeks. This will cost a huge amount, that will cost a huge amount. I do detect a real sort of pushback from certain elements in politics, particularly from the right and from those who still remain to be convinced that there is a climate crisis that needs to be tackled. And so these stories are being dripped into the press pretty regularly. I don't think we should take them at face value. I think it is part of a lobbying campaign. I think the real issue, as I say, is to do with how serious a future government is going to be at helping people to make the changes that are necessary.
And we're already seeing a number of Conservative MPs very vocal about their concerns that voters simply won't want to pay the additional bills that will be required. If we are going to all go green, we're only looking at things like, for example, the possibility that fuel taxes might rise. And you've already got half the Conservative Party up in arms about it. And that's the problem for the government, isn't it? And part of the reason why we haven't really seen a proper strategy for hitting these ambitious goals for reducing our emissions is because it's all very well to set these targets, and we are approaching this big COP26 climate change conference, but actually how you get there, actually how you reduce those emissions is much, much tougher. And in particular, when there are big upfront costs in switching to some of the newer, greener technologies?
Yeah, a lot of that is absolutely true, of course. I think if we had a government that really was deeply committed to making the changes that are necessary, then the debate would be a very different one. There is a different debate to be had. I mean, you can indeed start talking about the opportunities and the future prosperity that comes with a greener economy. I mean, the UK actually is in quite a good position to be able to take advantage of future demand for green technologies, whether it's wind turbines or whatever. So it could be and should be that this represents an opportunity for future generations rather than a cost. Nobody pretends that this is going to be easy. I don't think anybody pretends that it's going to be pain-free. But personally, as somebody who's absolutely committed to a future green agenda, I wish that there was more talk about the opportunities that provides for the future rather than the costs, because we hear a great deal about the costs at the moment and not a great deal about the opportunities.
Robin, many thanks for that. I know you're going to stay with us throughout this hour here on Times Radio.
John Pienaar at Drive this afternoon from 4 till 7 on Times Radio. Join John Pienaar for the Drive Time show dedicated to the news that matters.
What is it going to take to dial down this crisis?
And the views that need to be heard.
They've been through 11 years of hell, and a country like ours should be treating our veterans much, much better.
Quality journalism, analysis and opinion that speaks for itself.
Starmer seems to be in the paradoxical position of hogging all the power in his party without enjoying any of the authority that's supposed to go with it.
John Pienaar at Drive this afternoon from 4 till 7 on Times Radio. Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
Now, as of yesterday, people who've had both vaccinations no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. People who are pinged will now be advised to take a free PCR test, but they will not have to self-isolate while waiting for the result. Well, the Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, said it was a cautious step back towards normality. But Dr. Emma Coombe, chair of the BMA's 7 Regional Junior Doctors Committee, told me her concern over the easing of restrictions.
Well, we know that the simple matter is that our policy of self-isolation for people who have been COVID contacts has saved lives, and it is continuing to save lives. And I think it's concerning to hear the government come out with a rhetoric that we're returning towards normality. If we look at the last 7 days alone, still 633 people in the UK lost their lives with coronavirus. And this rule relaxation is undoubtedly going to lead to more cases, more hospital admissions.
And she explained how serious the issue was for our healthcare system.
You've got to ask yourself, will this result in hospitals being overwhelmed? Well, if you consider that that means providing care of a standard that's not good enough, that's not what we would expect, then we're already there. We've got people waiting 8 or 9 hours for an ambulance in some cases, then waiting a further 8 hours to be seen by a doctor or nurse once they reach A&E. And we've got GPs struggling to keep up with a tsunami of patients now trying to see a doctor with a backlog of issues that they've been suffering with for 18 months. So the NHS is in a really precarious position at the moment, and it's difficult as a doctor to understand how we could take any more pressure and what impact that might have on our patients.
That was Dr. Emma Coombe, chair of the BMA's 7 Regional Doctors Committee, speaking to me a little earlier. And she was obviously very concerned indeed, and was talking about how some healthcare staff are virtually at the end of their tether because of the pressure that they are already under.
Doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, I think they've been through absolute hell over the last 18 months. I mean, it does seem to me that the new relaxation that came into effect yesterday, Monday, is another calculated risk that the government and its scientific advisors are taking. I think one has to acknowledge that the calculated risks they have taken over the last couple of months have worked in their favour. after the mid-July lifting of restrictions, there wasn't a huge burst of new infections, thank goodness. The vaccination rate still seems to be going quite well, and people do still seem to be behaving quite cautiously. Now, the next key moment, I think, will be when schools go back and colleges go back, and we see to what extent the offer of vaccinations to 16 and 17-year-olds will have been taken up. And then, of course, as the year progresses and as winter draws near, then we enter the new sort of danger season when the virus is much happier than it is during the summer months, and the possibility of new variants also rises. But I have to say that all in all, I am slightly more optimistic than perhaps I was 3 or 4 weeks ago, because so far, as I say, the calculated risks seem to have worked in the government's favour, and we just have to hope that their luck holds out.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the figures seem to have defied many of the worst predictions. I mean, the concern now is that if people who've been double jabbed don't have to self-isolate if they've been pinged, you suspect that many of those who've not had both vaccinations will also not bother to self-isolate. And it's going to be very difficult indeed, isn't it, to try to ensure that those sorts of checks work. And to a degree, a number of staff who were off and not working because they'd been pinged itself perhaps contributed to controls on the spread of the virus.
I think that's exactly the point. I mean, it is true that the more people who are double vaccinated, the less chance there is of them becoming infected, and the less chance there is of them infecting other people. It could be, as some scientists are suggesting, that we are nearing what's called herd immunity, which makes life very difficult indeed for the virus, and that would be a very good thing for the rest of us. There will always be some people who aren't vaccinated. There will always be some people who, even though they are vaccinated, still get ill and still transmit the virus to others. But if the numbers remain low, and if the numbers of people who become seriously ill remain low, then that is, as the politicians keep telling us, something we will have to learn to live with. Meanwhile, the NHS and the people working in it will have to try to find some way of dealing with this appalling backlog of other medical issues that people need to have dealt with. And that will require more personnel, more resources, and some very imaginative management, I think, in order to deal with the issues, because they're not going to go away.
Yeah, a couple of other points that Dr. Emma Kuhn made. I mean, one was that, as she put it, doctors were facing a tsunami of patients who have not been going to their doctor over the last year and a half or so because of the pandemic, because, of course, in the initial phases, people were told pretty much not to go there unless they were really critically ill. And, of course, they're now seeing patients who, had they been treated at an earlier stage of their problem, might not be as seriously ill as they are now that they're presenting.
That's right, and that is a terrible issue, and it represents real hardship and pain for a great many people, quite apart from the extraordinary pressure that it puts on the people working in the NHS. There's no way round it. I mean, that backlog is there and will have to be dealt with. I think people, I hope, will come to believe that now that the risk of becoming infected, either in hospital or in a doctor's surgery, is far, far less than it was 16 or 18 months ago, they will at least now not delay presenting themselves to a doctor if they have a reason for concern. But that won't do anything for the backlog. That will have to be dealt with.
It was interesting. The other thing that she was concerned about was this talk from Sajid Javid about getting back to normality, because she was very much making the point that although the restrictions have been eased, certainly parts of society have continued to be cautious, have continued to wear masks in crowded places, have continued to meet people outside wherever possible. It's much easier to do that in the summer, and have maintained social distancing, even though others, of course, are cramming into football stadiums and so on. But she was concerned that if ministers start talking about, we're getting back to normality, then that caution by individuals would start to change?
We'll have to see, won't we? I mean, I went to the cinema for the first time last week.
Exciting!
In a year and a half. There were precisely 4 other people in the cinema.
Really?
So yeah. So I think people are still pretty cautious. They won't be cautious forever. And as you say, during the summer, we can spend more time outside and less time inside. So that's all well and good. But the longer it goes on, the more people will be vaccinated, the more we will build up immunity. And so let's hope the risks remain low. There will continue to be cases of COVID-19 in the community. There will continue to be serious cases which result in people being hospitalised and, alas, some of them dying. But if they are low numbers, then we will indeed return to something resembling normality. And I understand that to doctors that raises all kinds of alarms, but for the rest of us, I'm afraid, it means, thank goodness, we can get back to living our own lives again.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the Emma Coombe of the BMA was clearly concerned about the extent to which coronavirus is still circulating, and indeed about the numbers of young people who were getting pretty seriously ill and ending up in hospital. But clearly we've got probably a few more weeks when everyone seems to expect so far that the cases will stay as they are. But as you say, come the autumn, there are going to be an awful lot of different pressures, and you can see those concerns of health workers and others that have been slightly pushed off the top of the agenda in recent days and weeks. You can see those once again becoming much more serious.
Yeah, well, I mean, they are, very many of them, of course, completely exhausted, burnt out. And so any suggestion that things could get worse again will be just absolutely intolerable for them. We shall see. I mean, if you're the kind of person who looks at a glass being half full rather than half empty, you might take the view that young people in particular, as they see that their vaccinated friends and relatives are much less likely to get ill than they are, and that in some circumstances, for example, going to clubs, they are able to get in if they're vaccinated but won't be able to get in if they're not, then those kinds of incentives, or pressures, if you prefer to call them pressures, might have an effect. I hope that over time peer pressure will play its part. I hope over time it will become accepted that vaccinations are a good thing to do. It is remarkable, I think, that in France, for example, where 18 months ago, or no, less than 18 months ago, when the vaccines were first developed, huge numbers of people said they wouldn't dream of having a vaccine. Now, nearly all of them have had. So it is possible for people to change their minds. It is possible for people to look around, see what's happening and say, maybe this is a good idea after all.
Yeah, and it's interesting how we are learning to live with the virus. But I wonder whether Emma Coombe has a point. I've certainly noticed that whilst I am still cautious, I would certainly still wear a mask in a crowded space. But you find yourself perhaps letting some of your old habits, the things you did for the rest of your lives before coronavirus, slipping back in. If you nip into a half-empty shop where you can do the self-service and you're not going to come face-to-face with anyone, and you only going to grab one thing and there's hardly anyone else in there, you might actually risk doing so without a mask on. And although that's allowed, it still feels slightly uncomfortable thing to do.
It does, although, I mean, in the circumstances which you describe, it's probably extremely low risk. I'm still quite impressed. I mean, I've now started travelling around London on buses and tubes much more than I was 2 or 3 months ago, and the vast majority of people are still wearing masks. Not all of them, by any means, and not as many as were some months ago, but still, I would say 70 to 80%. I find that very impressive. I certainly still wear a mask when I'm on public transport. I wear a mask when I go into a supermarket, and I will continue to do so for quite a while to come, I think.
Robin Lustig, terrific to have you with us as ever. Thank you so much for being my special guest this hour. Huge thank you